The light guides our steps and illuminates our path. And oh look, it's leading us right to the Mythic Dungeon International. These past weekends, our Group C teams have been watching and waiting for their chance to prove themselves. We've got big names, reigning champions, and tenacious underdogs all vying for a place in our Season 1 finals. They'd better be ready, though. The competition is going to be intense if they want to make it all the way to BlizzCon. I'm your host, Rookery, here with your MDI casters. Tettles, can Group C top what we've seen from Groups A and B?
I think that there is a chance that Group C can top what we've seen from Groups A and B. I think that the competition for Group C is going to be quite a bit closer than we have seen the last couple of weekends. And I think there's a big question mark as to who's going to be winning this weekend.
I agree. I mean, we've got some big teams and also a bunch that I think are out to really show what they can do in the MDI. So I think it's going to be a good one. And Makes, with the return to head-to-head speedrunning, what do you think it's brought to the season?
Honestly, I know there was a lot of Twitter chatter between TGP and MDI and how that's going to go. I think thus far, we got 2 weekends that were just maximum cinema, maximum entertainment. I'm really excited to see how this one continues.
I totally agree. I can't wait. I've been looking forward to it all week, and we're finally here. And you know, Zyro, Makes' cats have been uncannily good in their series predictions so far. Has your cat been watching the MDI?
Sometimes, but I've been trying to keep the screen time down a little bit. She really only watches bird videos for cats to watch. So
Sure.
maybe she'll watch some this weekend because Tettle's hyped it up so much.
She an iPad cat?
No, too old for that.
Sure, too old for iPad cat, but too young still, and eternally probably, to, have to make sure you need to monitor that screen time. I totally get it, but I hope she gets to watch some of the big matchups today, because I know we're going to be excited to see them. And now, of course, Group C weekend lands us roughly in the middle point of our season. There is still plenty to come, though, so let's revisit our roadmap to see where we've been and where we're heading. Spoilers, it's BlizzCon. We're heading to BlizzCon. But to get there, our teams had to qualify first in the time trials. Of course, in those, the top 24 teams moved on to our groups. We have seen Groups A and B. Here we are in Group C weekend. And next weekend, you'll be able to also see English commentary of the CN stages, so be sure to tune in because that's going to be a very special broadcast. Now, from those groups, the top 2 teams of each will move on to our Season 1 finals, which will be held in June. And from those, the top 4 teams across the regions will make it to the grand finals for glory and $300,000 in the prize pool. Now, we get a lot of questions about the details of the competition, and we always want to make sure that everybody has a chance to know how the MDI works. Zyro, can you give us a recap of the format and rules for Season 1?
Yeah, so, like we talked about, we're back to the speedrunning head-to-head format, double elimination bracket. And the most important thing about that, like you mentioned, is at the end of the weekend, the top 2 teams qualify for the global finals, where they'll then be able to play for a chance at BlizzCon. Another new addition to the format this time around is the addition of the spec ban rule, which is essentially just something that makes the teams have to play different specs throughout a series. Generally how that works is, after each map you play, you have to ban out 3 of the most used specs across the board. If they're tied, you get to choose. And we've seen a lot of interesting spec variety out of that mix.
We have. Let's take a look together at how our spec bingo sheet has turned out, because thankfully all of the tanks have been finished as of last weekend. However, we're still missing Holy Priest out of our healers. We're missing 4 of the DPS specs, namely BM Hunter, Shadow Priest, Fire Mage, and Windwalker Monk. And I kind of want to use this moment to maybe advocate a little bit for at least the Windwalker Monk, because I think they're generally a really good class that we probably haven't seen as much because we're bringing the Brewmaster and the Mistweaver as much, and you try to not set classes due to class buffs in the MDI scenario. So I feel like we could see that Windwalker Monk come in, but any teams that are watching, you could be the one team that runs 5 of these and finishes out our spec sheet. So that would not bring you the win to the MDI, but great honor and glory and bragging right.
I mean, you'd get even more glory if you still managed to win it somehow. But I mean, honestly, you're right, Makes. It would only take one team and one dream to finish filling out the rest of our specs. So we can only keep dreaming and hoping that we get more played today. And every weekend, before we even see our teams in a dungeon, we've been able to get a sense of how the teams in each group will perform in their performance from the time trials. So, Tuddles, what did time trials show us for our Group C teams?
Yeah, so whenever we looked at groups A and B, you saw the triple threat and mandatory play in group A and B, and both of those two teams put up around 24 minutes during time trials. This weekend we have two teams that are kind of in that upper echelon, that top tier of teams, with Liquid and Miscount coming in that third and fourth seed. And obviously they're the returning champions. How are Miscount going to fare? That is kind of one of the most interesting questions. They've talked about at length that they think that pushing is a better format for them as compared to speedrunning. But have they been able to retool and become super good at speedrunning? That's going to be something that we're going to have to be watching out for this weekend. Liquid, they were a team that were 16 seconds away from winning the last MDI. How are they going to fare this season? Those are kind of interesting questions. Then the alternative POV is like, is any other team going to be able to play spoilers? Because I think that for Liquid and Miscount, they are the favorites by a lot. Spoilers are still certainly a possibility whenever we have the 9th and the 10th seed in this bracket.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've already seen some huge upsets. Last weekend was wild, just seeing teams left and right. It felt like every single match, we just didn't know what the outcome was going to be. So I have high hopes for our teams, and especially for those top-performing teams, especially. And now, Tuddles has filled us in on how the teams performed in time trials, but Zyro, can you give us more insights into the teams themselves?
Yeah, so I think the most important thing is obviously the top two seeds coming into the weekend, Liquid and Miscount, being extremely powerful. Although, this is the last time you're going to hear us refer to Miscount as Missed Count, because they've been picked up by Dignitas. Congratulations,
wow.
guys. I love seeing WoW teams get picked up by organizations. This is awesome for them. Hopefully, it just gives them a little bit more stability in the future as a WoW team. But yeah, it's the first time competing as Dignitas. We'll be referring to that for the rest of the competition. Create Team and Ducks Can Fly. A couple returning teams as well, IMPOSIBLE. You know, powerful teams. But I think the real story of the weekend, like Tuttle said, Liquid and Dignitas. Dignitas did end up winning the last MDI,
Yep.
but Liquid was right there. They were one dungeon away, like 5 minutes away from potentially winning that competition. So, you know, maybe they get to kind of get revenge on that in this more head-to-head format.
Oh, we'll see. Honestly, I still remember that interview we did with Dignitas after they won, and they were just like so overwhelmed, so overjoyed. It was amazing to see, but no doubt Liquid has been just waiting for that chance to make the comeback. So I agree. I think seeing how they face off is going to be really cool this season, especially in the new format. And of course, a reminder, if any of you want a different perspective on the events that are happening, our competitors are co-streaming, so you can check out their player point of views on Twitch. If you look for channels, you can go into the search bar and just type MDI, and most of the channels listed there that have MDI in the title are probably going to be players on their teams. Now, you can find more info as well about that in the MDI Discord. We have 4 opening series today that are going to sort our teams into upper and lower brackets depending on their run. So, Megs, what are the first 2 matchups that we're going to be seeing?
So, we were already talking about Liquid quite a fair bit, but let me introduce you to GNOMERGANG, which is a team that does it for the love of the game, according to themselves in their questionnaire, which, what better reason is there to play in the MDI? We're looking forward to see how much they can really do against this, as Tuddles would call it, behemoth of Team Liquid up there. They're 22nd seed, so it won't be easy, but in the past 2 group weekends, we've seen the lowest seed do really well and surprise us, so I'm looking forward to maybe get another one of those. And then after that, really, it's a fan favorite back here. Ducks Can Fly are going to go up against a team that's hailing from Spain as IMPOSIBLE, so I'm really excited to see what those teams are going to be up to as well.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I think we've got 2 great matchups, and seeing the birds face off and just go head-to-head, I think is going to be especially fun. Now, of course, we have 2 other matchups that will be happening today, so Tuddles, can you give us some insights into them?
Yeah, first up, we got Dignitas versus 2B Depleted. 2B Depleted is going to be one of the NA teams that we have for this weekend, but I think that Dignitas should be heavily favored. I think for me, it's kind of a question of how are they going to be retooling to kind of focus on speedrunning. That's kind of going to be one of the really big questions. Are they going to perform just as well whenever they're looking at a speedrun environment compared to whenever they are looking at a push environment, because they've been pushing a lot of the season, but how are they going to do with speed? And then the last matchup we have today, we have Create Team versus SNAILZ. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys in chat. I'm rooting for SNAILZ. I used to raid with a lot of these guys in Vesper, and so, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to cast that series because it would be a conflict of interest. But just know, I'm going to be rooting for SNAILZ on the sidelines, even though they are against the 10th-seeded team in Create Team, so they're probably not favored.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Tuttles, you're always so honorable, just, and fair. So thank you so much for volunteering to sit that one out to make sure there was no bias, you know?
Of course. I can't be like Dratnos. Dratnos had Dratnos Guild Team. I don't really understand how we got that approved, but I'm going to be unbiased here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, of course, as you all can tell, it is shaping up to be another seriously competitive weekend. We have high expectations for many of our teams in Group C. So, Zyra, out of all of the matchups today, which one are you most looking forward to?
I think it's probably got to be that Dignitas to be depleted series. I want to see how this team plays, obviously, under a new sponsor, which is awesome for them. But also, this team has constantly said in the past that they feel like their strength is more keep pushing rather than speedrunning. Let's see if that's the case here today.
Indeed. I mean, honestly, I think the speedrunning is a big shift, especially for teams that maybe hadn't participated in it as much recently. So how they tackle it, especially with spec variety rules, is something that's been really interesting to watch unfold. And now it is almost time for our first series, Liquid versus GNOMERGANG, and it's almost time for it's also time, for our first prediction poll. So get your predictions in chat here and now, and we will be giving our thoughts as we go along and talk about these teams. Now, of course, every weekend we have seen viewers asking when Liquid will be playing, and now they're here. Tuttles, what expectations do we have of Liquid's performance?
It's going to be kind of interesting. So Liquid, going from time trials till now, they actually had a roster swap. I believe Boomy is out and Cine is in. What is the practice going to look like with the new player on their roster moving from time trials till now? It's going to be something that I think that Liquid is going to have to showcase how good they are as a cohesive unit. How is Cine going to slot into that role that Boomy played, where Boomy, I think, was playing Devour Demon Hunter during a lot of time trials? That seems to be one of the core picks on the patch, and it's also not the easiest thing to pick up. At the same time, Cine is a very accomplished player in his own right, and having a roster full of 5 Liquid players, I think it gives you some advantages in terms of figuring out how to play every spec.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, you know, especially seeing how competitive they are. Even with that swap, I still feel like such a strong team. They can come in and still just absolutely blast. So we'll have to see exactly how they handle this and how they shift around some of those specs, like you were saying, Tuttles. And GNOMERGANG, they've played together in the same guild since BFA. They've made some adjustments this season with their healer and tank swapping roles, but still, can their longtime guildy friendship stand up to one of our top teams makes?
Well, we're sure hoping so, right? Of course, it is a big ask to go up against Liquid, but like I said, I think in the past weekends we've done really well with our lowest seeds coming into the group weekends, and I don't expect GNOMERGANG to be any different. Like I mentioned, they're doing it for the love of the game. They're asking everybody in chat if they're playing gnomes to rise up, you know? They love the gnomes. That's something they were really passionate about and wanted to share with us. But they also have one member in their team who's just the funny guy. So their vibes are immaculate. Let's hope their gameplay is too.
I love it. I mean, I love the gnome pride. I mean, feel free. If any of you have gnome characters and you're out there as well, take some like screenshots at the social media. Yeah, Tuttles, do you think gnomes are the superior race? Is that what you're about to say?
Okay, of course not. I was definitely not going to say something. It's pandas, but like, I have a question. At what point is it worth to actually invest in GNOMERGANG just off the odds that like Yips' internet goes out? Like I'm looking at these channel points. Like, I don't know. It seems like it could be a good investment. It just like, what happens if somebody's internet goes down?
Trying to go for 100x
You
here?
convinced me.
Like...
I'm in. For the love of the game, I'm in. I just voted for GNOMERGANG.
There you go. I love this. You're part of that 1% there. Yes, Iro?
How many points did you put on them?
That's my secret.
You could go all in. I don't know. Makes you feel like an all in on the believer train at times.
You know what? 25k, GNOMERGANG. I'm on it.
Oh,
you know, sometimes I'm eager to go big. Sometimes I'm eager to just
300,000 on Liquid.
Incredible. I mean, look, Liquid clearly are the favored team in this matchup, but GNOMERGANG have a lot of spirit and a lot that they want to prove with their gang of gnomes. Now, we have some predictions to make ourselves while you all continue to chat, so... I mean, hearing all this GNOMERGANG belief, I'm going to have to give them one. I'm going to say it's going to be 2-1 Liquid, because I do believe that they can get in there and they can prove themselves. But
okay, hold on.
How about... Okay, yes.
Rook, because you know,
Yes.
we're checking not only your correct percentage, but they're also checking how many perfect predictions you got. So are you sure you want to go with the 2-1?
Listen, I am listening to my heart and the call of gnomes in the distance.
Okay.
And the gnomes are telling me you gotta give them at least one map. So I'm gonna stick with it, Zyra. I'm sticking with it. But
What do the gnomes sound like?
Vote for
Yes,
us,
please show
one!
us.
Just one! Give us one map! That's what they sound like to me. Thank you all. I will be here for the rest of the MT. Makes, give me your predictions.
Okay, listen. I would love to be on the same train as you, but I don't vibe with the gnomes. You know, I prefer my elves, my blood elves, my void elves, my
That's
night
true.
elves. So unfortunately, this team has not met the vibe check for me personally. So I'm gonna go 2-0 Liquid, but I hope you are right. I hope
Thank
you're
you.
right.
Thank you so much. All right, Tettles, what's your prediction?
I put 250,000 channel points on Liquid. I'm going 2-0 Liquid here.
Okay, fair. And Zyra?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 2-0 Liquid, and it's not particularly close. I feel like when we send out a questionnaire to the team every week, and the first response to our question, what differentiates your team from the rest of the competition, is our practice time. We've had extremely limited practice. I don't feel like you're going to use that practice time against the best team in the tournament, so I feel like it's very unlikely for them to take a map in this series, but we could see them make a lower bracket run.
Sure, I mean, but Zyra, have you considered that the gnomes just inherently know how to work together, like cogs in a machine, and that they might just absolutely take this one?
Sure.
And they're escape artists. Really?
they're
Have you
escape
considered that they're escape artists?
Okay,
not
look,
consider that.
GNOMERGANG. They have risen to 11%, so chat is starting to hear the call of the gnomes as well, but I mean, I do have to agree with all of you. Liquid, of course, is a massive contender here, and they have a lot to prove since they were so close to taking it last season. Now, they're going to be facing off in our first map of the day, Pit of Saran, and we know, of course, that our spec ban choices are going to be coming into play as we go through this series. So, I mean, what do you think the team's approach are going to be for this first map?
Okay, so I think we have two differing approaches here for the reason that Zyra just lined out. Normally, if you're the last seeded team and you go up against first seed, your game plan is not beat the unbeatable, but instead just get into lower bracket and then fight your way through there. If you're Liquid though, you have a lot riding on getting that ideal path. So they are, of course, trying to get a 2-0 here, and you know how it works. You know, it's the first matchup of the day. Nerves are maybe a little bit high. Maybe we haven't done a practice key right before because somebody needed to eat for some reason or something like that. So it could happen. That's all I'm going to say.
It absolutely could. This is going to be our first series of the day, Liquid versus GNOMERGANG on their first map here, Tettles.
Yeah, and right off the bat, we have very similar compositions. The only difference is that Devourer Demon Hunter on the side of GNOMERGANG versus Liquid's actually, that's a Frost Death Knight. As I say, Unholy Death Knight. Frost Death Knight. So Wolf Disco electing to play that Frost DK in the first dungeon. The specializations that we tend to see be the most powerful in the Pit of Saron are the Guardian Druid, the Mistweaver, and that Augmentation Evoker for that Wernstone. So it makes sense that both of the teams have elected to play those specs. Whenever we caught up with Teef, I think, last weekend as well, he said that he thought that the best spec on the patch was Mistweaver Monk. Whenever we caught up with Maris 2 weekends ago, we thought it was Bear Druid. And so I think it's that combo of both of those specializations that really allow you to do crazy stuff.
Well, hold on a minute here. Let GNOMERGANG cook here. We're seeing the Destro Lock pick come out from them, and that Destro Lock was actually topping the meters for them on this
Oh,
first
that's
pull.
a Destro?
I saw that thing peak at like 1.5 million DPS with the Infernal Burst there. That's actually a really interesting pick because when you think about Pit of Saran in general, you're trying to kind of index around classes that are just insanely good at bursting massive AoE, so we see things like we've normally seen Demo Lock if it's played in here, not Destro. We've seen Unholy DK, Devourer, Demon Hunter. We've seen a lot of interesting picks, but I think this is our first time seeing Destro in this dungeon, and it looked pretty good on that first pull with the Infernal Burst. Now, no Crashing Chaos for this pull, which is the buff that you get when you cast Infernal that increases your next shard spending spell by a bunch. Means that they're not going to do as much burst here. but still looks like it's doing a lot of damage on this pull, so looks like a pretty solid pick. They actually finished their first pull faster, albeit it was a little smaller than Liquid's first pull.
So, Demonology Warlock, 1 minute cooldown, pretty polarizing inside of their offensive CDs. Whenever they press them, they're super strong. Whenever they're outside of them, they're a little bit weak. What is the Destro profile like? Is it also, fairly strong inside of your cooldowns? You're waiting for that 2-minute Infernal to come up before you're able to do a lot of damage, or is it a lot more sustained with that Rain of Fire damage?
It's definitely very bursty whenever the Infernal's off cooldown, right? Like
Where's Liquid going?
Look like they're probably just going to be gatewaying past this Lich here. That's the typical strategy we see. Either a gateway or a rescue up to the top. Cindy finding that gateway with the shard there for the instant cast, and yeah, they're just going to run up. This lets them skip that Lich, means they don't have to worry about the Cadaver cast going off.
I think they're skipping a lot more trash than normal teams do in this area, though, right?
Yeah, normally when we see teams kill the first boss, they're somewhere in the realm of 60 to 65% count. This could all technically be going into the boss if they want to go that crazy. Are they going to be going for that here?
So a lot of teams have actually been. A lot of teams have been skipping the gargoyles. I think that tends to be the mob that is one of the most skipped because it is really annoying. It shields itself on cooldown. But for Liquid here, they're actually grabbing this gargoyle with this Drake, these cold wraiths, and all this trash. So then there's a question of what are they taking into the boss? I would not be shocked if it's that Necromancer Cadaver pack that's off to the side. But for Liquid here, they're going to need to make sure that they down the Lich. That's going to be probably the linchpin for them to continue to move forward into the first boss.
Yeah, I mean, so technically, yeah, they could take that Necromancer pack. There's also a Lich that they could tag in if they wanted to in the back there. Let's see if they run over there and grab that. Looks like, yeah, Yips is going to be tagging that Lich pack, and this will be going into the boss for them. So they're going to be right around that 60% count, a little bit over whenever they get in there. GNOMERGANG, looks like they're doing the exact same thing here, just a little bit behind overall on the damage here, but like you said, they pulled a little bit more count earlier on. They actually split their first pull into 2 smaller pulls, rather than just the one slightly larger pull Liquid did, so it makes sense. Add a pull to the dungeon. You're going to be going a little bit slower. Liquid, though, already on to Forge Master, with those cooldowns already on to the boss here. Have to make sure we don't let any Cadaver kicks go off. That's the main difficulty here, but we've actually seen a lot of interesting ways for people to have mistakes on this boss. We saw a couple of people die to the Serenite Cleave from the Tank Buster. We've seen Cadaver casts go off. There's a lot that can go wrong with this pull.
I feel like it normally involves, like, a lot of trash into the boss and things starting to get very hectic. I feel like it's never like, oh yeah, we're just fighting. Like, for GNOMERGANG, this is exactly the same thing as you would do in, like, a live key. Like, sure, you could let the Cadaver cast go off, but I feel like more often than not, whenever we're seeing, either wipes or deaths to this boss, it's like, oh yeah, we took a ton of trash into this guy.
The more I think about it, I like the Warlock pick more and more for these bigger pulls, right? Because you have your Curse of Tongues that you can throw on everything now, because when you curse, it just curses everything within 10 yards of it, rather than you having to manually curse every single mob like you had to do last expansion. So it makes things like these pulls a lot more safe. You can make sure you get all of the, Icy Touch kicks on your tank, as well as the Netherverse cast from the Cadavers. So it just makes these pulls a lot more safe. I'm really interested to see what the overall differential is going to look like between the Demo lock and the Destro lock at the end of the dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
That's something I want to keep an eye on. I think Destro could potentially end up being higher on the overall meter, but I think it's going to be a little bit lower on single target.
Last time I saw Destro, I think Gingy played it in the finals in Nexus Point Zenith of Group A. So Destro's not something that we've seen super commonly, but the fact that the top-seeded team, Mandatory, played it in a weekend makes me think that, hey, this could be a pick that serves a purpose in some situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really kind of comes down to a lot of personal preference, right? Like,
sure,
Destro in AoE, it's like the easiest damage profile ever. You press Cataclysm to put your dots on everything, and then you spam Rain of Fire. Like, you don't have to do anything else.
Spec after my own heart. I love that.
It's so great.
Oh, okay, so if Shine is running back, it's likely that he's got Wurnstone, and he's going to be clicking some of the prisoners. How many of the prisoners does he need to click is kind of the question for me. Does he actually need to click the other side of the gate as well to go get more prisoners? Yeah, look at that. And so at the same time, I would not be shocked if the rest of Liquid is gathering up a big pool. And you could actually see it in the distance.
Ooh.
Yips is spamming Thrash. We have a Drake. How many mobs are going to be pulled? A Shine is going to get back with the group with another Wurnstone. And so, yep, he's just popped up, and he's going to press that Ebonmite. He's going to press his Breath of Eons. All of the offensive CDs are being pressed. And for Liquid, they have just engaged Ick and Crick with an insane amount of trash.
Yeah, so a few things they have to keep an eye on here. We need to make sure we kill off these 2 Shades of Crix before they get into their Shadow Nova cast that will one-shot you. Looks like they've already killed off the first one, second one soon to follow. We need to make sure we have a good CC removal chain for the Gargoyle, if that happens to go off in this pull. Graveblade doing a ton of damage to the tanks here. There's that first grip there. It's on a shine. Do we have... Yes, we do. We have a Tiger's Lust for him, so he's out. That's clean.
I do have a question. How are they going to do the skip? So we've seen a lot of teams actually doing like a double Graveblade skip after this pull. Whether it be 4 melds and then like somebody Wernstones. Like, what? I wonder what it's going to look like for Liquid, because Wolf Disco, he's playing a Dwarf. Obviously, they have an Evoker. And then there's no Demon Hunter, so the skip is actually kind of hard to do.
So we're probably going to see them do the rescue on a Mammoth that we saw a lot of teams do last weekend. It looked like it's actually just faster and safer than the Shadow Meld skip. Obviously, like if you can do the Shadow Meld skip, it's fine. But if you end up dying or one person wipes afterwards, you don't have any way of getting back, right? Because you've used all of your Shadow Melds. So we'll see them probably get on a Mammoth. 2 players get into the seats. They'll rescue the 3 up top, so that'll get 4 players up top, and then 1 player could just Wernstone. Or their Monk could use their Transcend to a player ability to get them up there. There's a lot of different options, but it's going to be based off of that rescue for sure.
Dude, this sequencing for Liquid has been insane. Look at this now. They came out of the first boss only a minute ahead, but they're going to come out of the second boss nearly 2 minutes ahead. This is absolutely insane for Liquid.
Yeah, this pull onto the boss saved them so much time. Again, I think it's the same thing as the beginning of the dungeon here for GNOMERGANG, right? Like, they did that entire pull that Liquid did all together. They split it into 2 pulls. You know, adding an extra entire pull to the dungeon definitely costs you a ton of time. You saw them on that Mammoth. Ashine getting a position for the rescue here. Has to find the exact vector to get it done. It's a little hard to do, but there's the rescue. And then Sevi can either Wernstone
on the prisoner as well to allow them to get in position, because otherwise you would spawn that trash that's coming down the hill. But Zevi there with that late click allows the trash to never become a problem. That's super cool for Liquid.
Right, because it runs up after the wall despawns, right? So you have time to do it beforehand. Yeah, that's really smart. Okay, cool. Well, everyone's up. We're in the hallway, making our way to Glaciath now. This should be most of the trash we need to complete the dungeon. Not all of it. We're going to get to about 95%. But this is a ridiculous pull, right? Yeah, all of these ghouls and geists jumping around, doing a lot of damage. If they all go in the same range player, it could potentially one-shot them here. Not to mention just the extra damage that comes out from Glaciath.
Zevi, oh my god, he gets hit by the Graveblade purple circle, but lives because it's a 15.
All good, he's spinning. He's happy. I was watching a friend do keys last night, and I was asking them a question about how they played Mistweaver Monk. It's like, hey, so out of every 100 globals you press playing a Mistweaver Monk, how many of those do you think would be spinning Crank Kick on an AoE trash pack? And as he's like trying to explain himself and answer the question, I watch him press spinning Crank Kick 15 times in a row. It's like, yeah, you just answered my question, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been saying that Mistweaver healing on single target or on bosses is actually quite technical. On AoE, everything goes out the window. Just press spin, bro.
Spin to win.
That's right. Look at this, GNOMERGANG with a very similar strategy from what we've seen from Liquid. Vlux is running off to the side. He's activating that last prisoner. Then the trash is going to be spawning, and they're going to do that Wernstone. I feel like all of the pulls for GNOMERGANG have been very similar to Liquid's. Their strategies have unfortunately just been a hair slower. I feel like Liquid's been a lot more decisive whenever they're getting their pulls started. It seems like they've had a little bit more damage at a couple of points as well. And those small things, it's really difficult to kind of like point those out to viewers, but those make up a really, really big difference to the point where Liquid is somewhere in the order of 2 minutes ahead of GNOMERGANG.
Yeah, I mean, this is just textbook from Liquid. This is kind of what we expect to see from them. But, like, I feel like GNOMERGANG is playing well enough to where, like so many of our other teams that we've talked about, even though their seeding is low, they have played well enough in this map with a zero-death run that if Liquid were to have a mistake with this fast, volatile route that they're running, GNOMERGANG would have been there to capitalize if Liquid made a mistake. It's just that Liquid has just been so good in this map.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what you have to hope for if you're GNOMERGANG. You have to put yourself in a position where if there is, I would say like a medium mistake, a medium-level mistake, there's a chance that GNOMERGANG could still take this map. But I think for Liquid, it's going to require somebody to be dead for like the rest of Tyrannus, which would require like 3 deaths somehow. Which I would say never say never, but at this point for Liquid, there's no reason that we're going to believe that they're going to have mistakes. And then whenever we're looking at Liquid, we also have to think about how the triple threat and mandatory did during their weekend. The mandatory went completely deathless throughout their entire weekend. The triple threat outside of the upper finals, the Auntie's Angels, was deathless as well. How is Liquid going to fare? Is Liquid going to be on a similar kind of playing field as those teams? Or, kind of interesting information, are they going to be a little bit behind? Right now for Liquid, though, they've looked completely automatic, and they are going to be putting up one of the fastest Pit of Sarons, and I think that they have actually a great pick ban decision coming in front of them as well. So I think that they are set up perfectly. And Liquid, with Bloodlust rolling, we are at the 12-minute marker, and Liquid are going to be able to down Scourgelord Tyrannus, going up 1-0.
There it is, our first win of the day. Liquid gets a point on the board, performing as phenomenally as we thought they probably would coming in given their history. Now, GNOMERGANG as well bringing in some interesting picks and putting up a good fight, but of course, this is going to give Liquid the advantage in this best of 3 series. Now, of course, we were kind of talking about the Warlock pick on GNOMERGANG, but I'm curious overall, Zyro, how do you think the different comps kind of compared or performed against one another?
Here's the thing I wanted to see. Effective overall DPS. Although GNOMERGANG didn't get to actually complete the dungeon and their polls were smaller, so the overall DPS is going to look better for Liquid. Yeah, I mean, in general, I feel like they were pretty similar, right? It was kind of just the OP trio of Aug, Guardian, Mistweaver plus 2 AoE specs. I think overall the comps were pretty similar. I feel like they both could have performed to an equal level. It was just more textbook execution from Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the execution, Megs, how were you seeing these two teams execute the dungeon?
Yeah, there was actually some interesting stuff in here that I kind of wanted to share with everybody in case they had missed it during the run. So we're going to go over that in just a second, but I do have to agree that in the end, there's some interesting stuff in here that I kind of wanted to share with everybody in case they had missed it during the run. So we're going to go over that in just a second, but I do have to agree that in the end, it's just like a lot of very tiny things that ended up giving Liquid the lead here. You can see starting out with this massive pull, that is usually how most teams win the pit, by just having the first pull be absolutely insane and getting a lot of count from that one. That is something you cannot underestimate. And then we looked over to GNOMERGANG, and then here is where a little bit of an oopsie happened. So their tank trying to wild charge over, didn't reach them in the first time, but was able to get it in the second time. There's just a couple of seconds that they lost there, but stuff like that can quickly add up. And then here's something I just wanted to showcase because we haven't really seen it before. They ended up CCing the Necromancer over here and brought in the Risen Soldiers as well as the Cadaver. Now, normally you don't really see that. You see people CC the Cadaver or CC something else, but they CC'd only the Necromancer so that their Warlock, I assume, would have better funnel on this boss.
Ooh,
and
nice.
Then let that Necromancer walk in during the boss fight to finish it off, because it's usually not an easy mob to do with anything else. So while it's not as big as adding this onto a boss, what we saw from Liquid, I still thought it was a really cool tech to just kind of showcase and say, hey, we actually, you know, we brought our own little tech that we thought about. Is always good to see. Of course, something like this saves you so much time in the end. Liquid able to do just that. You're going to see them skip here, so not everybody had the meld available, namely their DK also didn't have it, but didn't need it, was rescued up, and then the rest of the team just walked on over here, and we once again saw the skip. In case you haven't been watching for some reason in the last 2 group weekends, the tank is then weren't stoning up, and something interesting that Yips did is just stand in spot instead of walking into the boss fight. And I was talking to Mike about why that might be, and the theory is that he didn't want to walk too far out of the range of the mobs, because in case you guys remember, if you go too far, you can also get snapped to the mobs instead of the mobs to you. So Yip's just playing it safe, standing in spot there, making sure the boss comes to him, the Grave Blades come to him, nothing can go wrong. Just mini fixing, min-maxing, but it worked out.
It did. It absolutely did lead them to that victory. But I mean, sometimes you need to be careful of those technicalities, especially when you're doing some of this tech that our teams are pulling off. Now, of course, we have Seat of the Triumvirate up next, and both of these teams will have to face off and bring their best. This is a big one because, of course, if Liquid wants to just secure this 2-0, they're going to want to snap this up. But with spec bans coming in and what we've seen from the first game, I mean, Tuddles, what do you think we might see them bring into this one?
I mean, see the Triumvirate, most depleted key on live. Also the highest level this weekend at a 17. I think that adds kind of some layers of volatility. And so I think for both Liquid and GNOMERGANG, you have to be kind of careful. I mean, dude, look at these Liquid bans. I think these Liquid bans are sick because now you're able to play the Protection Warrior, and then you're still able to get that Mistweaver Monk and that Augmentation Evoker into the Seat of the Triumvirate. That's great. For GNOMERGANG, they have to make some pretty hard bans. I think the Devoured Demon Hunter and the Aug getting banned out in the Seat, a bit unfortunate. What are they going to be looking to play? If they're looking to keep that Guardian Druid, I think it makes sense. But we've seen Protection Warrior have similar times to Guardian Druid in this place, so I would not be shocked if Liquid has like a really good composition in this dungeon, and GNOMERGANG is like on something that's a little bit worse.
I mean, yeah, I think when you lose some of those big things, especially the Aug Evoker, it's proven to be a bit of a weaker stance as you come into some of the subsequent dungeons.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we were curious about how Liquid was going to perform, especially given the top teams that we've seen compete. So, Zyra, with that in mind, can you give us some more thoughts on kind of how their execution looked as they came in on the first map?
Well, I feel like it's hard to draw a trend from just one map, right? Also, it was the lowest key level, too, so that should be the easiest execution-wise. Although a lot of teams in the past have used lower key levels to ramp up their pulls, which is why we saw things like the giant pull onto Ick and Crick. They felt like they could do that if it was at a 15. Would they have done that on a 17? Actually, still maybe. But, you never know with these guys.
Possible, maybe.
This seat, though, I think the Prot Warrior versus Guardian Druid question is a really interesting one, right? Because I feel like, in general, Guardian Druid has excelled in keys where you can do mass pulls. But Seat of the Triumvirate is segmented into a lot of these smaller pulls that you have to do, like on the separate Rift Wardens. You can't really do that big of a trash pull even after the second boss. There's really only one pull in the dungeon that I see Guardian Druid being like really good at, and that's the first pull. After that, it's just Prot Warrior the entire way. So I like seeing Liquid play for that. That's really smart. No Aug Evoker for GNOMERGANG means that their burst on the last boss is going to be a lot lower. Like, Aug is disgusting for damage burns, so Liquid are going to be a lot better at that one phase. We'll have to see how that plays out for them. Again, it can come down to just people wiping, because this is a 17 seed. It's the hardest key in the dungeon pool. It could happen to anyone.
It's true. I mean, this one is going to be a very difficult one for both of the teams. I mean, Makes, as they're kind of looking to, of course, optimize the speed run this, is there anything that you can kind of think of that is something that's effective that we've already seen, or that you think they need to kind of strategize around as they come into it?
Well, notably, first boss in that dungeon often causes chaos for our teams. Importantly, do not die to the Void Orb, do not get the boss healed. Both of these things we have seen. I would rather we don't see those again. And then I think the biggest thing that is in the Seat of Triumvirate is the routing in that mid-segment. We've seen a lot of teams go on the right side and route through it very cleanly without having to backtrack. And I really like that. But we've also seen some of the other routes work out. So I'm curious. I don't think the perfect route has been found just yet in that dungeon, personally.
Okay, well, maybe Team Liquid or GNOMERGANG will find a route that gives us something else to think about as we look at optimizing this one from our teams. Now, of course, Liquid have the first point in this matchup, so GNOMERGANG need to take this one if they're going to continue on in this series. Otherwise, they will be knocked down to the lower bracket. GNOMERGANG had some good ideas in the last one, but with some of those spec bans in play this time around, will they be strong enough to contend with Liquid's might? We are about to find out, Zyro.
Here we go, both teams staring down that first pull, which is so difficult for of these subjugators that will be casting chains of subjugation on the group, and we already have a death from GNOMERGANG. Pulled aggro on a champion on their Devourer. That's actually a Havoc Demon Hunter right at the start. So did he just lose his meta for that?
No, he did not.
No.
He pressed the meta, and now he had the puzzle box. He actually didn't lose that much. It is 15 seconds lost, but I think it is the best version of 15 seconds lost. The unfortunate truth is that the second death to that Warlock there on his Demonology cooldowns, oh no, things are kind of spiraling out of control for GNOMERGANG on the right-hand side, just proving how difficult this quad subjugator is for this team, and I would not be shocked here if GNOMERGANG is going to full wipe to this quad subjugator, Zyro. I don't think they have enough firepower to get this pack killed off before it kills them on this 17 keystone level.
Oh no, and yeah, like you said, the deaths just continue to happen, and these subjugators are going to live for so much longer. They're going to get at least one or two extra sets of chains off. They do have a lot of tools to remove those chains, but not 4 sets of them.
Dude, I mean, there's another problem where the Leeching Void, whatever that gets put onto people, it actually heals the subjugators based on the damage that it does to the players. And look at this, GNOMERGANG accumulated 11 deaths to the first pull, and they have to full reset. But not only do they have to full reset, but they don't have any cooldowns, so you can't play 4 in a row. So now you're going to have to play 1 at a time.
They can at least do 2 at a time, right? They don't have to do 1 at a time. They have the tyrant. They can do a little bit of damage here, right? Our level with me, Tuttles. How bad is this?
This is a level 10 catastrophe, I would say. This is like
oh no.
This is like the worst case scenario for GNOMERGANG. I mean, look at the left side. The GNOMERGANG haven't killed the trash off in this first room. Liquid are on 17%, almost 18% enemy forces whenever these Shadow Guard champions are going to go down, probably even 20%. And the boss is almost dead. Like, this is... There's also 3 minutes of death timer, right? Like, I think Liquid, barring multiple catastrophes, I think at this point, GNOMERGANG, like, this is going to be very tough for GNOMERGANG to get back into this one.
Well, let's spend some time here to think about like what we could potentially think of for teams to improve on the routing in this key. Like, is there anything that we think that can be done in this Rift Warden area to potentially speed up the run from like a MDI standpoint?
It's kind of an interesting question. So I think that for Liquid here, yeah, that is what we're going to need to be watching out for. A lot of the MDI teams so far over the course of the last couple of weekends have been electing to go to that far right Rift Warden to just try to mitigate the amount of runtime. What is Liquid going to do? Are they going to be doing something different where they're running to the left Rift Warden? Is there potential to do multiple Rift Wardens at the same time? Probably not, but, you know, it could be a thing. But looking at Liquid, they're going to be playing this fairly similar to what we've seen from some of our other top teams over the last couple of weekends. They are running to that right side. They are grabbing some of the Umbralfins into this Rift Warden. They're going to be grabbing some of the champions and caster mobs. The Shine is actually spatialed, and it looks like the Subjugator Umbralfin pack is also being pulled. So they're going for a fairly aggressive pull, and that kind of makes sense. Look, we have Army up. We have the Void Metamorphosis available. And so whenever you're looking at routing for Liquid, you're just trying to make sure that you have all of your offensive CDs available at the exact same time. That way you can accelerate through the run. And this Rift Warden, it's down to 15% HP, and it looks like Liquid's going to be able to down this very, very treacherous pull.
Yeah, super clean from them. They're not worried about that extra Subjugator being pulled in.
Oh my god, GNOMERGANG.
They're just crushing it. GNOMERGANG, yeah, we're still having issues to these Subjugators after the fact. You would expect that to happen once everything kind of went wrong in the first pull. Because they're in that situation now, right, where like, okay, this is not at all how our practice goes. What do we do now? We just have to come up with everything on the fly pretty much.
The good news is I don't think they can set a record for deaths in this dungeon.
Okay. Yeah, what is the record for deaths in this dungeon?
79.
Wait, is it actually? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Yes.
That is crazy.
The last season of Legion, there was a team that put up a lot of deaths in here. Mostly to the Subjugators, as it turned out.
Yeah, I think it was like half to the Subjugators and half to the first boss. Yeah, that was...
They got corpse camped. That was also a very different boss.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to sit downstairs and you had players get a damage buff from killing off ads downstairs. Definitely a completely different dungeon back then. Okay, I'm curious. So, you said something potentially about the Rift Warden. So, the mechanics of the Rift Warden, right? They're all tethered to these portals. And of course, once you kill off the Rift Warden, it collapses the portal. That's the thing that spawns the second boss. These two Rift Wardens here, this one that they're going to and the one that they just killed, it almost feels like they're just potentially close enough to where, like, you could maybe pull one of them together.
Dude,
maybe you just have to eat the... How long can you live the AoE from them being out range of your portal, do you think, on this key level?
I'm not sure. The problem is, like, anytime you like, outrange them, it pulses so much AoE damage, it doesn't feel healable for, like, outside of, like, a couple of seconds. But, you know, and again, it's a 17. And Liquid, even if they could do it, probably it's not something that you want to show during group stage, right? Like, that's a strategy that you would like to hold a little bit close to the chest for global finals. I would be shocked if you could. At the same time, like, there is a chance that you can merge them together, right? That would be a huge time save, but I don't know. That seems like I'm skeptical.
We see teams just eating the quills on Ruckran, right? But I guess that's only like a few seconds of AoE versus the Rift Warden would be just pulsing until it died.
I've seen crazy stuff happen in my day in the MDI. You remember Rise, where teams would like send DPS to like tank mobs, and you would like split the portals up. Like there's been crazy strats that have happened over MDI history. I would not be shocked if there's some innovation, but with that specifically, that is probably a global final strategy, not a group play strategy.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100%
okay
on point with that.
Liquid here, I mean, they're in a great position. And for mandatory, we saw that they were deathless. Is Liquid going to continue to be deathless, similar to mandatory? That's kind of the how are they going to hold up compared to the other teams that we've seen qualify for the finals so far? That's kind of where I'm looking at them. And I mean, right now they're doing pretty aggressive chains, and it looks like they're getting ready to pull the second boss of this dungeon already with only the army available, but. It looks like the Devour Demon Hunter cooldowns and the Augmentation Evoker Breath of Eons is going to be coming up momentarily. That they are going to accelerate pretty quickly whenever those two abilities become available.
Yeah, they're about to get all of their damage up here and
look at
clean down this
Zebi.
trash. Yeah, he's crushing it right now. He's doing 150k DPS, just spamming Starfire. He's super happy.
Oh my gosh, this I feel like Resto Druid in some dungeons, that specialization, whenever they're playing the Elder Druid and they're able to get a bunch of Starfires off. It does a lot of damage. Now, the downside is that it's not passively doing like spinning crane kick damage from Mistweaver Monk, but I do wonder whether or not the Resto Druid cap of damage, especially in an MDI format, is slightly higher than that of, say, the Mistweaver.
I feel like the cap is up there, right? It's just like you said, it's a lot more difficult to play around.
Yes, I mean, it's hard to heal while you're doing 100% of your damage, whereas the Mistweaver, it's like you're doing all of your damage while healing.
Yeah, you're just spinning to win. We covered the spin to win aspect of that class for sure. I mean, I feel like Resto Druid has always been like the premier healer spec in general. That's like really good at being able to do damage while healing, right? I think back to like Legion, whenever I think it was really JB who kind of covered the whole run 2 damage trinkets, hot the group up, and then just spam your damage abilities. Maybe even go into cat form and swipe away a little bit to do as much damage as possible. That's not what they're playing right now. They're playing the Boomkin version of that, but still kind of the same theory, same concept.
Yeah. Even like last expansion in War Within, they were playing like Wild Stalker, and so they would literally just like hot the group up, drop the F-Low, put Life Bloom up, and then just like sit in cat form, doing DPS. But like right now, yeah, I think it's a lot more active Starfire presses. I think that the decision on when to use Convoke for healing versus damage is one that's kind of interesting. You even see Zebi, look at that, he's Moon form Convoking right now, getting out that Starfall, getting some of those Star Surges. He's really just trying to optimize for damage, and I think it's just kind of an awareness of knowing that the group has themselves in terms of healing, and how much healing he has to do is kind of interesting, because something that we don't talk about all too often, this composition of Unholy DK, Devour Demon Hunter, both of those specializations are impossible to kill. So, like, the only person you're healing is yourself in a shine.
That was interesting. It looked like they were like trying to soak the orbs after the boss died there. They like didn't know what to do in that situation. Then they realized, we can just keep going. Here's that Warnstone Shadow Meld skip. Are we good? Are we out of combat? Looks good. Hop in the Mammoth. We're probably going to get a rescue skip to the top of the rock here. Oh, Cine actually didn't get the Misery. Okay. Looks like he just didn't press it. So they should still be able to do the skip here. Oh, no, they're
down to death.
Trash now. Okay.
Unfortunate. The flawless weekend is over.
Darn. Well, and this is also not going to be the fastest run possible, because ideally you're doing this trash after you kill off the next boss, so that you can do something during the RP. Liquid's just going to be sitting there watching the RP happen.
I would not be shocked if he accidentally body pulled it as he pressed the Misery, and then the mobs, not all of the mobs, got caught in the Misery, which we'll have to see. We'll have to see if Mix has a replay of it to see exactly what went wrong with that Misery.
Yeah, checking the talent tree. Yeah, he is specting the Sigil of Misery, so
that would be funny.
That would be really funny if he walked up and was like, "Guys, I didn't spec it." It's like, oh well, oops. No, he's got that, so we're good to go there. Must have just missed it or not had it off cooldown, and like he pressed it expecting to press it, or missed it. So unfortunate. Yeah, we'll see what Mix has to say about that after the fact. Liquid now cleaning up that trash back here. Move on to the third boss room. Are we going to be doing a full room pull on 17, or are they just getting the far packs? We see 2 pings on the far 2 packs, notably skipping past that double Conjurer pack on the left. We'll just be doing the triple Shadow Weaver instead. Probably pull those Conjurers on top of the boss later on.
Yeah, I feel like this pull is one that things can actually go wrong in a hurry on. Like, if you end up accidentally getting hit by any of these balls, if you end up staying on top of some of these portals as they spawn, they will also one-shot you. There's also the added element of, if any of the Void Benders get a cast off, that like Abyssal Gaze cast, you also just immediately wipe. While those casts are fairly long, everybody, it's just like one range kick, so it's not the hardest thing. This is a fairly challenging pull, but it's kind of similar to something that you do on live. So I think that the teams should all be very well practiced at it. But again, there's always this added variable of, oh yeah, if I accidentally get clipped by a ball, I just immediately die.
Or if you're a warlock, you just wall and live 3 of them. It's all good.
Yeah.
Seen that one happen. that
Can
was
happen.
crazy.
I'm not sure if that could happen on a 17 anymore.
That's true. Yeah, that could.
Depends on the
that could
keystone
still
level,
be
right?
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liquid actually opting to play super safe here, just killing off this pack on its own.
Oh my God,
rather than
the
trying to
mobs are
pull in
there.
Boss. Yeah, they sent those way up there. Now tagging in the boss at the tail end of here once that Void meta is up and active. And we'll start cleaving down in a moment here. But yeah, Liquid playing super safe here. They probably identified that they don't have to do anything crazy in this run, and they're totally okay with just walking it in here. We've already got all of our count done. Just got 2 bosses ahead of us to clean up this key. And yeah, and you can see, as we've been talking about Liquid's run, GNOMERGANG has racked up a few more deaths on their end, up to 20 now.
Oh my God, they're wiping.
They're,
Never mind. Oh well.
5.5 minutes. Yeah, more deaths here. It hasn't been a great run for GNOMERGANG here. I don't want to harp on them too much. This is a tough dungeon. They might, like I said before the series, they likely did not practice much for this particular series, considering they said that they didn't have that much practice time. So I wouldn't expect them to look as polished in this run.
I think this is a combination of maybe something that you're saying and the fact that this is a 17. And the moment that you start to get out of sync with your cooldowns and your main strategy, it is nearly, if not impossible, to actually, make sure that your strategy is solid. Because then you're going to be like free using your Incarn. When are we pressing our Tyrant? When is this Ascendance becoming available? When is our healer cooldowns available? And things just have a tendency to spiral out of control really fast whenever you don't have every single ability that you had pre-planned for a specific trash pull. And so it's one of those things that like kind of like you're saying, the practice is a key element, but the moment that you have things go a little bit wrong, they go a lot wrong really quickly. And that's why some of the best teams, they historically have talked about how they have to practice through whenever they have like a couple of deaths or a couple of mistakes and making sure that they've seen everything that can go wrong. That way they understand what they're going to have to do on game day whenever things go a little bit wrong, because you can't just reset the key.
I mean, they practice for literally every single eventuality. I remember one of the things that was like really eye-opening to me about how much these teams play around is, aging myself here way back in the day, like in the BFA tournaments. You remember those items from Queen Nazjatar tier, like the Mythic items?
Yes.
The ones that give you buffs every 2 minutes? They would play around those. They would play around those on top of their 2-minute cooldowns just to get a little bit of extra damage. They knew when those were going to be active in their key based off of their dungeon timer.
The full screen.
These teams play around literally every single min-maxy thing they can possibly do in order to extract the most out of their characters. And it's like, oh wow, you're even tracking the cooldown of those small item buffs just to gain every little bit of damage you can possibly do to make these runs go as quickly as possible. I mean, these teams are really just extracting the most out of their characters. Now, on the 17th seed of Triumvirate with this comp, do you think we're going to see a one-phase, Tettles? No Frost DK. It's unholy.
Seems likely. These are the back-to-back Race World First Champions, Liquid. If anybody's going to be able to do Dragon Slayer level damage, it's going to be them.
Was that 4? Because remember, they got 6 world firsts.
Or did they get 7?
No, that comes with Sporewalker Show next tier, right? The new boss coming out, 0.7. That's what they're calling him. I don't actually know what the real boss's name is. Sporagar, I think. Is that what the actual boss name is?
Isn't that that guy from Highmall?
Maybe.
Anyway, all right. So finishing this run for Liquid here, it seems fairly inevitable. In the picture-in-picture, we do see GNOMERGANG. They are on the second boss. For Liquid, it's going to be a question of to whether or not they're able to one-phase the boss, and they're just trying to play against themselves. They did have a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of an oopsie there with that Sigil of Misery earlier on in the dungeon, and a team that had a perfect run probably could have taken advantage of that. So Liquid, they're going to kind of be disappointed in their own performance because what they expect is perfection, and what they're getting is something that's a little bit less than that. But there are still good things to glean from this Liquid run. I think that more than anything, and something that Zyro pointed out, how quickly the run or the packs are getting gathered. What is the routing looking like? How is their damage feeling? In just Liquid going through the motions here, you see the Bloodlust is getting pressed. Are they able to one-phase the boss? And you see Zevi's even in that Moonkin form. He's going to be pressing that Convoke here to try to optimize as much damage as possible. And for Liquid, is a one phase on the table. 10 seconds remain from that 200% damage amp on Lura, and it looks like the answer is going to be no on the one phase Zyro.
Yeah, Cine popped the Void meta a little late there. He's hitting his 4th Collapsing Star, like, right now? Ooh. No, he didn't even get it off, so... Yeah, could have played that a little better on the Devourer there. The timing there is difficult, right? Because you need to pop the Void meta early. You want to be like 15 to 20 seconds into your Void meta at the start of the damage amp so you can get your full tail end of the Void meta in the damage amp. It's a little annoying to play around.
With how they lusted it seems like they're optimizing for the Void meta. So it seems like they're optimizing because they know that they're not going to kill it inside the damage amp. Because look at this, the Bloodlust is fading, the Void meta is falling about at the exact same time. And that felt like that was a lust to make sure that he's getting almost 100% of his globals inside of that. And Liquid are able to down the dungeon in 17 minutes and 20 seconds and take the series 2-0.
Liquid came so close to winning last season, and here at midnight, they are blazing a trail towards the top once more. They indeed take the series and will be moving forward in our upper bracket. And you know, the Gnomes, they were calling to me. But unfortunately, their rallying cry couldn't rally the team enough to grab a map in this first series. The Gnome Dream isn't done yet, though. They will be moving down to the lower bracket where they will have a chance to band together once more. Now, Liquid won this series, but, you know, Zyro looking at it, we know this wasn't the fastest possible run from them. So given the mistake that led to Cine's death and things like that, how much faster do you think this run could have been for them?
I mean, there's the cooldowns, the buttons they wanted for the Grand Shadow Weaver poll. Maybe they could have been somewhere in the realm of like 45 seconds to a minute faster, but it's really hard to say. We just know we haven't seen the best possible run from Liquid here. And Rook, listen, you only have yourself to blame. I gave you a chance to walk back on your one map for GNOMERGANG, but you stuck to your guns, which I have to respect, but you know, you could have had that extra perfect prediction if
Let
you really
a girl
wanted it.
dream, Zyro.
You know? Thank you,
Yeah,
Megs.
Zyro.
Please. And Megs,
Yeah,
take us into your
Zyro.
recap.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with something a little sad. Okay, listen. We just had to show some of these. We elected to show half of the deaths that happened in this first poll, and still there's plenty for them to go around. It's tough, because there's a lot of front-loaded difficulty, and teams are, of course, trying to get those hard polls right at the start, where you have that bloodlust, where you have everything, but then once a single player dies, it just all unravels real quick, and that's kind of what was the name of the game here for GNOMERGANG. Liquid, though, we did see them route through the right-hand side here, and then they did do a big distance pull as well. So they went right, they went left, and then they went all the way through the dungeon here to deal with those wardens. I really like that, but again, I don't think it's the fastest way to actually get through this part of the dungeon. And there's generally a couple of questions I have with how their routing in this dungeon looked. My theory as of right now is that Liquid showed kind of like their weekly press W route rather than this is the fastest we can do. Because we also saw them not do any trash during the RP at the end of the dungeon right before Lura. We saw them just generally be a little bit slower with some of the getting the pulls together, and then there was also this here, which is strange. Like, normally that's something you have done so many times that I wouldn't expect them to have this issue where Cine did go down. Now, okay, Cine swapped in, could be due to that, but I generally think Liquid might be hiding something based on what we're seeing here, because you can see it. They have 100% trash. Normally, after Viceroy, teams go back, healer gets the RP done, starts the Lura, the rest of the team deals with 8 or 12% of the count that's still remaining, and we haven't seen any of them. So my theory as of right now is Liquid either has a really crazy fast seat, or, and this is the theory I believe less in, this is really their fastest route that they could do in the seat, which I don't think is true. It did lead to a 2-0, so well done. That's all you're gonna ask.
So I will say, I think that the missing of the Sigil of Misery, and then they audibled the poll after that. That seems like that was most likely to me. Now, Liquid, they are strat holders, right? We from last TGP, we talked to or last MDI, we talked to them about, you know, their paths, and they were like, yeah, we're holding all of our routes. We're not showing anything. Yep. So they are those people, right? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, they're definitely saving something, but like, because they've done it in the past, At the same
There's
time,
a good chance.
it felt like that 100% Viceroy trash was more of a product of, oh, we messed up the Sigil of Misery. What do we have to do? All right, we're doing the poll right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough to kind of figure out. I also did look at the timers between Liquid and our top teams from Group A and Group B, and their timers are not that fast, neither in the pit nor in the seed. Yes, they have the fastest pit time from all of the runs, but they also had the lowest pit key level. So the other teams had a 16 or a 17, where they had a 15, and they went under the fastest pit 16 by like 12 seconds. So something here is smelling a little bit suspicious, and I think it's Liquid holding strats. So that's all I'm gonna say on the record for this.
Okay, all right, sure. I mean, it could very well be. Honestly, it is a little sussy. And I think that Liquid, as we've seen in the past, are big top contenders. Even with things like a roster swap, we still have some really powerful players coming in. So I agree with your assessment. I feel like they knew they maybe didn't need to bust out everything for this one, but there's a lot more in store as well. Now, of course, we got a little glimpse at our bracket there, but Zyro, with the end of our first series, where have we kind of been left in the face-offs to come?
Well, I feel like it's hard to derive any info from this. The next matchup should be really interesting. The Ducks Can Fly versus Impossible. There we go. Got the word out. That was a tough one.
Nailed it.
That's not my
Spanish
normal
lessons.
English that I speak here. But yeah, yeah, that's a tough one for me. These are both returning teams. They're both really good teams that have they've kind of been grouped like the top end of the group stages that have like just barely not qualified for global finals every time. Ducks Can Fly, obviously a massive fan favorite team. I feel like you're going to see a lot of copy pastas for them in chat. Es Imposible, I don't know. They could definitely play spoiler here, though. I think both of these teams are really good.
I agree. Honestly, they are fantastic teams. I love rooting for them myself. I'll probably get in there on that copy pasta, but I think that seeing how these two kind of middle matched up, they usually kind of fall within the same range, how they compare is going to be really exciting in this next series. So everybody, we're going to take a break while we get things set up, but afterwards get those copy pastas ready because it will be Ducks Can Fly versus Es Imposible, and we'll be seeing them in just a couple minutes. We've got some fan favorites about to have a showdown here in the Mythic Dungeon International. It's Ducks Can Fly versus IMPOSIBLE, and the prediction poll is open. Chat. Now, of course, there is a lot of love for these two teams from all of us watching. Ducks Can Fly are big dreamers, always striving to fly despite the odds, and IMPOSIBLE describe themselves as the definition of Spanish fiesta in their keys, bringing laughs as they bringing laughs as they attempt the impossible. Both returning teams kind of consistently fall in the middle of our pack. So, how do you think they're going to perform in the speedrunning format this time, Dratnos?
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting. Ducks Can Fly, they made their debut back when Algathar Academy was here the first time, and now it's here the second time. This is a team that has been constantly grinding at the MDI, and often there's been these really impressive, moments of brilliance, I'd say, from them. And if they can start putting it all together, I think this is a team that can continue to climb the ladder. We've got a couple of different players that you may recognize over the years as well. Largely the same roster, though, that they've been playing since, I think it was Dragonflight, that these 5 players have been playing together. So a lot to be said about that consistency. Meanwhile, we have IMPOSIBLE, which, a team we know a little bit less about. I've seen these players less often, but we've got to see whether they'll make it a fiesta or a siesta in this series.
Indeed. I mean, honestly, both of these teams, I think, have such a great spirit and vibe to them. And we've seen some really fantastic series from them in the past. So we'll see if here and now in the present we'll get the same. And I mean, if you know that you're kind of on par with your opponent, I think this brings up an interesting question about the approach for these two teams. Do you take risks? Do you play conservatively and hope that mistakes happen? I mean, Zyro, what do you think that these two are kind of sizing up about each other?
I don't know. I think it's interesting because, in general, this is a head-to-head competition, right? But you're not really particularly playing against the other team. You're kind of just both running your dungeon at the same time. Now, there are situations that can occur where another team will wipe, and if you're watching the streamer have a 6-man kind of calling out things for you, you can try to play a little more conservatively if they have a wipe, because you just kind of need to know that you need to play clean at that point, in general. But I feel like, in general, you're just trying to play your best route that you possibly can in these keys. And I mean, these guys are pretty close together in terms of their seeding, so this should be a great matchup.
I agree. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring. And honestly, I think it could go either way depending on where they're at, their practice, how they kind of approach these. So let's get some predictions in and see where we all fall. I see, chat, you are leaning heavily towards Ducks Can Fly. You believe that they're going to be able to take to the skies and fly to victory. But for all of us here on the desk, we'll get a sense of where we're at. I'm going to start with, let's see, Tuttles.
Okay, so last time we saw Ducks Can Fly in a speedrun format, I actually thought that they were pretty good. I think that they did better in speedrun formats as opposed to push formats, and I think that was also kind of true in time trials, where they're coming in at the 10th seed. IMPOSIBLE is at the 15th seed, so it should be a fairly close matchup. But again, I think that Ducks, they also kind of have this thing where they're good at coming back from mistakes. And so with that being said, I think I'm going to go 2-0 Ducks.
Okay, all right, Dratnos.
I'm going to go for the Ducks as well. I've been a fan of the Ducks ever since I first started seeing them play back in, I think it was Dragonflight now, so 2-0 for me as well for the Ducks.
Okay, Zyro?
I don't know, man. I'm looking at some of the information that we have from time trials here, and I'm noticing that while Ducks Can Fly was faster in both of their runs, IMPOSIBLE wasn't running Guardian Druid for either of them, so that's a lot of time left on the table. I still prefer Ducks, but I'm going to go 2-1 for Ducks Can Fly. I think IMPOSIBLE can take a map here.
Zyro, I'm feeling the same as you. I'm thinking that too. I think I'm going to go 2-1 towards Ducks. I agree. I love Ducks. Like Dratnos was saying, since the moment we saw them enter the competition, it was so fun to cheer for them and root for them. Every little success, every big success, or even when they stumble, seeing how they navigate it. So, yes.
Swap me and Dratnos. They messed up a little bit.
No, it's okay. We can handshake, trade our predictions if you like.
Yeah.
No, I'm 2-1. I want that to be known.
Zyro, good. Okay, we'll make sure we swap it around. We'll get the predictions right. Because, look, we got a lot on the line.
Thank you.
Personal glory. There we go. But yeah, I'm going to go with you. I think 2-1. I feel like IMPOSIBLE, they are obviously they've gotten here, they've seeded well, they're kind of again in that middle range, so I think that taking a map is definitely possible, especially if there are some mistakes. And now our very first map of the series will be Algathar Academy for these two. So Zyro, I mean, I know you were saying 2-1, but do you think this map kind of goes in either of their favors?
It's hard to say. I mean, we just don't know a lot about the strategies here. I think the team that has the more efficient routing will win here. What I don't want to see, I don't want to see a team kill the trash in the overgranation room and then wait for the boss to spawn. I want them to do something else in the meantime. We saw a lot of that last weekend, and I was a little annoyed with it every time, especially on the 15 key level. Things die so quickly that like you're just leaving a lot of free time on the table there if you're not killing trash in the meantime.
Okay, so again, being efficient, trying to make sure you can optimize. I mean, Dranos, with that, any picks, any specs, anything you think they need to bring in here?
Yeah, okay, so Algathar Academy, given what we're looking at in the rest of the series, I think this is probably a good place to hold your Guardian Druid. Don't play that here yet. And it's a good place to get some off-meta specs in.
Tuttles?
I don't know about that. Like, I feel like this is like Bear's best dungeon, right? This isn't like maybe Magister's Terror, something like that. Like the Guardian Druid's AoE damage, especially on the large 20, 30, 40 mob pulls, I mean, it's going to be unmatched by a lot because a lot of the other tanks are target capped.
Our 3 fastest dungeon runs of Algathar from previous groups were all without a Guardian Druid. It is certainly possible.
Well, we'll see what they're going to bring in. This is going to be Ducks Can Fly versus IMPOSIBLE in their first map of the series. And here we go. We're getting a look at it now, Tettles.
Oh my gosh, Ducks Can Fly with the Protection Warrior in this dungeon. Very interesting. I feel like Protection Warrior gets like kind of smoked by some of the trash in this place. At the same time, it is on that 15 keystone level. So some of the mobs that are pretty deadly to the Protection Warrior, the Battle Axes and the Ravagers. Those 2 mobs do a decent amount of magic damage that is just pretty lethal versus the Protection Warrior. And both IMPOSIBLE and Ducks Can Fly electing to go to this left side first. How big are the teams going to go is the question here.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are opting for a pretty similar sized pull here, which is all of the trash that's going to be required to spawn Veximus. Gathering now, and the monotonous lectures here are an interesting thing because you used to be back in Dragonflight that what you would do is you would just spam some AoE stuns here, but if you do that too frivolously, they will start all free casting on you. So what you might want to let happen is AoE interrupt from Ducks and Fly is really good, but we have a death from IMPOSIBLE on the Evoker, the cheat death followed by the real death. That's the first death of the series. But yeah, those monotonous lectures, if you stun them while their channel hasn't started yet, they will recast it, so that can be a little bit of a challenge to navigate. Now, the AoE interrupt is a great answer to it, but unfortunately, as you said, that Prot Warrior, the magic damage of those Battle Axe auto attacks ends up being really nasty on that pack, so Ducks Can Fly going to be sustaining a full team wipe here, and that is a demoralizing one on the first pull, as they only managed to kill off about half of the enemies, so regathering all of it is going to be pretty tricky here. Pretty much all of that danger still lies in that pull, and now their cooldowns are all down.
Okay. This isn't the worst case scenario because they killed some of the mobs, but it's nearly the worst case scenario because they don't have their cooldowns.
At least they didn't. At least it wasn't a lust pull, and they, trying to do a lust pull without lust after wiping is, it's not just IMPOSIBLE. It's real impossible.
Oh yes. Looks like Ducks Can Fly are actually gearing up for pretty much the exact same pull, going for the entire Veximus platform, at least what's left of the Veximus platform. They do have some of these low cooldown abilities. The Breath of Cinder Ghost, the Doom Winds and the Tyrant are the low cooldown offensive abilities. The Breath is a little bit longer, but I would not be shocked if Mirage ends up pressing this. Oh, Ducks Can Fly is they actually didn't grab the extra Battle Axe on Really Textbook Pack. Something that we didn't point out about the comp that I think is really good for Ducks Can Fly is access to Tremor Totem on the Enhancement Shaman. It actually can break you out of the sleeps from those textbooks, from those monotonous lectures. And I think just letting those go off and then you tremor them, that puts it on a 20-second cooldown. So there's a lot of times where you'll just let that go off with the tremor, and then you won't have to throw as many kicks into them. The
AoE interrupt as well from the Prot Warrior will also put them on the lockout, but it's stuns and stuff that won't.
Yeah.
So oftentimes what you'll see groups like in high key pushes do is they'll even let a couple of them actually get that channel going and then have the tank, because the tank is never targeted, so if they have an AoE stun, they can just wait until that first tick. It's really annoying because it interrupts everybody, but then at least you don't have to worry about spamming stuns for 20 seconds.
How bad does Ducks Can Fly off right here? Like, obviously it looks like they're in, the same area of the dungeon. They're about to gear up to pull Veximus. Are they gearing up to pull Veximus? I was going to say they're gearing up to pull Veximus, but they're kind of walking away.
Yeah, they gatewayed forward, which typically if you were going to be pulling Veximus, you would save that to get back, right?
Yeah. I thought they were going to pull the trash into the boss. Okay, yeah.
It looks like...
They're grabbing some
they're on the
foragers.
move.
Oh, they grabbed a Ravager?
Okay, yeah, they did save that gateway cooldown to get back, so they pre-placed it, and the Warlock used it, but then used a Demonic Circle to get back. And yeah, Ducks Can Fly now
Okay.
on the boss with some trash. Now, their cooldowns are mostly available here. This could be an opportunity to press that Bloodlust as well in the very near future, hopefully, for them. Yeah,
Here it
as
is.
the mobs do get in. So it shouldn't cost them too much that they died earlier from the perspective of whether or not they can survive this pull, because they should have everything available that they've planned for and that they practiced for on this pull. That being said, it is still a dangerous pull. IMPOSIBLE were able to make that pull work, and they are now working on the Overgrown Ancient trash. But a 3-minute 43 split on the first boss, and you can see Ducks Can Fly going to be substantially slower than that if they can even survive this. Everybody dropping super low. Luca forced to barely be able to heal everybody up before that Arcane Fissure comes out. But man, if this key was a 15.1, it would have been that would have been a wipe there. The plus 15 key level saved them.
IMPOSIBLE on the right-hand side here, they have engaged all the Hungry Lashers, kind of like you called out, but something that they did was they caged one of the Skitterflies off to the side, but it wasn't the leader of the pack,
Oh.
and it's just caught in that cage. Is this a time?
So they are in combat with it as well. They should pull it in now, because when you cage a patrol leader or something like that, it will stop the rest of the patrol. So you can leave it there safely and you won't be in combat. If you cage a non-patrol... the rest of the patrol isn't with them, though. It's forward. So the other two
it got
skitterlings
rooted.
are... Yeah, behind and to the right of our camera right now, and they have been entangling roots. Now you can see, so we have one caged guy, and then we have one rooted pack, and as long as we can avoid getting in combat with them, yeah, they managed to thread the needle there between the three skitterflies. So yeah, it was probably just a mistargeted imprison, because if you hit the patrol leader, they would have just all stayed still over there. But they managed to have a heads up entangling roots, actually stop that pack in its tracks. So IMPOSIBLE working on that Guardian Sentry now at the 5-minute 40-second mark for Ducks Can Fly. They were able to kill off Veximus. Now we do have an extra minute and 15 seconds worth of death penalty assessed against them as well. So all told, Ducks Can Fly about 3 minutes behind IMPOSIBLE here. Pretty sizable gap that has already opened up here. And IMPOSIBLE, they're a little bit slower on the time trial times than Ducks Can Fly. They're not 3 minutes slower, Tuttles.
Yeah, I mean, what does it take to make up 3 minutes and 15 seconds here? Is it going to require IMPOSIBLE to have a wipe of some capacity?
I don't think we're quite at the level where you need something to go wrong, like, majorly.
Okay.
Ducks Can Fly, based on their time trial times, they could maybe make up a minute and a half naturally.
Okay.
So, I guess, yeah, you need, like, either something really fast and efficient for Ducks Can Fly, or something a little bit wrong for IMPOSIBLE, and I think we'd be back towards a tied-ish game.
So the point in time which I think IMPOSIBLE is most likely to have one of those medium to large mistakes is the pull after Overgrown Ancient and the pull before the Echo Dorgosa. The ones with like the Echo Knights and Invokers. Those are the mobs that, for IMPOSIBLE, they're going to be pretty difficult. A lot of teams actually like to take a lot of that trash into Echo Dorgosa. At the same time, if IMPOSIBLE understands that they're so far ahead, they can actually elect to take all of that way slower and make it a lot safer. But everybody's looking at the right-hand side of the screen here. As IMPOSIBLE, they are onto some of these Alpha Eagles, onto some of these birds, trying to make sure that they're getting Croth spawned as quickly as possible. And for Ducks Can Fly, I felt like they actually made up a decent amount of time on that Overgrown Ancient trash, all of those Lashers. They still have a Guardian Sentry and a couple of forced trash with the Eagle Gauntlet, but there is some time that can be made up, and like you were kind of saying, you speculate that maybe a minute just by playing faster. If Ducks Can Fly is able to make up a minute just by playing a little bit quicker, that is what we need to see out of them, and then that allows IMPOSIBLE to be put in a position where they can't really afford to make any mistakes.
Yeah, so between the two time trial dungeons, Ducks Can Fly averaged about 45 seconds faster than IMPOSIBLE, but time trials are a bit of a different environment, right? You can spam the dungeon over and over again, so it really rewards both. It doesn't punish inconsistency in the way that the MDI, when we're actually playing it, does, and it rewards having a lot of time to throw attempts at it if you are inconsistent. So it's always hard to actually translate time trial performance to real world performance. We do get a little bit of a benchmark for how these teams are separated from each other, though, as it looks like IMPOSIBLE will be pulling Croth as Ducks Can Fly start the Alpha Eagle Gauntlet.
I mean, the Alpha Eagle Gauntlet is pretty long. Like, I know it's like, oh yeah, they're three trash packs behind, right? Three small health trash packs behind. At the same time, it's
so awkward for your cooldowns, right? Like,
yeah,
if you are sending a cooldown on the single Alpha Eagle, then you don't have it for the double Alpha Eagles. But then you don't have it for Croth on Pull if you use it on the double Alpha Eagles. But then also these things, even though they're small packs, they live forever if nobody is pressing a cooldown. Luckily for Ducks Can Fly, their composition is pretty well equipped to do these sorts of awkward timings. Like, timings that would be awkward for these 2 minutes, these longer cooldowns. You have that Doom Winds, you have that Summon Vonic Tyrant, and both of those cooldowns are only 1 minute.
Yeah. I mean, looking on the right side here, IMPOSIBLE already has Croth engaged into that wind gauntlet phase where he ends up spitting out these haste balls. And so now IMPOSIBLE, they're trying to do as much damage as possible to get the boss to 45%. That way they're able to throw 3 of those orbs into that fire goal, making the boss take bonus damage. And that's kind of where you're expecting to see most of the offensive CDs coming out. Although for IMPOSIBLE, their Havoc Demon Hunter has... Oh, wait, I'm going to say he's already pressed that meta because that meta is just falling. So Havoc Demon Hunter, kind of an interesting damage profile. They do medium amounts of damage every minute. And then with like the Hunt and their natural meta from their I-Beam, and then they do really big damage every 2 minutes whenever they're able to press that larger meta. And so they aren't going to have that damage from the Havoc Demon Hunter. It looks like it's aligned a little bit poorly. But the army from the Unholy DK is going to be coming out as the damage amp fades. We did get the Breath of Eons out, though. I feel like IMPOSIBLE, their offensive CDs did not line up that great on this fight.
Yeah, it's possible again that there will be a little bit of an opportunity here for the Ducks to accelerate back into this one. So the boss fight is beginning for them now, just as it is ending for IMPOSIBLE. 7% on the last overpowering gust they should get here.
Okay, so they made up about looks about to be 25 some odd seconds compared to where they were coming out of Veximus, and that's not taken into account. So they were about 3 minutes and 15 seconds behind, and so they made up about, we'll say 30 seconds, we'll round up, compared to where they were previously. So it's good, but it's going to take a lot more of those. I think that IMPOSIBLE is going to have to make a mistake on the Invoker/Echo Knight pull for Ducks Can Fly to be able to get back into this map.
Yeah, I think you are probably right about that. IMPOSIBLE going to be pulling the Overgrown Ancient now.
Although,
as Ducks Can Fly, just about to start entering these burn phases.
They're really low
Croft.
Count, are they not?
IMPOSIBLE? Yeah, so they are going to get the Skitterflies here. But yeah, then I guess they're going to need to get quite a bit from the Dragon area is probably the idea. So that might be an opportunity for Ducks Can Fly to catch this one back up a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of teams have actually elected to play like Battle Axe packs.
On IMPOSIBLE, but IMPOSIBLE will be getting like 3% from the Skitterflies. Yeah, it's coming in right now.
Yeah.
So we're up to 80% versus 87. I think IMPOSIBLE still have about a 2-minute advantage here, but that's factoring in how long the trash might take, which of course how long it actually will take is a big question mark. You can see a little roll out of the way there. Not a lot of people will bother doing with this in a lot of keys, but that green circle when you kill the branch does heal the Overgrown Ancient for a couple percent. So if you can, it's very good to bring the boss outside of it. But of course, then your tank isn't clearing their bleed unless they do some very fancy footwork. Monks are actually one of the best tanks for doing that with Transcendence, but otherwise it is something where you have to think about whether it's better to clear that bleed or make sure the boss doesn't heal for 2%. Often easier to just heal the boss as well and clear your bleed.
A lot of people actually just slam down a Ring of Peace as well, like pretty late.
Yeah, that will help as well. If you get the branch away from the boss instead of trying to get the boss away from the branch, it's typically a little bit easier.
I mean, look at this, IMPOSIBLE. They're able to down Overgrown Ancient by the time Ducks Can Fly are getting ready to even gear up and pull this boss. And so for IMPOSIBLE, a really quick Overgrown Ancient kill, 1 minute and 42 seconds. That is swift. And now all eyes on the right side of the screen here as IMPOSIBLE are about to do the Impossible, where they are walking up to this final section of trash. How many mobs are they going to grab? They are 7% away from Ducks Can Fly, so we know they're going to have to play a little bit more count in terms of the Echo Knights. And it looks like they're even grabbing 2 of those bonus Echo Knights on the left side. How are they going to path around the terrain, though, is kind of the question that I have. Are they going to walk up that hill? Oh, yeah, they are. Kind of similar to the Pit of Sauron skip. And so a para went out on an Invoker. And how many Echo Knights is this for IMPOSIBLE? It looks like 5.
Wow. All right. So we're saying Echo Knights are the way to get the count here. 2 bonus Echo Knights being added to the Echo of Dorogosa. That means you're going to get a lot of these Arcane Smashes to heal. But Arcane Smashes have this behavior where they won't cast multiple at the same time. So at most, you have to deal with one instance in a 3-second window, but now you're dealing with like 5 in a 15-second window instead of 3 in a 15-second window. So it is going to require a lot of sustained HPS here to keep the group alive. Spatial Paradox really getting some good value there, allowing the healer to keep everybody alive while also running out from that vacuum.
I think it's not only just the HPS that's required, but look at these blade storms that are on the ground. This fight is now a fight with insane amounts of area denial. You have these orbs that are crossing the room, where if you get hit by too many of those, you're going to end up spawning more puddles, which, turns into more orbs, realistically. But also the Echo Knights, they're just dropping those Blade Storm mobs. And look at this. The Echo Knights have lived for such a long time that now IMPOSIBLE have lost a majority of their offensive CDs. Now the Invoker is engaged into the pull. Is IMPOSIBLE going to run out of gas here at the very end? The B-Res has gone out on their Augmentation Invoker. He is able to stand back up. He gets hit by a ball. He's dodging. He gets hit by the Energy Eruption from the boss. And now IMPOSIBLE, are they going to full wipe? They were in a surefire victory position, but I think they might wipe here, Dratnos.
Yeah, just a tank and a DPS player still alive. 2 tanks, that's a Demon Hunter there, but it looks like they are going to call the wipe. And this is tragic for IMPOSIBLE. They had this map locked down. They gained 3 minutes on Veximus. They lost 10 seconds on Croft. They lost 10 seconds on Overgrown Ancient. So they were 2 minutes 40 seconds-ish ahead. But now they've just given all of that and potentially more back here on the Echo of Dorogosa. Now, a couple of Echo Knights still alive here. They are running back and resetting, but if you can get in combat with them while they are still low health before they heal when they reach their homes, you are at least able to still mostly kill those.
Okay.
So IMPOSIBLE going to be able to get back on the boss. But with death timers over now in favor of Ducks Can Fly, it's actually 30 seconds that IMPOSIBLE have to kill Echo of Dorogosa first with.
Yes, and for Ducks Can Fly, basically what they need to do is get these Echo Knights killed off. The moment these die, you are just fighting the Echo of Dorogosa, the same as everybody does in LFG in their pugs. With no additional trash, this fight on a level 15 for Ducks Can Fly should be automatic. And for a run that we thought was going to be catastrophic for them based on losing a lot of time on the first pull, on that large Veximus trash, the Ducks Can Fly put themselves in a position to capitalize on the very bold 5 Echo Knight strategy from IMPOSIBLE. For Ducks Can Fly, this looks inevitable. 40% on the Echo of Dorogosa separates them from going up 1-0.
Yeah, this is so good for the Ducks, and they played so well after wiping on the first pull. That's not something that every team I know can do. There are a lot of teams for whom a wipe on the first pull is such a hit to your morale, to your strategy in that dungeon. But Ducks Can Fly got right back on that route, and they were able to figure out how to keep the dungeon running and how to avoid that, those 2 minutes and 40 seconds turning into a more serious disadvantage. Because look at the end here. It's still going to be quite a close finish. Ducks Can Fly could not afford to have anything more go wrong after the start of the dungeon. They needed to play perfectly the whole way through just to have a chance to win if IMPOSIBLE would wipe. And barely that did happen at the end of the dungeon, unfortunately, for IMPOSIBLE. That does mean Ducks Can Fly going to be taking a 1-0 lead in the series in the Algathar Academy, the first dungeon that I remember seeing them in as well, so a little bit poetic there for the Ducks.
Ducks Can Fly. They are a team that are able to come back even from mistakes and continue flying forward, and they absolutely did that, sticking through it to claim victory here at the end. This will give them the first point in our series, but honestly, it was very close, and I think that the next point is a big question mark as to who will take it. Now, of course, we got to see IMPOSIBLE here seemingly in the lead, but of course went down to that overambitious pull onto Echo of Dorogosa, and there were mistakes made on both sides. So I have to ask, Tuddles, how do you think these teams have compared by the end of this one?
Well, it's a fiesta, not a siesta for both of the teams.
That's
a little
right.
Bit there.
There it is.
I think both of the teams, they had moments of brilliance, and then they had, they got punished for those moments of brilliance, let's say, at a couple of points in time. But I think that they're both proving that they are, kind of cooking up their own strategies. They're taking the best of the strats from what we've seen over the last couple of weekends. The implementation of those, even on the 15, which is our lowest keystone level this weekend, is still quite tough, especially in a dungeon like Algathar Academy, which can punish you on some of these more challenging trash pulls. And I think that also the spec variety rule puts them on like a tier 2 or potentially even tier 3 composition for the first map of the series, and then you're like, oh, this is really, really hard to do this pull that we did in practice.
I mean, yeah, it changes a lot of things, and it can make some of those pulls, some of those execution definitely more unstable overall. But Zyro, what was your breakdown of this first map?
Oh, this was a great series. Listen, this is just classic MDI here. I think people forget, after watching how good the teams have gotten throughout the years at doing these massive pulls, how difficult these pulls truly are. Even coming down to just a tank death on this first pull, right? Battle Axe ended up swiping Goatface in the face. Tank dies on this pull with melee mobs left. It's going to be a full wipe there. And when you're talking about the top teams that have practiced these runs to the point where they're perfect almost every single time, this dungeon usually is over at this point. But just classic MDI, it's not over till it's over. Ducks Can Fly, they had the faster route. They had the better DPS comp, but IMPOSIBLE, for a while there, had us thinking maybe it was possible. They had a good run they put together, but all the way at the end, I mean, they go for that one pull, Echo Knights plus Invokers on the final boss, and it all falls apart for them. It's not over till it's over. They had about a 3-minute lead, by the way, after all was said and done on the first boss. 2 minutes ahead on Dungeon Timer, 1 minute ahead off Death Timers, but it kind of all got thrown away with that similarly bad mistake of just wiping on a boss, having to reset that pull once again. I think the strategies were good from both teams. Obviously, execution was lacking a little bit, but I think we need to give teams a little bit of slack for having these wipes. Like you have to remember, these dungeons are kind of designed at this key level to be pulled 1 or 2 packs at a time, not 5 or 6 at a time. You're going to expect most players to wipe some percentage of the time on these more difficult keys. Obviously, there were also some execution checks as well that I think IMPOSIBLE could have potentially made this pull easier with. If they indexed more on just focusing down the Echo Knights, this probably wouldn't have happened to them. But it's hard to nitpick in hindsight because they obviously made the call to go for more boss damage there. The series isn't over for them yet, but I think Ducks Can Fly are happy to get away with this one.
I mean, it's always, like you said, it's never over until it's over. And it's always so exciting to me to see where these maps take us, because you can sit there and go, oh yeah, IMPOSIBLE, they're 3 minutes ahead, they've got this, only to have something like that happen at the very end. Because you're right, Zyro, this is a high difficulty and a lot for these teams to have to kind of execute. Now, our next map is going to be Mysara Caverns, and this is one that we've seen a lot of different things from our teams. So with these two, what are we kind of thinking might be their approach, Duratnos?
Yeah, Mysara Caverns is one of our time trial dungeons, and between these two teams, it is the one that IMPOSIBLE were very close to Ducks Can Fly in. They were 15-41, whereas Ducks Can Fly were 15-15. So less than 30 seconds separating these two teams. I expect that they're going to both bust out the full powers of every single main spec that they like. Something like the Affliction Warlock as well, we've seen being pretty popular in Mysara Caverns here as well, and I believe they have Warlock players on both teams. At least Ducks Can Fly do, so IMPOSIBLE, we'll see whether that's something that they also have access to.
Do you guys just laugh a little bit every time you hear the name IMPOSIBLE? That has to be one of the best names, right?
It's a great name.
It's very good. Honestly, I love both these teams, their logos and their names. Now we've got our bans coming in, the specs that they will not be able to bring into the next map. So looking over it, I mean, what are you seeing? Zyro, you're nodding a little bit. Do you think this checks out? Do you think it's going to be in either one's favor?
Yeah, I mean, they did exactly what Dardo said, right? They're going for the full meta AoE blast comp for Mysara Caverns to see both teams with the Guardian and Mistweaver. We'll probably see Unholy Devourer Og as well. I mean, they both got everything available to them. Af is pretty good in this dungeon. Probably played over the Devourer. I don't know.
Yeah, it saves you something
can play
for
anything, right.
the last map.
Mm-hmm. They can play whatever they want, pretty much.
I mean, it's good to have that kind of open door as they look ahead. Now, of course, a lot of you were leaning towards Ducks Can Fly, and thus far, they have proven you right. I think actually all of us too, thinking, hey, maybe they're going to pull this off. But of course, it was very close there with IMPOSIBLE, and I think that as we come into this next map, it's maybe that we're going to be heading towards that map 3. So these spec variety bands are definitely important as they continue looking at it. We can see here too the sound guy's prediction, the replay guy's prediction. I love this. Also leaning in favor of Ducks. But as we kind of look ahead to this next map, I think that You know, we saw some execution issues, obviously. So with Mysara, I mean, the teams are going to need to tighten up probably. Tuttles, is there anything else you think they need to like really focus down for this one?
I mean, I think it's really good analysis by you. I think it's one of those things that like the middling seeds, they have a tendency to have like the correct strats, but then it's a question of like they're just not automatic with those strats, right? So I think that this series, it might not come down to who has the faster strategies because they might have very similar strategies. It might come down to, you know, a couple of deaths here and there that enable a team to win. Just kind of like we saw in the Algothar Academy. They were largely playing a similar route. There was a small discrepancy with like what was pulled into Vex Emissary, and then IMPOSIBLE did like a 5 Echo Knight pull, but it wasn't like large, just kind of like we saw in the Algothar Academy. They were largely playing a similar route. There was a small discrepancy with like what was pulled into Vex Emissary, and then IMPOSIBLE did like a 5 Echo Knight pull, but it wasn't like large strategy decisions that were different. I would not be shocked if the same thing's true for Mysara's Caverns, where it's largely the same route, but there is a question of whether or not either team is going to be able to go flawless, and I think that would be like a large decision maker as to who's going to win.
Well, I think that both the teams are going to be aiming to do just that. No doubt when you're looking at, we had these mistakes, you're going, I wish we could just pull together and overcome that and just lock it in. Now, if Ducks Can Fly can lock it in on this map, they will move on in the upper bracket, but we of course have a chance here for IMPOSIBLE to do the perhaps impossible, as they say, and try to get in here, get another point, and move on. This will be our second game of the series, Mysara Caverns Ducks Can Fly versus IMPOSIBLE, and as of right now, Ducks Can Fly have the advantage, Dratnos.
Yes, they do. They're up 1-0 in the series. They are our slight favorites. But as we saw in that Algothar Academy, anything can happen. It's all going to come down to how well the teams execute right off the bat. Before the barrier even goes down to start the dungeon, IMPOSIBLE going to throw a life cocoon on their bear to facilitate this first massive pull. Spatial Paradox going on the healer as well. And some very long range Crackling Jade Lightning's going to be grabbing some extra enemies in here. We do have a little bit of threat, though, on our Mistweaver. You can see a little bit of tank mechanics and damage going on to the healer for IMPOSIBLE there. The Fortifying Brew from the Mistweaver allowing a little bit of tank cosplay to survive that, but definitely something that they want to resolve quickly.
I mean, IMPOSIBLE, I think they should have more enemy forces here. I think off the back of that spatial crackling Jade Lightning, and I really think that this is good for how IMPOSIBLE with this composition wants to kind of play this dungeon. They have a little bit of ramp up time where the Affliction Warlock, he wants to get dots applied to the entire pack. The Devour Demon Hunter, he wants to get up to 50 souls. The Augmentation Evoker, he wants to build up some of his resources as well. And I think with how the teams were spatial tagging some of the mobs, that worked out to their advantage. It looks like on the left side, Ducks Can Fly. While we saw the Crackling Jade Lightning for IMPOSIBLE, they grabbed similar mobs. Both of the teams are at that 22.73% enemy forces.
Yeah, there you can see the second pull beginning for Ducks Can Fly. This one is often a little bit scarier than that first pull because it's a little bit smaller, but you don't have Lust and you don't have a lot of your offensive cooldowns and defensive cooldowns as well.
Yeah, I think also something there's a lot of variance in this pull for both IMPOSIBLE and Ducks Can Fly because of one specific mob. Those eagles that are in this pack, whenever they leap out and they start clawing at you, if they target your Devour Demon Hunter, especially when he's in his Void meta, those are points in time where you lose a lot of DPS. Whereas if they target anybody else on your entire group, the Hexbound Eagle, if it picks anybody else, the Devour Demon Hunter can cast his Collapsing Star and his Void Ray unimpeded, and he can basically get 100% of his casts, and that is a huge damage swing. I mean, look on the right side. IMPOSIBLE, their Devour Demon Hunter is doing 600,000 DPS. On the left side, Ducks Can Fly. He had his Void meta come up a little bit later. He's doing 236,000.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here as Void meta rolling during the out-of-combat phase. Although, it looks like maybe they still had a combat tick there or something, because now it has fallen off for Ducks Can Fly. And they've managed to free the last prisoners they need, sneaking around the side, and it looks like they are taking a large set of enemies down into the boss room here. So the rest of the group avoiding their spells during the way. It is just Goatface grabbing as many of these mobs as possible. Now tagging the boss and running back towards the entrance. This is another very scary point here. Incarnation is rolling, but Goatface drops to 2 HP, gets the survival instincts and the life cocoon to barely survive. Meanwhile, IMPOSIBLE also gathering a big pull, also sending a life cocoon out. This one is not going to be onto the boss, though. It is a similar sized pull, though.
I mean, this is so much area denial in this pull. First off, you have this Hexbound Eagles that I was calling out earlier. Then you have the Soul Eaters with the Rain of Toads, and then Neckrax just the boss itself does the Quill Storm and summons traps on the ground. If Ducks Can Fly make a minor mistake with their positioning, you can go down immediately. And you see Luca die, and without his spinning crane kick, 2 more deaths happen on the side of Ducks Can Fly, and it's looking like a reset on the boss here. On the right side, IMPOSIBLE, they don't go super aggressive. They don't take the trash into the boss, and they are rewarded for it.
Yeah, that's a very, very catastrophic situation for the Ducks here, as it looks like they are going to try and keep this mob in combat, these mobs in combat, rather, after the releases do come out. We also had, a nice Shadow Meld from Luca. So Luca was able to hit the Shadow Meld and then keep combat here. And this is going to prevent the damage from being too costly on the timer for Ducks Can Fly. When all is said and done, they've lost a minute of deaths. That is probably going to be the most substantial loss that they'll sustain here, because they shouldn't be pulling the boss too much later than IMPOSIBLE. Yep, you can see running forward. So about a minute's of advantage for IMPOSIBLE, and Ducks Can Fly do still have to manage this trash during the pull, but it's nowhere near as much as was alive the first time.
Dude. I mean, that's like a 2-minute swing right there. They would have been a minute ahead, I think, if they were able to pull the trash on the boss.
I think more so, yeah.
Yeah, but they've lost a minute basically from the death penalty.
3.5 minute advantage if that had all worked out. Maybe not quite that much, but it was looking really, really good. They were getting so much free damage onto the boss.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, an advantage for IMPOSIBLE here. Now, we've seen this story before. Just in that last map in the Algathar Academy, Ducks Can Fly full wiped even earlier in the dungeon, and IMPOSIBLE were looking strong all the way until the last boss fight. And that should tell you, you can't just tune out once the first wipe happens. You have to continue playing. You have to continue watching. You have to see how this turns out, because IMPOSIBLE have a very long dungeon ahead of them. They do not have enough of an advantage that they can take their foot off the gas at all. They have to continue with the exact pulls that they have practiced at the full size as well, because they're ahead, but they're not ahead by enough to change their strat at all.
Okay, so I feel like Ducks Can Fly and IMPOSIBLE are about to kill the boss at the exact same time. So while
IMPOSIBLE,
look at this,
looks
they
like
have
even decelerating a bit compared to Ducks.
I mean, look, they have neck racks at 30%, but Mergen has to die too, right? Like the boss only finishes the moment that both of them die, and for Ducks Can Fly, a little bit more even cleave, I think is going to accelerate them throughout the this boss fight, and then push them into that second phase of trash a little bit faster. So they have a minute to make up. But I actually think that there's a minute worth of pathing that can be made up in this next section specifically, with the Gnarldens, with the mini-bosses. That is kind of like a big question mark. But for IMPOSIBLE, I think a 10% enemy forces advantage is going to be a really big deal here.
Yeah, we can see that boss going to be going down for the Ducks. And IMPOSIBLE, like you said, right around the same time. And yes, IMPOSIBLE, 10% count advantage, a bigger pull that they did not on the boss. Yes. Whereas Ducks Can Fly, I think Ducks Can Fly may have actually had a similar amount of mobs, but some of them may have reset. I hope that's not the case, because if it is, then that means they'll have to adjust on the fly and select another few percent to grab from the end of the dungeon in an unpracticed fashion. So that could be a pretty scary spot for the Ducks if that is what happened on their previous pull. Hopefully that's not true, though, and hopefully they did kill everything that they planned to kill and are now able to just execute, a little bit more at the end of the dungeon with maybe a bridge pull where IMPOSIBLE can skip some of the bridge.
Yeah. I feel like for IMPOSIBLE, it's kind of like the same story as the Algathar Academy. For them, they're so far in the lead that they just need to make sure that they continue to have their game plan and don't have any medium or large mistakes. Like, for IMPOSIBLE fans, you have to feel great about this position here. But there is still a lot of dungeon that needs to be ran here. There is a pretty deadly pull right in front of us for both IMPOSIBLE and Ducks Can Fly. The Gnarldens have been engaged on both sides. It looks like IMPOSIBLE has the mini-boss and 2 of the Gnarldens, which that is just an insane amount of group damage, on top of the fact that they have 3 Tormented Shades that need to be interrupted.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to manage on this pull for sure. The one mechanic that is least impactful tends to actually be that mini-boss sacrifice mechanic, as they have so many ways to slip out of it with those Shadow Melds. You can see the Warlock here. We've also got Tiger's Lust available. We've got Demonic Circle, which I believe one of the specs doesn't even need to soul burn it. You just click your circle, and with the hero talent, it will free you from your snare as well. Ooh. So
Lightning
Ducks Can Fly finishing off that last mob, and now walking forward, as are IMPOSIBLE. And so let's talk a little bit about the incense that is in that room. So once you've killed that mini-boss, there are 4 little incense sticks around the room that you can activate, and then you can actually go and grab a 60-second duration spirit from the middle of that room, and it will follow you around and do decent. It's especially good for single target. I think it puts a nice debuff on enemies. So what teams have really been trying to do is take it on to the third boss, or the second boss rather, which you can do. But to facilitate it, you typically need to do some Wernstone shenanigans where somebody will go and activate the final bit of that and then Wernstone back to the rest of the group. It's a very high coordination maneuver. Let's see if and how our teams decide to execute it, because we've seen various combinations of whether it's your evoker or the person holding the Wernstone that go, whether you are then going to go down the side of the mountain or still down the main stairs and grab a bunch more trash. That could be a further point of divergence that might allow Ducks Can Fly to catch back up here on enemy forces.
Are they evening up enemy forces right now? I can't tell how many
they are, yes.
Mobs as possibly
well, no, so they'll still be 7% behind after this. So they're going to be getting a little bit closer, it looks like.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if SM possibly had all of the mobs in this room or just most of them, because it looked like the Ducks had actually all of the mobs that were in this room.
Yeah, they left a Shade and 2 Warriors, it looks like, for S Impossible there. Okay. Both teams now sending their Evoker back on the incense mission. And you can see, yeah, both teams have already activated all the incense as well, so they just have to claim that spirit and then utilize that Wernstone to rejoin the group.
Yep.
So you can see Luca there standing to be the target. And on the side of S Impossible, they've actually already executed it as well, running down that staircase. And they'll be going into boss as soon as possible here, just gathering a little bit of trash before they do. Same for Ducks Can Fly, same idea here. So yeah, it is going to have to be a difference in bridge trash, I think, here to equalize the count for Ducks Can Fly. The good news for them, though, is they are going to be getting into boss combat here at basically the exact same time as S Impossible here. So about a minute of advantage for S Impossible, plus 10%-ish enemy forces count. And that is not insurmountable, but there's not an awful lot of dungeon left, Tattles.
Yeah, I think that also something that is we've seen over the course of the last couple of weekends is how many of those bound defenders are you playing at the very end of the dungeon. Some teams actually like to play 0 of them. They view that the deflect from those bound defenders is enough of a damage loss in conjunction with the tornadoes that they're like, we hate those mobs, we're not pulling them, so they elect to pull 0. Some teams we've seen pull 2, which that gets a little bit sketchy, I would say, at some points in the dungeon. But for both of these two teams, it seems like they are going to be having to pull more bridge trash on the side of Ducks Can Fly compared to S Impossible. Something that you also pointed out earlier was the lighting of the incense and pulling that spirit. One of the big reasons that you do that on Vordaza specifically is after a certain period of time, Vordaza jumps into the middle of the room, shielding itself, and if you're able to actually skip a phase of that shield, it's worth more time than the time that it took to actually go and light these incense and get that spirit. And so that's, I think, the decision point for a lot of these MDI teams as to whether or not it's worth. Because you see on the right side there, the Necrotic Convergence. If you had to get the second one of those shields, that would be a much larger time loss than the time it took to grab that mob.
Yeah, as we were looking at these, plus 16, plus 17 level keystones in the MDI, anytime a boss has a heal or a shield, those scale up really nastily in terms of how much time they add to the dungeon.
Yep.
Because when you first pull a boss, you have all your cooldowns, right? If the boss lasts an extra 30 seconds, you're often not going to have cooldowns for those. So then it might shield again or heal again, and you sort of get this compounding interest effect where if you have something get to 1 extra cast, then things can start taking a way longer time to chew through as you have to get through it without your cooldowns. But Ducks Can Fly, going to be a little bit slower than S Impossible on finishing off this boss. Not a whole lot slower, though. It is mostly that minute of deaths and that extra trash count that they're going to have to sort out here, because S Impossible at 99.3%, the last trash that they need is just the drummer at the top of the stairs. But the question is, are they going to be able to successfully execute this Wernstone skip? Because it is a very technical skip, but on the other hand, this was a time trial dungeon, so hopefully they have a good amount of experience with it. As you can see, the tank going to be grabbing some of these casters off over to the side as the rest of the group can run through here. And then we're going to have a couple of Shadow Melts clicked. It's going to be the Shadow Melt from the Demon Hunter because he got in combat to interrupt, and the Meld Wernstone as well.
Look at that. They gated straight down the middle of those bound defenders, skipping them the entire time.
Nice move by S Impossible here, and they should be getting ready to go into the drummer here if they want, or potentially just into the boss and dealing with the drummer during the damage amp phase. It looks like that is their idea here, so as long as they can get 70 yards away from that drummer, they will be able to stop the bleeding on the side of S Impossible. Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly, they're going to be taking 2 defenders, 2 casters, and 4 skirmishers, and some bats, it looks like, as well. At least 1 bat into the last boss here. Now, the good news is this is going to get them some count. The bad news is it's not going to get them 100% count.
Is this not 100% horses?
Oh, it is. Never mind. This is 100%. We're good. Okay, so this was part of the plan. Phew. I saw that pull counter update as the last bat came in, and now we actually do have count. Okay, so I lied to you, and I'm very sorry about that. So Ducks Can Fly will have the count. So that's going to be equalized between the 2 teams. So the question is just that minute of death timer, and that is a really big minute at this point. There is so little time left in the dungeon.
I mean, look at this on the left side. Ducks Can Fly, whenever you're playing this trash into Rock Tool, what you do is you just press that Bloodlust on pull, and the defenders and the trash just kind of gets naturally cleaved down while you're hitting the boss. And what teams have determined is that you're able to just press the Lust on phase 1, and then the damage amp from kicking these ghosts during the intermission run is enough to just kind of carry you over the finish line. But for S Impossible on the right side, they have their Bloodlust available. They are going to have it in conjunction with this damage amp, and the boss is going to be going home for S Impossible. And barring an absolute catastrophe here, it should be S Impossible evening it up 1-1. They do have that drummer still alive that has to give them a little bit of count, but we've seen the tank in the past actually being the person who is doing damage to that drummer. You see him standing on the other side of the wall. He doesn't need to receive any healing. And for S Impossible, just a few more ticks, a couple more collapsing stars, and the damage is accelerated with that Bloodlust, and S Impossible are going to do the impossible, evening up the series 1-1.
Seeing that third map, S Impossible has evened the scoreboard, playing cleanly throughout the dungeon and managing to avoid deaths on the final boss this time around. Unfortunately, this does mean that Ducks Can Fly did not have the opportunity to come back from their deaths this time. Based on their play, I mean, Dratnos, are you starting to think that S Impossible may upset our predictions and take the series?
They came 1 wipe from the last boss on Algathar away from 2-0ing Ducks Can Fly after we all predicted Ducks Can Fly would win. S Impossible definitely on the cusp of an upset here. There you can see the damage graph. It really is just that wipe, those deaths. I mean, Ducks Can Fly, certainly a more ambitious, a faster strategy in this dungeon, but with the wipe there, that threw it back over to S Impossible. And it's kind of a reverse of the story of the wipe that ended S Impossible in Algathar Academy, right? Where there they had the more ambitious pull with the 5 Echo Knights, and it didn't work out for them.
You know, it just goes to show that consistency, it really is a huge element, but
Impossible in Algathar Academy, right? Where there they had the more ambitious pull with the 5 Echo Knights, and it didn't work out for them.
You know, it just goes to show that consistency, it really is a huge element, but Zyro, through this run, what were some of the things that stood out to you?
Yeah, by the way, I want to point out we actually added a new metric to our damage charts, by the way. We have damage done to bosses on it now, so maybe we can bring that up after the replay package here, or before, either one. But yeah, like, I think this chart actually is a really good indicator of how this dungeon went, right? It really came down to just the damage, like the boss wipe there. I think the fact that Ducks Can Fly were at the same dungeon progression there, like the entire way through, even though they had the wipe on the boss that they then reset, showed that their strategy was in general faster overall. But unfortunately, the death timers just came into effect at the end there. Also, Impossible kind of had just a more count at the start of the dungeon sort of route, and they didn't end up having to pull trash on top of the final boss. Either way, I think it was a great dungeon from both the teams, as Impossible able to get the dungeon win there. Let's take a look at some of the replay package here for them, though. Like, again, Ducks Can Fly at the start of this key had a really good start, but Impossible, I mean, this could have been a bad run for them. Take a look at Bane there on the Mistweaver. Had ripped aggro on some of the mobs there, spinning a little bit too early, almost died. If that death occurred, this dungeon could have been completely different. That pull would have really kind of fallen out of order for them very quickly. Of course, this is the mistake from Ducks Can Fly there. That Quill Spray taking out 3 players, end up having to reset the boss, and from then Ducks Can Fly playing on the back foot the entire way through. And I mean, we kind of just went over it, right? They were at the same progression throughout the entire dungeon, but they were down 10% count the entire time, ended up having to pull that last pull on top of the boss. There was yet another scary moment for one of the teams on Vordaza here as they knock this unstable Phantom back, and instead of knocking them together, they knock one of them on top of the Oggevoker, who cheats, fortunately, doesn't die, but, you know, they're able to live through the pull. This could have put Duckscanfly a little bit further behind. But, you know, these tiny little things, they can add up over the course of the dungeon, right? If that cheat, if it needed to be used later on, could have been a wipe for them. Either way, again, playing on the back foot here. IMPOSIBLE able to take it home. Clean burn on Rakthul at the end of the dungeon. And they're sending us into a Game 3.
They are. We'll get to see our final map, Skyreach, coming up next. I mean, again, we kind of talked about the consistency of a lot of these strats. And Duckscanfly, it seems like they have fast routes. It's just this execution kind of tripping them up. So with Skyreach coming up, do you think that they can actually manage to land it? Can they pull off a strat that's going to help get them that extra time, Tuttles?
Okay, so I think Duckscanfly, in both of the maps so far, have had the faster routes and the faster strategies. And so with that being the case, I think that they should be favored in the Skyreach. The problem is with the Ducks is that they've had pretty large mistakes in both of their runs so far in the Algathar Academy and the Mythic Caverns, which has allowed IMPOSIBLE to have the upper hand in both of those runs. It's kind of the same thing that happened to the Triple Threat last weekend, where Auntie's Angels in the upper finals was able to 2-0 them, but it was basically just, you know, the Triple Threat kind of shooting themselves in the foot. And I feel like the Duckscanfly, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot in every single map so far. But the Skyreach, they just have to be clean and consistent. It's also a different time trial map, so the Mysaurus Caverns was one of the other time trial maps. And so in theory, this should be a map that these teams have the most practice on, so it should be favored for the Duckscanfly.
You would hope that with that extra time, having already put yourself to the test in it, like you were saying, Tuttles, that it would be something they'd feel more consistent or more comfortable in. Of course, though, they are going to be dealing with the fact that on our map 3, they've got 6 specs that are going to be banned out here. So this is going to change some things for them. I mean, Zyro, we'll start with you, but what do you think we're going to see coming from their spec bans? Oh, here they are.
Don't have to think about it. All right. Affliction gone. That's kind of the only we've really seen the Affliction Warlock over performance, so not surprising to see that gone. Duckscanfly have both the Warlock specs banned out. We got both Monk specs banned out for IMPOSIBLE. So I guess both teams are going to be sticking to Guardian.
Yeah, both have access to Guardian. Notably, IMPOSIBLE didn't play Guardian in their Skyreach time trial. They played VDH in that one, so we could maybe see them use that, or maybe they've adapted over to the Guardian for the Skyreach. The thing I'm a little worried about is no Warlock for Duckscanfly unless they play Destro. Which is fine. We've seen it used before. But that is a little bit awkward potentially in Skyreach, and their time trial in Skyreach did use that Demonology Warlock, which they banned out after map 1. So maybe they were hoping to not make it to map 3. I mean, I'm sure they were hoping, but it's not happening.
Tuttles, you seemed like you had a thought there.
Oh yeah, I think that I think that having access to the Mistweaver and the Augmentation Evoker compared to IMPOSIBLE should be an advantage for Duckscanfly. Although the Gateway is actually a pretty big deal for the first pull of the dungeon. So I think it's going to be like a little bit of a difference in strategy. But for Duckscanfly, maybe they weren't doing the Warlock Gate anyways, and like that could be kind of a question in terms of their strategy. Maybe they have 2 routes for this dungeon. That could also be. But I think that Duckscanfly have a better ban setup compared to IMPOSIBLE.
All right, things should be in the team's favors here. This is one of those time trial maps that they should have had some more time on. Duckscanfly seems like they've got the fast strategies that should let them soar to victory, but have just been stumbling in some of the execution of that. Whereas we've seen IMPOSIBLE be able to rally, get a good clean run last time, bring this to an even match, and take us here to our tiebreaker. Here and now, they have to decide who's moving on in the upper bracket and who's moving down. This is Duckscanfly versus IMPOSIBLE in their final map, Dratnos. Oh.
Yeah, this is exciting. We've got the Beastmastery Hunter on the side of IMPOSIBLE. Neither team using a Warlock either, so no access to that gateway. That gateway at the start of the dungeon is pretty nice. As you can see, we actually have an Evoker for Duckscanfly going to be Wernstoning to be a gateway at home to get up to this platform from the starting section of the dungeon and go straight into the damage here. And we do have, other than that, some similarities in the composition via that Guardian Druid and the Frost Death Knight. as well as the Devourer Demon Hunters. But yeah, it's a healer and that last DPS slot that the teams disagree on.
Look at this Mistweaver damage compared to this Restoration Shaman damage, and I think that is like one of the big key takeaways. The Mistweaver Monk with their spinning crane kick, also they're debuffing the target the entire time. They are doing 130,000 DPS where Impossible, sure, Sky Fury, really, really, really good buff. The healer damage, though, I think is going to be a huge differentiator here.
Yeah, healer damage is a big thing. Although, yeah, Sky Fury doesn't show up on the meters, but it is pretty nice for buffing the rest of your group here. So
it's a premium buff for sure.
I think it contributes more than the Mystic Touch, but it depends a little bit on your composition. Neither team is on a full physical composition, so I think Sky Fury is going to win by a mile for these teams. Is it going to be enough to make up for all that spinning crane kick damage, though? That is the question. I think when you factor that in, it might tilt in favor of the Mistweaver, or at least into a tie. We are going to see that boss, though, at basically the exact same health percentage for both teams. Really neck and neck right now.
I think the Augmentation Evoker team should have an advantage here. You have mobs that are on top of this boss. They're able to keep their duplicate up for a significant portion of this fight. Augmentation Evoker is one of, if not the top single target DPS. I think like Frost Death Knight and Augmentation Evoker, like two of the top boss damage specs in the game. I would not be shocked if the boss damage should be heavily slated towards the Aug team, and the Ducks can fly here.
Yeah, I think the Augmentation Evoker, it's really an underrated part of the group success. It's hard to say that because we talked about it already, but like it's not just the Wernstones, it's not just the spatial paradoxes, it's not any of the rescues. Those are all nice. Sometimes they're irreplaceable. But really the biggest part about Augmentation Evoker for me is the single target DPS that they're contributing there. Yep. Now, if you look at the damage meter, it doesn't look like much, but you have to remember they are augmenting the rest of the group, the damage that the Devourer and the Unholy are dealing as well. So when you add that in, it is one of the highest DPS specs in the game on single target, and it's great in AoE as well.
Yeah. All right, but for Impossible on the right-hand side, we're gassing up the composition for Ducks Can Fly a lot. They're keeping it fairly consistent off the back of this Beast Mastery Hunter. Not a specialization that we've seen super consistently. We did see Banchers for Physical God comp played a little bit, but it seemed like he preferred the Survival Hunter in most situations in which he was playing Hunter. Right. How is the BM going to play?
The BM should be pretty nice as well. When you think about Skyreach, it is comprised of a lot of fairly limited-sized pulls where you're constrained by just how forward you can progress in the dungeon, right?
Yeah.
There's just a wall in front of you. So there are these pulls where you're fighting 4 enemies at once. Those kind of numbers. 7, yeah, it could be. We have to get our scientists on that. But you can see for Ducks and Fly, for instance, right? 6 enemies in this pool right now. This is a premium opportunity for that Beast Mastery Hunter. They really thrive on these sorts of lower target counts, and then, yeah, that single target. Yeah. And especially what they're best at is when there are pulls or boss fights that force your range to keep moving, right? You see these swirlies that are being forced to dodge by Impossible here. Your Beast Mastery Hunter is losing 0 DPS to do that. Whereas, Devourer Demon Hunter, if they're forced to cancel a Void Ray or a Collapsing Star for a mechanic, they are in tears.
Yeah, I do think on the left side, though, Ducks Can Fly, they have a little bit more priority damage onto this Solar Elemental, ideally able to chew through that damage. But I do think the Purge on the side of Impossible, especially whenever they have to deal with these Sun Priestesses that are spam applying shields over and over again, that Purge from both the Shaman and the Hunter can give the Impossible a little bit of an advantage. Now you see on the left side, Luca on the side of Ducks Can Fly doing a little bit of an extraction, trying to make sure that Sun Priestess is in CC, but they want to grab the count that is available to them from some of these additional mobs. And they're just trying to make sure that there's not too many mobs that are gathered, and the Solar Elemental, it's not going to do much damage to the group, but if that Priestess was on the pack, it would shield and start pulsing AoE, and that's fairly deadly.
Yeah, exactly. That Priestess, very low HP there for Impossible, does finally go down. And now we've mostly just got some servants and some robots here joining that Solar Elemental. Ducks Can Fly also finishing off these last few enemies. You can see from the bottom of the screen here, 5 seconds is the advantage that Ducks Can Fly have opened up at the start of this run. I think they're faster
here. Look at this. I mean, they're getting the Solar Construct Trash killed off way quicker. The boss is about to be engaged 30 seconds ahead. Yeah, we see that boss engaged for Ducks Can Fly, and the Solar Constructs on the right side are still at like 15% for Impossible.
Yeah, Ducks Can Fly definitely have gained some time on this trash segment compared to that boss. So this is going really nicely for them, but look at our last 2 maps. Neither of those maps were decided by oh, I gained 5 seconds here. Oh, I gained 10 seconds here. None of that mattered in the Algathar or the Mysara Caverns. What mattered was which team wiped the least. Now, so far, these teams are on 0 deaths in the Skyreach, so it might come down to the seconds, but both teams really need to focus on making sure that it does not come down to the minutes.
Yeah. I think that the next potential breakpoint for massive amounts of deaths would be that upper ring trash area going into that final boss. That is where we see a lot of incoming damage from Dread Ravens, from Solar Constructs, from Chakrams, from the Chakram Masters. Those are kind of the mobs that you have to really be worried about. For Darkskinfly and IMPOSIBLE, this feels like the next couple of pulls. It's like a required trash pull. There's a Wind Gauntlet. Ideally, we don't have any deaths there. But then it's just 2 bosses that you're going to fight as if you were in LFG. If you were Pug in the dungeon, you should have really good experience. And for these MDI teams, even on a 17 Keystone level, it should be 100% automatic.
Yeah, you brought up the Wind Gauntlet. Now, a lot of teams will solve the Wind Gauntlet. And I say solve it in quotes because even this we haven't seen be 100% consistent. Yeah, but via the Warlock Gateway, you know, if you use Soul Burn and you jump at the right spot, it's pretty consistent to land a Gateway, and then everybody can get in it and avoid the Wind Gauntlet that way. But notably, a Warlock Gateway has a crucial component, which is a Warlock, and neither of these teams has one of those. So all 5 players are going to be responsible for getting through that Wind Gauntlet. Now, the Evoker does allow some cheats, right? You have the Rescue, you have the Wardenstone, so that can solve a lot of it. Demon Hunters also get to cheat. But even if you have some pretty easy ways on paper to do it, you have to execute for all 5 of the members of your team. A lot of opportunities for things to go wrong. So I'm definitely going to be looking forward to that Wind Gauntlet because that's my favorite part to see things go wrong in because it is so relatable.
Yeah, like you said earlier, about a 10-second lead for Darkskinfly coming out of the first boss, and it looks like they are going to have that lead fairly considerably extended. It looks like it's going to be somewhere in the order of about 40 seconds, maybe, coming out of the second boss just from more aggressive trash pathing. And for IMPOSIBLE, it's going to be tough for them to kind of catch up those 40 additional seconds because on the left side, Darkskinfly, they're not resting on their laurels. They're getting these Sun Talon Tamers killed off, and they are getting ready to engage the third boss of this dungeon.
Yeah, this boss is one of the least lethal bosses, I'd say, as well, because of the fact that you can't pull trash into it. So typically we don't see things go awfully wrong for teams on this one, but you can never let your guard down in the MDI. That is when a boss will wipe you. Darkskinfly getting in combat there, and yeah, like you said, about 40 seconds total is the advantage for Darkskinfly as they do get this boss. They're going to have it down to like 50%, I think, by the time IMPOSIBLE are able to pull it maybe a little bit higher than that. So IMPOSIBLE are starting to have their work cut out for them here. We're getting to the point where if this remains a 0-death run, Darkskinfly have built up quite a sizable lead already.
Yeah, I mean, and I think for the last boss as well, something that I had just considered whenever you were talking about the Wardenstone is I actually think Darkskinfly has a significant damage advantage on the last boss. From having the Linked Spirits Transcendence talent, that allows you to be able to get out of the grasp of the bird immediately, and the Wardenstone also allows you to completely avoid killing off those ads. Where for IMPOSIBLE, they don't really have any way of getting out of the clutches of those birds on this final boss. And so I think that for Darkskinfly, if they go into the final boss with a time advantage and an incapacity, they should be able to kill off that boss significantly faster. And for Darkskinfly on the left side, you also saw that both of the teams on the right side, you're seeing it at the same time, are going for a very aggressive strategy where they're leaving a Sunwing alive, they're dropping the Darkness, they're dropping the AMZ, they're pressing, in the Darkskinfly's case, the Zephyr, and they're just face tanking those Searing Quills and the pulsing AoE, just making sure that they are continuing to get as much damage as possible on Ruckring. Wow, this is incredibly aggressive for both of these teams, just face tanking those Quills and the pulsing AoE.
Yeah, a little bit scary, but it looks like the teams have decided, you know what? This boss is supposed to be easy, so we're going to make it harder in order to gain an extra 10 or 15 seconds by just intentionally taking this damage. Definitely a great idea here to save that time. And it looks like it is going to go down here for Darkskinfly. Let's see how they can execute the Wind Gauntlet. We see the Evoker taking that front position there. It's going to be the Rescue to bring the Death Knight up the stairs. Almost a catastrophe there, but all good. Followed by the rest of the group getting through. And now they're all hanging out over on the side. Let's see where Luca's going to transcend with the Transcendence Linked Spirits thing. So
they're going to do a Wardenstone skip. I've seen this on live. So look at this. Goat's going to pull the pack back into the left. The Warnstone just got moved to him, and so whenever that pack engages with him, the entire group is going to sneak on by forward, skipping this stupid Blade Talon pack that does a lot of damage and takes a lot of time, and now Ducks Can Fly are maneuvering through this ring of trash. Wow, this is a really smart strat.
Yeah, you don't want to be fighting that solar elemental if you can avoid it, that first one as well, because it spawns those solar orbs. You have to kill those, otherwise the solar elemental heals, and it can just get really ugly if you decide to do that. It looks like IMPOSIBLE have a very similar idea here, except that their pull is going to happen via a Havoc Demon Hunter, or sorry, Devourer Demon Hunter, not a tank.
Look at this
there.
left pull.
So nearly dies, but it's okay.
Look at this last pull for Ducks Can Fly. They have pulled the entire upper ring on top of the Solar Construct, on top of that Dread Raven. If Ducks Can Fly are able to down this pack, they should be in a winning position here. They have a couple of more trash mobs, a little bit more AoE damage that is required. The Dread Raven AoE, the Blade Talon bleeds, those are going to be going out. But Ducks Can Fly are through the hardest part of this first pull. 10 seconds remain for them to be able to kill off this trash, and it all dies. That dire screech from that Dread Raven is the last little bit of damage, and now the final boss is able to be engaged on the side of Ducks Can Fly. And for IMPOSIBLE, it looks like they're going for a slightly more conservative pull, but the Ducks Can Fly are ready to pull the boss.
Yeah, the last initiate as well going to be active, and that's going to get them the final percentage points of count when combined with this priestess that is walking in as well. Ducks Can Fly out of lust now, while IMPOSIBLE is still in that bloodlust, still on that big pull. And this is going to be so good for Ducks Can Fly. They've gotten through almost all of the worst of it. They just have to hold on for this boss fight, killing off these final couple pieces of trash. As we have a wipe coming in for IMPOSIBLE here. A tank down, followed by a DPS player. Now the res doesn't land on the tank, but bears do not have an AoE taunt. So we have threat still on the rest of the group here. Shadow Meld going to be cycled by the Unholy Death Knight to drop that threat, but nobody else has it available. Feign Death, and then, yeah, I guess we're maybe going to be able to stabilize this. So there are so few mobs left. Looks like IMPOSIBLE going to be able to avoid this turning into a full wipe. But Tettles, I'm not sure it's going to matter. If Ducks Can Fly don't have any deaths here, they're going to be able to just stop the clock here in the matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, look at the left side. The first person that got caught by the bird, it was the Augmentation Evoker. He ends up pressing that Warnstone to get out. The second person that gets picked up by that bird, Moza on that DK, he ends up getting that Warnstone moved to him with a little bit of Warnstone juggling to make sure that he's able to get out of the bird. So they're continuing to just hit the boss, and Ducks Can Fly, a minute 20 into this fight, have 30% of High Sage Vyrix's damage health left before they are able to take this series 2-1. We knew that they had the faster strategies, but every single time we saw them in both of the first two maps, they had a little bit of a catastrophe, let's say. And oh, look at this. They're trying to juggle the Warnstone to that Devour Demon Hunter. Oh my god, barely able to keep him back on the platform. He could have eventually retreated, but he elected to commit to that Warnstone. And look at this for the Ducks Can Fly. They are going to be able to go deathless in the third map, and that's allowing them to be able to win this series that they were favored in. We were worried about their consistency, but they have proven that they can be consistent.
Yeah, one map is going to be in their favor flawlessly. The other 5 runs we saw in this series all featured deaths and most featured wipes. So both of these teams, a lot to improve on, but it is going to be Ducks Can Fly taking the game, taking the series 2-1.
You know, these two avian-themed teams faced off in a dungeon full of their own kind, but Ducks Can Fly emerged as the premier poultry between the two. While they had fast routes, they were held back by mistakes in their first 2 runs and rose above and made my predictions at least accurate in this matchup here. Ducks Can Fly will be moving on to the upper bracket, sending IMPOSIBLE down to the lower one. And we're interested to see if IMPOSIBLE can make a comeback in their series tomorrow. Now, honestly, this ended up being a very fun series between them, and we got to see a cleaner run, at least from Ducks Can Fly this time. So going back over it, Tuttles, what were some of your thoughts about how this series shook out?
I mean, I really like this Mistweaver pick on the side of Ducks Can Fly for this dungeon. I mean, look at how much damage Luke is doing. He's also repping my podcast, so I got a big fan of that guy. But I think that the effective DPS, like the 60k from the Mistweaver Monk, was completely, you know, you're just spamming spinning crane kick. It's really hard to get that amount of damage out of that Restoration Shaman. And I feel like the spec bans really were in favor of Ducks Can Fly. I'm a big fan of that, how they played out that Sky Reach.
Zyro, were you kind of getting some of the same sense of this one?
Yeah, look at the boss damage difference, by the way, there. Mistweaver doubling the Resto Shaman on boss damage. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, and Holy also topping for Ducks Can Fly as well. Yeah, I think this was finally us being able to see the potential there for Ducks Can Fly, right? We saw the potential for the routes in the first two maps, but they weren't really able to capitalize on it with the wipes that they had. But finally, a deathless run for them shows us what they're capable of when they're on a clean run. And in general, that was mainly kind of the story of this dungeon for them. Ducks Can Fly have had the faster routes the entire series, but they haven't really been able to execute. They had the better comp in this dungeon as well. I think the Mistweaver was a key pick, like titles identified. I think it's a little interesting that we saw a Skyreach where neither of the teams played that Warlock that we kind of identified as casters was really good for a couple of different skips in the dungeons, but both teams ended up making it work as the third game of the series, having to play around that spec ban rule. And in general, like, both teams were relatively clean until the end of the dungeon. It was just kind of a route diff for Ducks Can Fly. They played this dungeon mostly clean. Now, there were no deaths, but there were some sketchy moments we'll get to in a little bit here. Everything up to Ruckrend was pretty tidy from them. They had a good CC chain on these Sun Talon birds here to make sure nobody ended up going down to the Fixate casts. In general, pretty well done. But the wind tunnel skip, not sure if you guys caught this during the dungeon, but it was a little bit sketchy for them with no Warlock Gateway. They had a very, very sketchy rescue on the DK, and Mirage actually ends up falling here on the Devourer Demon Hunter, which has about 15 different movement abilities they can use. Fortunately, also had the Wernstone to get back to the group. But the problem is, then they had to figure out, okay, that was our Wernstone skip for these two mobs, what are we going to do now? Ended up having to rebestow the Wernstone on the tank. They did the skip a little bit slower there, cost them a little bit of time. And, I mean, insult to injury at the end of the dungeon, IMPOSIBLE had a couple deaths on the massive pull, but they were already behind at this point. This was just kind of, you know, making it a little bit more dangerous. Last second bestow Wernstone onto the DH here, again on the Solar Zealot, also barely saving him from that Fixate as well. Big play there from Korix. And all in all, again, this, like I said, this is finally a deathless run for Ducks Can Fly, but I think there's a little bit they could have improved on here. They ended up probably losing about 20 to 30 seconds from random movement mistakes over the course of the dungeon. But either way, job is done. They're moving on in the upper bracket, and they'll be playing up against Liquid tomorrow, which is going to be a really rough matchup for them if they keep making these minor mistakes throughout the dungeons.
You know, it's definitely an intimidating one, that's for sure, but Ducks Can Fly have gone up against a lot of big hitters in past seasons, and they always seem to just tackle it like, all right, let's do this. So we'll see if the Ducks can stand up to Liquid tomorrow. Now, of course, our bracket as it currently stands, we can take a look at where everybody has kind of landed from the series we've had so far. So, Dranos, can you give us a little bit of insight into that?
Yeah, so we saw, of course, Liquid securing that 2-0, and then Ducks Can Fly with that scrappy 2-1 that we just witnessed, which means the rest of our day is going to be Dignitas versus To Be Depleted. Dignitas, of course, that was Miscount, was the team. They've been picked up by Dignitas. They are now Dignitas. Should be very exciting to see them. They are our next series up against To Be Depleted. And then we have Create Team versus SNAILZ, which is another fairly close series in terms of time trial seeding that should be pretty exciting to see. And that's going to be our whole Friday. Then we move on to Saturday for the remainder of the quarterfinals and the start of the elimination bracket.
Indeed. I mean, Friday is such a big day for the setup and for the eliminations that will start tomorrow, and it's great to get our first look at these teams as they come into their group weekend so we can kind of take that data and add it in to get a bigger idea of the picture of the season so far. Now, before we let you all go on our next break to get ready for our next series, we actually have a little something to show you all here on stream. It is Front Door Friday again, and the teams have been getting very creative with their routes, but you have all been getting creative with your housing on the over on the Warcraft X with Front Door Fridays. So let's take a look at this first one that we have here. This is great. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this looks like they've recreated the Argentina.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
very, very cool.
Have you
I
guys
love
been using
this.
the Argentina for anything other than like going in and doing the weekly for the first couple weeks of the expansion?
Mostly just various like exploits to get places faster. You know, when they
Oh, true.
had the different cooldown timings on the key and stuff, and then it was like infinite Silver Moon Hearth, all that stuff.
Gotta love it. Honestly,
I have
it's a
done all the
great
weeklies
place.
too, though. It's cool.
Oh, there you go. It's a great place to just vibe, and I love that they've set this up so they can just go vibe in the same place at their home now. This one's really impressive. I love this. Very cool. And I think, do we have another one? Let's see. Perhaps we might. No. Okay. All right. We've just got this one today, which is awesome. Yes. Look, last week we had 2 and I was like ready. I'm like, show me more housing. I can't wait. But honestly, you can all show us more housing if you go over to X as well and you add on even some of your own pictures or builds you've been working on. Keep an eye out for the tags as well. And maybe your housing projects will be selected for Front Door Fridays too in the future. Now, our next series is one we are all very much looking forward to. Dignitas, formerly Missed Count, is going to be facing off with To Be Depleted. This is what a lot of folks have had their eyes on, and it's going to give us a lot of insights into the bigger picture of our competition as we look ahead. We have a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with this big matchup. We have another big matchup for you as we come back from our break. Get your predictions in for Dignitas versus 2B. If Liquid is a team that we've all had on our radar, then we've got the other top contender of the day coming in this weekend. In case you missed the announcement at the start of the day, our current champions, Dignitas, were known as Missed Count last season. They just landed a sponsor. We're very excited for them, and this is really big for them, Makes. So what else do you think is different for them this season?
Well, notably, they are reigning champions, but they're champions of the TGP format, which is key pushing to those of you that aren't familiar with as high as possible within a given time frame. This time around, we're back to dungeon speedrunning, and that is a little bit different in the approach. The team has been pretty vocal about liking TGP more, so I think there's a lot of questions right now surrounding them on how well have they prepared for this, how well can they show up in comparison to the other top teams that we already have figured out from Group A, Group B. And I think there's a little bit that they also have to prove here with, of course, holding that current title.
When you work so hard to get the title, and they did over the seasons leading up to that, I mean, you want to make sure that you can keep it. But of course, you're right, this is going to be a very different kind of format for them than what they have been doing and what they won in last. Now, To Be Depleted, on the other hand, are out to have fun. Is that allowed in our very serious MDI titles?
Absolutely. Look at this exceedingly handsome logo. Wow. For To Be Depleted here, this is the NA powerhouse. This is going to be the best competition that you've seen this weekend, and they're here to shock the world.
This is so weird. I mean, I know we pointed it out, previously last weekend, but this logo looks so familiar. Like, we almost look at this person all the time. Wait, hold. Tettles, is that you?
No. It's just a very handsome person in a cowboy hat.
Interesting. Okay. I expect
Are we looking
to
at
see
different
you.
logos here?
I expect to see you getting a cowboy hat in the future, Tettles, to wear on broadcast, to show some support. But as it is, I'm very excited to see these two teams face off. Of course, when you have a powerhouse as like the reigning champions that you're going up against, I think there's a lot of pressure on that situation. And our teams will be heading into Magister's Terrace first. But we have to kind of give some predictions. Chat, you've been out here given your predictions on it. It looks like most of you are leaning towards Dignitas, unsurprisingly, but we have 4% who are voting for To Be Depleted, that possibly handsome cowboy that is going to be competing. So in our metrics, Makes, I'm going to start with you. What are your predictions on this series?
Listen, I think the people that are currently not voting for To Be Depleted, it's because the logo of Tettles' face is just throwing them off. I think otherwise To Be Depleted would have more count here on the prediction meter. I would love to be in the corner of like 2-1. Dignitas is maybe looking weak in the speed running. Listen, those are all bits I could say. But they are the reigning champions. Come on, if there's a team that you are going to 2-0 on, it's probably Dignitas. So I'm going to go with 2-0 for them.
Okay, all right, Dranos?
I'm on Team 2-0 as well. I think Dignitas they're gonna have that new org buff as well. This is gonna work out great for them.
All right, Tettles.
2-0 To Be Depleted, of course.
Yes, I love it. I love this. Okay.
No further questions.
Tag that guy.
Sure,
Track
not
him
all
on
biased.
social media.
No, I'm not biased. I'm unbiased. That's why I'm here.
Okay, sure, right. All right. Looking at the smug face that's smiling at us down from the predictions, it is tough here. Is this working for or against them? I don't know, Makes. But I think I'm gonna have to go 2-0 in favor of Dignitas. I loved cheering them on in the last season. I would love to see them come in strong on this one. And, even with Cowboy Tettles putting up a fight against them, I think they're still going to be able to blaze the trail through this. But, chat, keep getting your predictions in if you haven't. It looks like a lot of you think Dignitas is going to take it, but again, we never know. There's been a lot of upsets. Now, in this matchup, the first map we'll be heading to is Magister's Terrace. So with this in mind, Tettles, I'll pass to you with what do you think Magister's Terrace is going to kind of offer these teams at the start?
I think that there are some pretty big moments of tension in this dungeon specifically. Right after Serenal Sunlash, the second boss of the dungeon, there is a very large pull that a lot of our MDI teams are doing, where they are running all the way up to the Gamilus trash area, doing double Void Collar with a Tyrant. that is a point in time where if one minor thing goes wrong, your team will catastrophically wipe. And similar to like the first pull of Sea of the Triumvirate, if one thing goes wrong, that's like -4 minutes. So that is like a point in time where that is the pull that we have to be watching out for both of the teams. How they're able to execute that is make or break for the dungeon. There's also I think it's the second pull of the dungeon, maybe the third pull of the dungeon, where the trash is taken onto Custos. That tends to be the Bloodlust pull. That also offers up a big point of tension where teams can have minor mistakes that spiral out of control really quickly.
You know, they definitely don't want that to happen, especially when you are up against a really strong team. But as we've even seen with some of our top contenders like the triple threat last weekend, mistakes can be made even by those who are up at the top. Can Dignitas remain up there and hold on to their dignity as our previous season champions, our current reigning champions, or will To Be Depleted actually be able to time this key and win it? We'll find out here on Map 1, Dignitas versus To Be Depleted, Dratnos.
All right, and right off the bat, we are seeing Dignitas holding the Guardian Druid for maps 2 and 3, potentially, of this series, as they're going to be deploying the Vengeance Demon Hunter in this dungeon instead. We've got some other off-meta specializations being used by them as well in the Arms Warrior Survival Hunter package, which is pretty powerful in this dungeon in particular. Arms Warrior can get some really nice damage done, but I'm going to be interested to see whether this Vengeance Demon Hunter works out on some of these big pulls, and whether it can do any burst damage on some of these bosses.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Magister's Terras, Tettle's just lined out some of the massive pulls that we're looking for. I'm a little scared for the Vengeance Demon Hunter on how they're going to deal with that. Of course, in terms of getting them together, the movement, the ability to group things up, the sigils, there's a lot of power that this Vengeance Demon Hunter has, but just the surviving at the start of a pull can sometimes be a little bit scary with that tank in particular, so we'll need to keep an eye on it as our teams are moving on to the first Pyromancer here. They are both grouping it up, but Dignitas just a smidge faster with this pull here. You already called out the Arms Warrior and the Survival Hunter, a combo we see quite often, I feel like, particularly in this dungeon, whereas To Be Depleted is playing more on the traditional route of specs, but that also tells me if you're running this comp in the very first dungeon, maybe you're not playing for a game 3.
Yeah, Game 3 would be the Mysara Caverns as well, where you'd want access to a lot of these specs as well. So definitely going to be worrying if we get to that point for To Be Depleted with that spec variety rule. Of course, we'll have to get there first, though, as Dignitas taking a commanding lead as they're already pulling into the first boss here. A massive pull getting set up for Kira. Fiery Brand is rolling. That's a very large defensive cooldown for that Vengeance Demon Hunter. And Meta being pressed as well here. Both Fiery Brand and Meta have very strong defensive and offensive components. And the important thing as well is that for your damage, you want to press them both at the same time. But for your survivability, you might want to even them out and use them at different times so that you can have more coverage, because it's hard to die while either is up, and if you use them at the same time, you're going to have more periods where neither is available. So that is a lot of the tension inherent in the Vengeance Demon Hunter kit right now. It looks like Kira, though, is saying, you know what? I'll figure it out. I'll figure my survivability out later. I'm just pressing all of my offensive cooldowns together here because I'm trying to do some burst damage.
I mean, there's skill expression in that, where if for a big pull, you get both of them aligned, make sure you survive those tough overlaps, especially at the start of something like that big pre-Gemellis pull, and then you can stagger it out when you're just doing, you know, some boss fights, you're trying to save some overall survivability for whatever comes next. So I like seeing Kira on this class. I am a little bit worried though. Of course, AJ is there as well, helping out, and the Premier Healer, the Mistweaver Monk, we've been seeing so much of, and they're on their way to the next pack now. Notably, we have seen this dungeon in other groups as well. Group A had it on a +17, Group B also had it on the +15. Something that became very clear is that the +15 enables a lot crazier pulls, like the one you're seeing right now. That is way too many spell breakers to be legal in any LFG key. But in the MDI, on a +15, our teams are doing it. That's a tough challenge to survive.
Yeah, those Runic Glaives deal a huge amount of damage. AJ required to do a lot of HPS to keep the group alive, especially because they have no way of cleansing bleeds from themselves via something like a stone form, but they're all playing Night Elf, so that's not available. And they also don't have an Evoker with that Cauterizing Flame. So if somebody starts getting multiple stacks of this bleed, as you can see Hearthjax has right now, that Icebound Fortitude is going to roll for a little while. But after that falls off, he would be in a little bit of danger. Luckily, the bleeds fall off at the same time. Perfectly layered cooldowns there by Dignitas to keep this alive as they go into the boss. Zooming through this dungeon, they gained 37 seconds over to be depleted on that first boss split, and they are now already in combat with the second.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of our teams were standing around, finishing out those spell breakers to make sure that you're not getting any additional runic glaives on top of this boss and all of that good stuff. Dignitas, they're just saying all gas, no brakes. We have everything onto this boss, also adding the remaining magisters now into the boss fight here to allow their DPS to just have that AoE cleave as a death does come in on the augmentation evoker for to be depleted. Unfortunately, does go down to one of those glaives.
Yeah, the battle res is going to be committed here by to be depleted as well. They're not going to waste the 5 seconds to channel the full res, and instead going in for the B res. I guess they're also in combat with those light ward healers, although they could have gone for a meld res. But yeah, they've decided to just spend that battle res. So they will be down a very important resource. If somebody dies in boss combat for the next 2 boss fights, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They still have that runic glaive as well coming out. Looks like, oh no, actually they've dealt with all the glaive guys. They've just got the bosses. Similar, the same icon, but it is the mark that it is on this boss fight, not the glaive.
Yep, exactly. But I mean, look at the speed at which Dignitas are going. Serenal Sunlash is already sub 15% right now. Of course, to be depleted, even with that death, is on their heels. I just would like to remind everybody that this is the 4th seed going up against the 21st seed. Usually there's a big discrepancy, but right now To Be Depleted are also doing a really good job here. But as I say that, Dignitas is finishing out the boss fight, and now, Dratnos, we're gonna see a massive pull. Let's see how big Kira and Dignitas are willing to go on this Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yeah, there are a lot of options for this next pull, up to and including everything. Let's see if that is what Dignitas decide to go for. It would be bold to attempt that without that bear. Ooh, the sigil of flames on the ceiling as well might mean we have some aggro issues here, as these voidlings have not all been targeted by it, as, yeah, unfortunately that did go on the ceiling for Kira. Dignitas, though, charging forward, the Void Caller coming with them. They're not going to pause here. They're going to keep going. There are no breaks on the Dignitas train right now as they get into that last boss room, or that boss room rather, and have all the trash pulled up.
Yes.
We're even in combat with the Void Callers on the side. Okay, we've left 1 Void Caller and 1 Void Terror unscathed right now. Everything else, though, in combat for Dignitas.
And this is a massive pull. 2 Void Callers are in here. The Horrors, the Terrors are in here. You need to constantly interrupt these guys. You can see the Sigils are doing a great job as well. But of course, every single time a sigil interrupts those Void Terrors, they just recast immediately. So the team needs to also single target interrupt to lock them out for just a little bit longer to allow them to also have the time to DPS. But they're doing an amazing job right now. This is without lust. There is no bloodlust that was available for this pull, and Dignitas is just zooming through it. To Be Depleted will try to do the same pull right now. Let's see if they're also gonna go all the way here.
Yeah, we've got a Life Cocoon there on the Devourer for To Be Depleted for any potential Devourer threat on pull shenanigans that might befall them. Meanwhile, Dignitas pulling Gemellis already here. They gained another 30 seconds on that boss 2 split, plus 15 seconds of death timer, but To Be Depleted, this is so ambitious. They are going for the same pull here. Now, like you said, Makes, this is one of our lower seeded teams, but they are certainly not playing like it. They are playing like they absolutely could win this map, could win against anybody here, which is so great to see. So those Terror Waves being mass gripped. Not quite a Mass Grip. It's the Ursul's Vortex Typhoon combo, the bear version of Mass Grip that To Be Depleted used to get all of those mobs stacked up.
Absolutely. They're also doing so well here. Of course, 15 seconds death penalty, we have to call that one out, as well as a difference in the boss damage that is done so far. But I have to agree with you, Dratnos. I think this team is looking mighty fine for a 21st seed. Not many are able to play on these kind of pulls with making it look as easy as To Be Depleted are doing it. There's a little bit of a bias here. We're expecting it from Dignitas. We're not expecting it from To Be Depleted. But that might change after this map once we go into the next one, because they are showing up big.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to detract from how Dignitas are playing at all. I am very impressed by both of our teams so far, as Jamelis about to go down for Dignitas, doing a really good job there as well, Kira is, of keeping them stacked up. Letting that Arms Warrior get that cleave, really important for them to be able to do good boss damage. That is the big weakness of the Arms Warrior, is if you are forced to fight a pure single target encounter, you're going to be so sad. But if you can pull trash onto bosses, or in the case of Jamelis, if you can pull the boss onto the other copies of the boss, then that will go a long way. As Yargi dismissing Pet here before starting this last pull. Does this mean Dignitas are planning a meld? Shadow Meld is available on all 5 of their team here, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly what they're doing. That's the reason why you would dismiss your Pet here, and it looks like nobody's really focused on doing damage either.
Yep, they're all just running, so we're going to expect them to just hop on over onto the bridge here, as we've seen many other teams do as well. Of course, they need to stay alive while they're doing it. Or was it just to make sure that nothing would get pulled in the immediate?
They wanted to avoid that extra pull that like lives in the middle of one of those platforms on the way up. So they were hugging the wall and not activating their pets so that they could avoid that. And now they're setting up this big AoE pull, and they'll probably use Shadow Meld to skip past the next 2 big mobs that they didn't pull at the base of that ramp, because those 2 are super scary ones. They do have some very scary enemies in on this pull though. Especially for the tank here, there is a lot of danger going on, in addition to those Void Terror interrupts that everybody is responsible for.
Yeah, that Void Caller is down. The Terror with that last cast is also
Oh, and they even grabbed... Wow, yeah, they grabbed everything that was here.
Terrors. They played those Void Callers and the Tyrant, and they're just going to drag everything else up there. Another Sigil, just for good measure. Make sure none of those Void Terrors are going to get any of the casts off while the team is still in line of sight. Those Shredders, they're just going to portal right behind them, and everything else will just walk on up. You need to make sure that they get those interrupts once you're back in line of sight. Elsevier could pose problematic, but I think those will be dealt with shortly. Last couple of terrors now coming in. You can see the grip there to make sure that they have a focus target on those Void Terrors. But Dignitas, they are showing up exactly in the way that we wanted to see from them. And on top of that, with a Vengeance Demon Hunter looking really, really good here. To Be Depleted though, same route basically. You can see they're now also making their way to the Tyrant, to the Void Caller, and saying, yep, we playing this one exactly the same way that Dignitas has. We're just a smidge slower.
Yeah, it is very impressive that the To Be Depleted are able to execute these pulls as well. I think we're going to be in for a great series, and honestly, even if they were to lose this series, I'd be really excited to see them in the lower bracket. But of course, there is still the full series ahead of us, and the chance of a Dignitas wipe on the last boss. But that chance is getting pretty slim at this point, as all that trash is dead. So it is just boss mechanics that Dignitas have left to execute there. Is Kira going to be jumping out to make sure that that orb gets soaked? Hearthjack's also forced out of melee range for a second to resolve that, but he's an Unholy Death Knight. Doesn't really matter too much. You can lose a little bit of melee time. Most of your abilities are range these days anyway.
They like to cosplay as a range.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure. Also, the hitbox on the Gentris is pretty big, thankfully, so it's usually not as painful to have to wiggle out as a melee player. But with that, Dignitas on the last couple of meters here will finish out the Gentris and get that first map on their side as we go 1-0.
Dignitas do take that first one, and in top form as we were hoping to see, they came in and absolutely raced through this dungeon. However, To Be Depleted close on their heels, giving us a very impressive showing that I think surprised a lot of us, especially given the time trials that kind of brought them here into the competition. But Dignitas were our champions last season when we still had the great push format, and of course we were curious how the return to speedrunning would look for them. So what impression did this give you, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed by Dignitas in this series. They were able to execute all the bear pulls without a bear, which is no easy thing to do. Kira there on that Vengeance Demon Hunter, and then also flexing the Survival Hunter, the Arms Warrior in on this one as well. Here's a look at boss damage as well, and you can see just how much that Unholy Death Knight can do when unleashed on these bosses. But for me, what's most impressive is the Arms Warrior staying that high up on boss damage as well. That is often the weakness of the spec, but it was really well managed by Dignitas how much trash they were able to pull onto bosses to mitigate that weakness.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot done very, very well here by both of the teams, but Dignitas handled it extremely well. Tuttles, what were your observations?
I think that for Dignitas as well, this is a dungeon that we had last weekend on the 15 Keystone level. And whenever I'm looking at Dignitas, I'm trying to compare them to...
Of this one.
Yeah, I think that for Dignitas as well, this is a dungeon that we had last weekend on the 15 Keystone level. And whenever I'm looking at Dignitas, I'm trying to compare them to what happened like last weekend with some of our top teams. For the triple threat, they put up a 12-minute, 21-second Magister's Terrace on the 15 Keystone level. For Dignitas, they were about 15 seconds slower. Now, the only compositional difference between the two teams was the fact that Dignitas was playing this Vengeance Demon Hunter compared to the Bear Druid that Dratnus pointed out and was calling out the Bear pulls. Does the Bear Druid make up for the 15 seconds? It's hard to really say. At the same time, Dignitas looked like they were world-class, similar to what we've seen from other teams on this Keystone level. And I mean, dude, just look at Hearthjax on this Unholy Death Knight, how much DPS he's able to do inside that Bloodlust on Custos. He's looking like prime 07 LeBron, 1v5ing his team, carrying his team to the NBA Finals, literally putting the team on his back. Nobody was even close in terms of damage to Hearthjax on that Unholy DK. And realistically for Dignitas, this looks like what we kind of needed to expect out of them. We have Liquid in the same bracket. For Liquid, they had a little bit of a slow Seed of the Triumvirate. For Dignitas, if they're going to be as fast as they were in this Magister's Terrace in the remainder of this weekend, they could give Liquid a run for their money, and I think that's going to be a very interesting decision point coming out of this weekend, because I think that Dignitas, they look like the team that we expected them to be.
They do. I mean, we knew they'd be strong, but it's great seeing them come in such good form, and I can't Tuttles, because Tuttles has somehow found somewhere in your house a cowboy hat. Did you just have this laying around?
I mean, this is called fashion,
Well,
Brooke.
how do you
I know
think
you know
that
nothing
video
about
was
this.
taken in the first place?
This is amazing. You know, you'll all get to see it here in a second, I'm sure. But we do have cowboy hat Tuttles in the house. Tuttles, did you have anything more you wanted to add with the replay, or good there? There it is. Okay, all right. Oh, because there's the. Okay, I see. You still had that from the spin image that goes in and out.
Yeah, that's iconic. I think that, like, realistically, for to be depleted, like, they put themselves in a good position where if there was a mistake for Dignitas, they could have taken the map. And I think that that's the best thing that you can kind of hope for if you're a team in that position, is that if you're going to go up against one of our Goliaths in Dignitas, you just got to put yourself in a position to capitalize on their mistakes. It's going to be very difficult for you to just, like, out-route and outpace them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like they have an even better shot at it now that their icon is made manifest. And as they look ahead to the next Nexus Point, Zenith, I think to be depleted have some work ahead of them for sure. But Dratnos, they really seem to surprise you both with how aggressively they tackle the dungeon. Do you think we'll see similar strats pushing them forward in Nexus Point?
I'm really curious to see what the teams will decide to bring here to the Nexus Point, because to be depleted are going to have to ban out 3 of those 5 specs that they use. Now, there's a lot of great stuff you can use in Zenith. The Elemental Shaman, Demonology Warlock, Burst combo to try and make that boss possible. Definitely an option for them. So, going to be a lot riding on that spec variety rule, though, for me. And then especially, if we get to that game 3 as well, that map 3, we're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel here for the comps that the teams will have access to, because so many of the same powerhouses are shared between what you'd want to play in Magister's Terrace and what you'd want to play in Mysara Caverns.
True. I mean, we'll have these bans coming in, but makes thinking about this next dungeon and what we've just seen from both of the teams. What do you think they're likely to be looking to preserve, as Dratnos was kind of saying? Is there anything you think they're going to be angling for?
I mean, I think a big part for Dignitas was preserving that Bear Druid. Now they get to play it back to back if it goes to a third map. And I think the Nexus Point in general is really forgiving with what you can bring. We saw Frosty K in there, we saw Ellie Shaman, we saw them bring Warlocks, we even saw the Disc Priest several times. So I think there's a lot of viability in that dungeon because you want to get that push on Core Warden Nazara that is the big factor for a lot of those teams to one phase that boss. So I think that's something both of our teams should be looking for.
Is that possible in a 17? Are you going to need to actually play like Augmentation Evoker, Ellie Shaman, and the Frost DK? Like through the last couple of weekends, you've only needed to play 2 of those. But like now, I'm kind of wondering if you need 3 of those powerhouse single target specializations to be able to get the one phase.
All right, well, here are those banned specs. So we can take some of this theorizing into further territory here as we look at what they're going to make reality. I mean, Dratno's looking at it. Check out.
Yeah, so the Bear and the Mistweaver staying available for to be depleted. So the question is, do you send them now? Because the only way you can win this series is by winning this and Mysara Caverns. How are you doing that without the Bear and the Mistweaver is the question. But maybe that's a problem for future us to deal with in 30 minutes. Maybe they'll have a better idea. Maybe we don't have to worry about it right now.
You know, sometimes future you is just the one that you're like, you'll handle that when you handle that.
Yeah.
And that could absolutely, be where they're at right now. But, I mean, right here and now, Dignitas have the chance to get this second map. With what we've known about them, I mean, and what we've seen in this first one, do you think that it's very likely that this is going to be a pretty smooth run for them, Makes? Do you think, is it possible that we see some weakness come out?
Listen, I mean, before they were called Dignitas, they were called Mistcount, and that was not without reason. I'm not trying to see that. I would very much like to not see that, but there is a team that consistently likes to miscount, and it is Dignitas. So.
I don't think it's consistently. Let's be for real. Like
once a season. Once a season.
Sometimes.
It happens.
You know, it happens to all of us.
We'll see.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, hopefully the old name won't come back to haunt them with this new sponsor behind them over on Dignitas. And to be depleted, now that Tettles has donned the cowboy hat, will they be able to channel this energy into a victory? I think both of the teams would love to be able to settle it here on this one. Can To Be Depleted stay in the running and continue to prove that they are way surpassing the expectations that their seeding might have set us up to have? Or will Dignitas take this in a swift 2-0 and send To Be Depleted down to the lower bracket? Here is where it's decided, Dratnos.
Oh, wow. To Be Depleted here are playing a spicy one. They have a Shadow Priest, they have a Windwalker, and they have a Fire Mage. Now, notably, these are 3 of the remaining specs that we have yet to see in the MDI. 3 of, I think, the last specs that we have yet to see in the MDI. It's only Holy Priest that is absent now. We've seen all the others To Be Depleted
And
are
MM
checking
Hunter.
off our bingo card for us.
Or Behem. I think Hunter is also still missing.
Oh, yeah, MM as well, yeah.
That's it. So 3 out of the missing specs on To Be Depleted coming out looking at least like fun as they are entering this nexus point. On the side of Dignitas, we're seeing exactly what we were talking about. So the Frosty K coming in here, we have the Warlock as well as the Ellie Shaman, and that should allow them, even on this plus 17, to get the one push on Core Warden Zara. Of course, we still need to look and see if they're able to execute it, but it does spark a lot of confidence. And they're also on their way here already. First Bloodlust has been used for both of our teams as Dignitas pushes towards that first boss in the left-hand wing.
Yeah, they are already nearly there. That first big pull worked out so well for Dignitas, and their composition, is perfectly aimed at this dungeon with the Warlock Elemental Burst to take care of that second boss in one phase. But before that, we have a lot of dungeon to get through. This is a pretty scary pull as well. There's not as many enemies as in the first pull, but there's nearly as many mechanics, and there's 0 times as many bloodlusts.
That's right. That is quick maths, so something to pay attention to here as well. But listen, I just quickly want to call it out. Look at the Fire Mage topping the meters there for the side of To Be Depleted. They're a little behind in overall dungeon progression, but they are looking mighty good to all the people who were calling for the mages and the Shadow Priest. I'm excited to see what this Windwalker can do, but Dignitas has already pushed on to Kasreth and is finishing out on, has finished out on the remainder of the trash that they had into this boss fight. And now it's just pure single target for this team comp, which they're able to do very well.
Yeah, exactly. This is a really, really nice strategy for this composition in this dungeon. Dungeon is fairly, I hesitate to call it linear, because of course there's 2 directions you can go at the start. But once you're going down either of the hallways, it is a fairly linear experience here, so there's often these moments as well where you end up on the boss, and it's pretty hard to, say, pull trash into this boss without some kind of pretty ugly backtracking involved. So typically we do see teams just doing the single target on this fight, and that's something that for some compositions, if you were trying to use the Arms Warrior in this dungeon, for instance, you would maybe be bending over backwards a little bit to avoid doing that. But for Dignitas, they're perfectly happy fighting just one target at a time. Their specs are quite well suited to it.
That's right, because of course that comes back to Nazara, which they would want to get the one phase on and the Lightscar Flare phase, as we will see just shortly. But let's take a look at To Be Depleted as they're currently gathering the remainder of the Arcanists and the Adept, as well as everything else that's standing here, all those Seers and Engineers right before Khazrath. They're going a little bit slower in terms of their pull chaining here. So on the side of Dignitas, we saw one massive pull right out of the gate to the middle of this gauntlet, whereas To Be Depleted has now stopped for the third time. But slowly but surely, this pull is also dying while Dignitas has finished the first boss. And now I want to see how big they're going to go on the right-hand side.
Yeah, a lot of options available for them with how much they can just charge all the way to the boss room. Meanwhile, To Be Depleted about to get in combat with the first boss here. So their composition features a lot of off-meta specs whose damage profiles we aren't intimately familiar with in the dungeon setting. I do think from what I know about how these specs play this time around, they should also be fairly well suited to single target relative to big AoE, but I think the burst also, that Windwalker should do some pretty solid burst when they get over to the second boss. I'm going to be curious to see how well they're able to do over there. I suspect, this might be a little bit more for the fans rather than a optimized team comp out of To Be Depleted, which, as a fan, I'm excited to see out of them. And hopefully they're able to make these specs sing as they continue through this dungeon. That Fire Mage in particular, one of the mage specs that we haven't really seen a whole lot of for a while. Arcane sort of took off in War Within, and then Frost this expansion. So it's been a while since the Fire Mage has been the dominant mage spec. And even this patch, we don't see a whole lot of mages in general. But the Fire Mage historically has been one of the long-term M+ specs that has been, going back through the ages. So really exciting to get to see it on the screen once more here.
Yeah, me too. I agree. I think this team, despite picking the people's comp, I think they're going to have a good shot at dealing with the Lightscar Flare phase on the side of Nazara as well once they actually get there. But that will be the differing factor between those two teams. Look at it. Kira is already on the way again. They stopped shortly right behind that first curve in the second gauntlet. And from here on out, it's how much do you want to pull? Yes, as he grabs everything that's in his walkway to make sure that they can spawn Core Warden Nazara as quickly as possible. We might also see a couple of markers come out. Yep, there they are in the Nullifier and the Lingering Image, just to make sure that they know which ones to focus here to get the RP started as quickly as possible. And then everything else will just fall right after that. We're also going to see Kira add some extra trash on while it's spawning, and once this is dead here as well, just to rack up the count.
Yeah, there are 6 of those scavengers, or Hollow Soul Scroungers, I believe is what they are, that hang out up behind the pathway as you walk towards the boss. So those can be tagged in either with the boss or while you're waiting for one of the trash pulls to spawn. Definitely something to grab, and Dignitas, I think, will be looking to make sure they get all of those, as the Herald actually going to be joining this pull that was grabbed. It was grabbed earlier, but I think it was standing off to the side and casting for a while. Not a big deal, though. The most important thing, as you said, Makes, is to just focus on the mobs that will spawn the next pull, which is the mobs that are associated with the boss platform here, the ones that start here and those future waves. Focusing your damage on them and then letting everything else die to cleave is the name of the game here. And yeah, that Herald actually is one of that second wave here.
Exactly, right. So that is going to be dealt with as well. In the meantime, Dratnos, how do you feel about green items on our players' characters' gear? Chat can check the gear, !gear, with our awesome overlay that's on the left-hand side of the screen. But it seems to me that our monk might or might not be wearing a green ring of the item level 79 on the side of To Be Depleted.
Interesting. I know a lot of players that will do that on the live servers. Rarely seen on the MDI. That's an exciting strategy out of To Be Depleted. We'll see how it works out for them as they charge forward. They're actually setting up a pretty big pull as well.
They are, as they're also on their way here now, but we also need to keep attention on Dignitas as they're going to be spawning the boss shortly, and then of course that light flare skin. Sorry, that ring has killed me.
Yeah, I think it's a
good
starting
RP.
character
It's
ring.
just, yep,
he's wearing.
it's what you spawn with as a Pandaren, basically. So,
Amazing.
shout out to Nimzo, who just died, actually, to
Need
the
a little more stamina.
Entropic
Maybe we can
Leech.
find a way to get some
Listen,
more of that on the character. Not sure, though.
if there's anything, they're entertaining us. I want to shout out to Depleted for that. But let's lock in as Dignitas has spawned Lothraxion and should get that push very soon.
Yeah, now because this is gear created, equipped when creating the character, it is allowed. But unfortunately, we are having a wipe for To Be Depleted. So they are all going to be going back to the start of this dungeon. Meanwhile, Dignitas, here goes that Light Scar Flare Burn. Let's see how much damage they're able to deploy to the boss here. 30% already, and less than halfway through that cast bar. So much burst damage out of Dignitas here. Even though this is a plus 17 key, the highest level in our MDI, we are going to get the boss down to 2% on that burn, and a little bit more work is going to get it all the way down to 0.
That's right. They dealt with it at lightning speed and are now on their way to the last part of the dungeon, the middle sector. Of course, To Be Depleted after that unfortunate wipe will need to go again, but Rage Druid is on the way already. We'll make a short process of that. Rosum getting a little bit of aggro there as he spins into the mops for a second. Dignitas finishing out here. A little bit of min-maxing. If you spam click this console, it goes a little bit faster. So Dignitas, I can save you another second. Just, you know, I got you. They're now on their way to the boss platform. You got to be a little bit careful here with those bats. Those need to be purged in order to not heal. And you also need to make sure that all of those light wrath are interrupted, but that has already been done. So one of them is CC'd, the other is in fight with the 2 lingering images.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary pull here for Dignitas as they are bringing those last 2 images down from that bridge as well, joining this pull. We have a light rot actually banished off to the side and also incapped. The banish does fall off before the incap does, but the banish is nice actually because they can't take damage, so any random cleave isn't going to hit them and break them out, and they are going to be able to bring in that light rot after the others are down on the side of Dignitas. So we're going to be getting into boss combat here in just a moment as that second lingering image that is required to spawn the boss does die, and Dignitas going to waste no time in pulling the boss.
Listen, something just dawned on me, and I'm a little bit sad about this because we may very well see Dignitas end this series before To Be Depleted gets a shot at the Light Scar Flare phase, which I would really like to see. I want to see how these classes do in that burn phase on the Zara, but I don't think we have enough time in this dungeon left as I'm looking towards Dignitas, who are just smashing through Lothraxion's HP pool.
Yeah, this is such an impressive showing from Dignitas. This is going to be another 0 death run if they're able to hold on here. And the speed that they are clearing this dungeon at is quite impressive as well. The Nexus Point is a map that we haven't seen at this key level before, but we also haven't seen it really done much quicker than this, even at the lower key levels.
That's true. It is, in general, a really, really fast speed. Let's make sure they get this Divine Guile right as well. You can use projectiles to find the correct one quickly. If you just send them at the moment he ports on over. Looks like Dignitas taking a couple seconds longer there, but in the end finding the correct one. And now we're going to add in the remainder of the trash that they still needed. The Light Rot as well as a couple of those bats will be finished with swiftly as they march towards getting this 2-0. To Be Depleted is back in the Nazara area. Sure.
Yeah, this would be a huge shame if we didn't get to see how much burst damage they can do with these specs. I think we might not get to see it, though. I think Dignitas are on pace here to get Lothraxion dead. They are going to get one more Guile phase potentially here. Yes, they will in just a few seconds. So that Divine Guile is going to be something they have to deal with once more. Let's see if they go for a projectile on this. Looks like they're not even bothering using a projectile. You'd usually run far away as like the Unholy Death Knight and then launch a Death Coil, is what we've seen other teams do, and then follow where it goes as the boss splits into those images. But they're deciding, you know what, we'll just look and see which one doesn't have horns. And they're able to interrupt that. 10% left on Lothraxion. Dignitas are going to be putting an impressive mark on the start of this tournament. It is a 2-0 victory for them over To Be Depleted.
It was always going to be tough going up against our reigning champions Dignitas, but To Be Depleted brought competition and entertainment in equal measure. Dignitas takes the Series 2-0, positioning themselves to move ahead in the upper bracket, with To Be Depleted heading down to the lower. Now, Dignitas, it's great to see them coming back in such strong form, but we have to acknowledge that To Be Depleted gave us lots of fun on this second map and helped make the spec dream real. So we got some more specs this go around, and while it definitely wasn't optimal, what did it show us makes?
I mean, it shows Dignitas is in great shape. I think they looked phenomenal in both that first and that second run. We already heard Dratnas allude to it a little bit. In terms of speed, they were super fast in this dungeon here, so exciting stuff to see from the team that is currently the title holder, the world champions. We would love to see them go back to back, but of course, we need to go to the seasonal finals first. The first step in that direction they made today.
Absolutely. And, you know, we obviously have seen how the numbers have panned out and how it all panned out for them. And Tettles, you were keeping an eye on that. What did you think about the spec choices this time around? And what did you see from the map?
Well, for To Be Depleted, I think that they were going for the filling up the board for all the specializations that we had previously been missing. And for Dignitas, I mean, I felt like this map was really just the Dignitas show. They looked absolutely phenomenal. This is kind of what we expected to see out of the reigning champions here, where they were doing massive pulls, and their compositional selection was kind of interesting. I wonder if it's going to be something that we can glean for the finals as well, where they end up going for two of the specializations that I called out earlier. They go for the Elemental Shaman and the Frost Decay. That and the Augmentation Evoker. Those are the three specializations that do really big damage on the Core Warden and enable a 2-phase on that fight, even as high as a level 17. Now, Dignitas, they did have 2% on the boss, but I think with some, maybe a little bit more favorable crits, they could be in a situation where that pushes them a little bit over the edge. And for To Be Depleted here, the Shadow Priest looking pretty good on a couple of pulls, looking maybe a little bit less good on a couple of other pulls. At the same time, I think that they proved that a decent amount of specializations, even on this patch, still have something to offer. They were just a little bit behind. They were also playing a little bit of a worse comp. And then there was a wipe at some point that kind of cemented them in on the back foot. But I think this was really just the show of how dominant Dignitas can be. I mean, just look at this burn on Core Warden. They take this boss from a boss that was 60% HP, and then the 200% damage amp, 2%. So, what is it going to look like for finals? That's kind of an interesting question, but going completely deathless in their 2-map series, a little bit better than Liquid did. How are they going to fare throughout the rest of the weekend? I think that Dignitas might be the team to beat.
I mean, it certainly seems like they are right up there and a big powerhouse, at least from those couple maps that we got to witness. Of course, we'll see how it all pans out, especially with Liquid as well being up there in our top teams right now as far as we've seen. But, of course, our bracket, we need to take another look at that as we've had our third series wrap up and more teams get sifted out into the categories we will see tomorrow facing off. So with that in mind, Dratnas, what are we seeing from the bracket right now?
Yeah, there's that 2-0 for Dignitas, setting them up for tomorrow, one of the first matches. I'm really excited to see Dignitas clash against Liquid at some point this weekend. Pretty good chance it'll be in that upper semifinals, but there is a lot of World of Warcraft to play before we get to see that. We have Create Team versus SNAILZ coming up next, which should be another pretty exciting one. These two teams are very closely seated in our bracket as well.
It's
and then, of course,
SNAILZ.
there's that...
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
yes,
get it right, Dratnas.
Dratnas,
Sorry,
please.
SNAILZ. And then, of course, we have the elimination bracket as well, looming in tomorrow and Sunday as well.
Thank you. Yes, very important there. SNAILZ being the name. But thank you. Very good rundown, I think, overall. And honestly, both the upper and lower brackets have had so much competition across our group weekends that even those lower teams, trust me, you are all going to want to watch those because some of our biggest matchups have happened as we've seen teams push through and sweep up back to get to the finals. But we have a little mini game before we'll let you all go for a very quick break before our final series. We are going to be playing another round of Something Ain't Right. We have 2 different maps that we'll be looking at, and on these maps, something isn't right. You need to take a look, you need to decide, and we've been told that perhaps there might be roughly 3 things wrong on these maps. We've had a wide range of them, but see, and on these maps, something isn't right. You need to take a look, you need to decide, and we've been told that perhaps there might be roughly 3 things wrong on these maps. We've had a wide range of them, but see if we can all find 3 things here on our first one, Mysara Caverns, that are wrong on this dungeon map.
Is it actually called Echoing Spain?
Span, right?
Spain.
I think it might be Span, yeah.
That's the region of Echoing Spain right there. We
Well,
have at
es
least one team
imposible.
from there.
It's the echoing Spain.
Interesting.
Yes. Oh, that seems like one. Okay. I'm like looking at the bosses, trying to see if they were swapped like previously.
Yeah, there's been some evil things done on this map before. Let's see what's different this time.
Yeah, how evil is this? Are they gonna like swap the duo boss or something?
They've already done that, so I don't think it'll be that again.
I mean, they
I guess
could.
they did that with. Yeah, I think they did that in this map already.
Production says medium levels of evil on this
They're
one.
medium evil ones.
Medium
okay.
evil. Okay,
Okay,
chat
I-
thinks houses are flipped.
Yeah.
Oh.
So the right hand side usually has the double ghost, right? And then has the what is it in English? I don't actually know. The witch's brew cauldron. The cauldron. in the
There you go.
middle. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Okay, houses apparently are not incorrect, chat.
Huh?
Apparently so.
Yeah, I think that's right. It could be something with the cage. What are they called? Victims, prisoners, whatever.
The prisoners, yeah. I was looking at those. I think they're all in the right place, though.
What is it? Are those prisoners? I don't think those prisoners to the left, right at the beginning of the dungeon. I guess they'd be on your right as you're like walking down the walkway. Are those prisoners there?
Oh.
No,
Yeah, it
I
could be
don't think
those.
so. Because that's where you run over if you go to the hut, right? Like you'll go
Right,
down
right.
to a big first pole and then you can jump over the
Yeah.
river there. There was no prisoners there.
I feel like
Yeah.
those would be free.
Right hand
Yeah,
side.
they
out
wouldn't
of
leave
the-
any
I agree.
unguarded prisoners. That wouldn't be very smart.
Okay, you are correct. That
Very
is
cool.
wrong.
Okay, so it's that. It's echoing Spain, and it's one other thing.
Would it be like maybe Gnarldens or something weird?
I was looking at those. Those seem correctly placed.
Those seem right. Yeah.
Well, people are saying boss, the pack after the first boss, or around the first boss.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing there after the first
Oh,
boss, right?
okay.
That's on the other stairs. It should be on
It's
the
on
other
the wrong
stairs.
stairs. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
Good comms. Great
Nice work, chat.
There we go. Well done, everybody.
There
Good
we go.
teamwork. Good teamwork. Okay, we've got one more map. So we'll take a look, but well done, everybody, on this first one. That definitely felt medium levels of evil. I think that was pretty smooth to get through, not too evil.
Gosh.
Okay, Magister's Terrace.
Camilla says bonus mobs. That's not right?
Yeah, there's more Gemelli than usual.
True.
That was just like off the rip. I feel like that was.
What is that multi-pack be?
What do you mean? Where?
At Serenal Sunlash, right? Like the 6 stack. What is that?
Those are the voidlings, aren't they?
Are they there?
I'm pretty sure.
It's on the way out.
Yeah, you
It's-
have to wait.
So
you have to wait for
MDT
this to
shows
spawn.
you this.
So they're on the way out, but they're not in the boss room, right? That's an MDT thing? Okay.
Yeah, I think this is an MDT thing because the boss room doesn't look like that either, but the MDT displays it that way to show you the way in and the way out as well.
Okay, MDT
Confirmed.
thing.
MDT.
Hey, chat. Hint. What
Oh
kind
my
of
god!
hint
It's
is
got
that?
look at the room with the book. It's got the word "hi" there.
You're right. That's so
The
good.
bookshelves.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, wait, how many more? How many are there? 3.
Are there supposed to be region
Three.
names?
So we found
or, like,
2. We
area
found
names?
a Gemelli, and we found a high.
scouring.
This dungeon in MDT is really hard. I feel like I always have like a headache trying to figure out like where I'm going a lot of times.
Yeah, me too.
I like the way that
trying to
it shows
figure
it
out
all
where
on
I
one
am.
page, though, rather than having to flip through 20 pages of the different little maps of a dungeon like this. So let's see.
This might be an MDT thing, or it might be the thing we already. I might be off. Whatever that means. Yeah. So in the book room, there are more patrols, right? We only see one. Is that MDT or is that
in the book room? I think all of the
where it says
books are there.
hi, like no, the books are there, but the patrols, like the warden guys that catch you.
I don't think those are marked on MDT.
But since they don't give
because they're not
count,
enemies,
it could be an MDT thing. Yeah.
Okay, so aren't there 2 packs when you go up to Degentrius that live like there's one on the ground floor and then one on the second floor and then you get up to the 3rd floor?
I'm pretty
but
sure
I
that's
only
what
see one pack. Yeah, there it is. There's another. There's the middle
there it
floor.
is.
Oh
was
my
missing.
gosh, we're missing a floor.
Okay, well, there was a suspicious big empty space there, I guess. That checks out. All right, well, we've gotten all 3, even with the last one kind of coming in with a bit of additional help. In the meantime, though, everybody, thank you for playing with us. We will be doing more of these as we keep going through the competition, but for now, thank you so much. It was a lot of fun. We've got a little bit of a break ahead of us, so don't go anywhere unless you just get up for some snacks or a beverage, and we'll be back in a few minutes with our final series of today, at least, Create Team versus SNAILZ. Dratnos, just so you remember, it's SNAILZ with a Z on the end.
Thank you.
Got it. All right. Okay. Yep. With SNAILZ, it's bound to be a great one. We've got a lot for these 2 teams to show, and it will set us up for all the action tomorrow as well as we sort out our brackets further. So everybody, we'll see you in a few minutes where we'll do our final series. the last series of the day introduces us to two teams we are all about to get a lot more familiar with. We've got Create Team versus SNAILZ. Time for your predictions, chat. Now, Create Team is a French team that felt really good about where they landed in the time trials. Given their improvement from previous attempts, they took it as a sign that they're able to improve. Is there potential for them to go further, Zyro?
I think there's always potential for teams to go further, regardless of what the seeding looks like. I mean, when you look at the matches we've already had today, I think it's very clear that the teams are a lot closer than you would otherwise assume just based off of seeding. So yeah, I mean, I think either of these teams could definitely make a run if they happen to get on a heater and just put together a bunch of deathless runs.
Absolutely. I mean, we've already seen it even just in that last series that you can come in on a lower seed and still put up a really competitive, really good run, as in that first map that we had. So I absolutely believe in the potential of all of them too. And SNAILZ mentioned... Oh, yes? Yeah?
Just quickly, Create Team came in on the 9th seed. Like, they came in at a pretty good seed. I just kind of want to mention that. Like, they would be the favorite in terms of seeding, so they even said themselves that they're not used to getting this well seeded, quote unquote. So they're a little bit new to like how that's going to work for their tournament routing, because obviously all of the teams plan it out. And then the team that is a little lower seeded, but also I would still call this middle of the pack, is SNAILZ. Also, I have a question about this team. Am I allowed to call them SNAILZ? Like, is that...
They're a North American team, so no.
I mean, yeah, that would be very incorrect, you know. You corrected Dratnos earlier,
Sorry.
so SNAILZ, please.
Yeah, well, I know the Z stands individually, but as a, you know, the resident European, I thought maybe I could get away with, like, the Z. Okay, just asking.
I'm so sorry. I know it's going to feel very awkward for any of our non-NA viewers, but we'll try to all stick to it. Now, you just brought up SNAILZ here, Makes. So they kind of mentioned ahead of time that they are all friends with really good vibes, and they feel like they have a lot of flexibility in specs that they play. Do you think that this is going to be an advantage for them? Makes? Yeah.
I think so. I think a lot of those teams will learn by the first time they're here, and I think there's also a little bit of beauty in figuring out for the first time, so we'll have to see how that goes.
Absolutely. And I mean, I see a lot of you leaning towards Create Team. I mean, Makes brought up a good point with them being 9th seeded. That is a really big thing to be up in the top 10, but SNAILZ have a lot to prove as well coming in and bringing some of that flexibility in play. And of course, we're going to see these two face off. We're going to learn a lot more about them. But Dratnos, just off the bat, are you getting any impression or vibes from either of these that would weigh you in your prediction?
I'm not getting anything just yet, but I'll try and keep predicting, keep seeing if I get any vibes here. We are going to move into the Algathar first, followed by Windrunner Skyreach. We have a nice little staircase as well. The key level only goes up as our map pool goes longer this time around, so it should be pretty fun to see what these teams do as the spec variety rule looms in this series. I do know that several of the players on SNAILZ do have experience on a lot of different specs. These are a lot of players from a raiding guild, that was Vesper on the North American servers, and that's a guild where it was fairly high ranked. A lot of these players pretty avid multi-classers, so that might be an advantage in the world of the spec variety rule as we move deeper into the series.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen it play a really big role already in how teams can either kind of get an advantage in 2-0 sweep, or how they can kind of play the longer game across 3 series to make sure they have things reserved for the last map. So having extra flexibility, I think, definitely makes you more competitive. But we have some predictions of our own to do, so Dratnos is mulling it over, so I'll pass to Zyro. Zyro, what are you thinking for the prediction?
This is a tough one, because Create Team should be favored. My heart really wants to go with SNAILZ. I think I'm going to go 2-1 Create Team. It's a tough one, but I think they just should have the slight edge.
Okay. Makes?
I'm going to agree with Zyro, yeah. Rare Zyro agreement. I think it's going to be a Create Team 2-1 on the board at the end of the day. Yep.
Okay, all right. And Dratnos, now that you've thought it over, you've worked it through, you've talked about the map, what do you think for this outcome?
I'm getting good Snail vibes today. I'm going to go with SNAILZ 2-1, though. I think they're going to work well in the later maps in the series, and I think they're going to win I think it's going to be a reverse sweep for SNAILZ.
Okay.
Okay.
This is tough because honestly, I'm kind of feeling it could go either way with them. But I believe Create Team, they're on a roll. They felt like they came into the season having improved. They've worked their way up. So I think I'm going to go 2-1 towards Create Team myself, personally. And honestly, I think it'll be interesting to see which way it ends up going for these teams and give us a much better picture of where they'll be as we continue further into the Group C weekend. But, I mean, Algathar Academy, we touched on it being the first one here. Is there anything that we think, teams kind of strategizing? Do you bring your biggest, meta spec comp to this one? Do you kind of look to play the long game? Is there anything, Zyro, that you think these teams need to kind of angle towards in their strats?
Well, I mean, funnily enough, we had this Algathar as the first map in a series earlier today with Ducks Can Fly. And I thought, well, as long as they do a good strategy here, they should be favored to win the series, and then they wiped on the first pull. So, I mean, I liked the routing. I liked the fact that they didn't do Overgrown Ancient right after they cleared the trash. I feel like routing is really important in this queue. You can save 20 to 30 seconds just off good routing versus, waiting for the boss to spawn. I want to see more of that. Less of the wiping, though. No wipes. Let's get a Deathless series here.
All right, well, the teams, you heard it. If somebody can pass that along to them, Zyro says we need a Deathless series, so please just play perfectly, and let's just lock in and just do it. That'll definitely give us a good sense of Create Team versus SNAILZ here. This will be their first game here in our last series of the day. Game 1, Algathar Academy. Who will emerge the victor makes?
I mean, right out of the gate, we're seeing a whole rainbow of classes in our two teams here, Zyro. We're getting the Vengeance Demon Hunter back, the Resto Druid, Unholy DK, so a little bit more of a traditional selection there on Fossey. And Terra is on, I believe, the Survival Hunter, okay, on Og, and then SNAILZ, or as I have been allowed to call them, Schnecketset, is yet a whole nother collection of class colors.
Was that German?
That's German, yeah.
Okay. But they're French. Wait, no, SNAILZ is American. Create Team is French.
See, no, they're innate, but the Canadians also say Z, so if everybody just says whatever they want, I can just call them Schnecketset, so I think that's fair.
Sure.
But please, tell me more about the Retribution Paladin.
Yeah. Well, the Retribution Paladin, like Dratnos has mentioned many times, pairs really well with the Resto Shaman, so really, really good combination there. That Wind Fury buff working for them very strong. It's also just a very solid AoE spec that is very short cooldown, so it works very well for them. We're also seeing a difference in strategy from the teams. One team going to Veximus first, skipped past the Overgrown Ancient entirely. They'll probably double back there in just a moment here after dealing with Veximus. Also pulling trash off on the side before Veximus spawns. Spatial Paradox onto our healer here, so we can tag a couple of those Foragers, hopefully without grabbing the Ravager pad. I believe they've maybe made that back. Actually, it looks like the Ravager was pulled, so we're probably going to have that with this pull onto the boss. This could be a little dangerous for Create Team. SNAILZ, on the other hand, have moved on towards Croft, so they will be doubling back to Overgrown Ancient later on. Let's see, did Create Team actually get that Ravager in, though? It looked like it was potentially coming.
Yeah, there we go.
Foragers.
So there's the Forager. They're all running. Don't see the Ravager coming just yet. Could be that it's CC'd and comes in later. That's something sometimes teams do. Right out of the gate, there it is. I do like when teams clear out the area around the Ancient. I hate when you have to play all of those lashers and then have to wait for the RP. I just don't think that is the premier routing in this dungeon. So I like that SNAILZ did go that way first and cleared that one out. That also means they're going to go Craft now. That also means that they used their Lust on that, though, whereas Create Team is getting a really valuable Lust with all of those additional trash, all of those extra Battle Axes and Foragers and this Ravager together onto the boss, which is just multi-value Bloodlust, and that is usually really nice to have in the MDI as well. So I like this Bloodlust timing for Create Team.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, because usually we'll see teams just commit to using it on the first pull. We've seen some teams, use it on Croth, which is really weird and, not fast at all, so I'm glad that we're not seeing either team opt for that strategy here. I like the variation on the Veximus strat for Create Team, using it for a big boss pull with a purposeful Ravager pull, rather than just using it on the first pull, which is kind of crazy because when you think about it, right, we just saw one of our best teams actually wipe to the first pull. Graham dropping low here, but has the brand up, so should be totally okay here. That Ravager plus Forager duo is still doing a lot of damage to the group. As a matter of fact, the fact that they're able to keep those Foragers alive until the end of the boss kill means they're getting really, really good cleave on them throughout the entire boss, so extremely efficient there from Create Team. And that Vengeance Demon Hunter, we've talked about this in the past, but that tank sneakily does a lot of damage. It might not reach the same peaks as Guardian Druid does on those massive Incarn pulls, but they do very consistent overall damage.
Yeah, there's a little bit of difference in how it keeps aggro in comparison to the Bear Druid as well. Bear Druid is just an absolute aggro machine where it just goes in, it thrashes, and it keeps aggro on anything, even dragging it through long spaces and dungeons, making it just easier to gather what we understand as MDI-style pulls, where there's just multiple packs on top of each other to a massive, massive count pull. Vengeance Demon Hunter has the mobility to do that, but doesn't have the same aggro generation, so it just requires your team to be a lot more careful while your tank is gathering, and that is something the players need to keep in mind as well. But we are seeing SNAILZ finally in fight with Croth here, as they have finally spawned the bird. Create Team is finishing out on the sentry, and they're now going to go over to Croth, but it's not their entire team that's here. Okay, now there are. For a second, it looked like somebody was walking in the other direction. I was like, what have we planned?
Well, problem is, if they did have something planned, it would have been against the rules, because we're not allowed to snap mobs purposefully, and that's the only other thing they could have been doing. So I'm glad that we're not seeing that here. Moving straight onto the Croth platform. Escargot Zed now in the first Ruinous Winds phase here. Going to be getting that haste buff to amp their damage a little bit. And they'll try to actually roll this into the fire damage buff. On the 15, this is more possible than ever before because the boss has quite a decent bit less HP. I didn't see them really trying to delay the pickup of that haste buff too much, though. Looks like most of them just picked it up right off the bat. Let's take a look at where our cooldowns are here. Do we have things coming up for that next Ruinous Winds phase? Army's in 15 seconds, Shadowblade's in 15 seconds, Sky's ready to pop off whenever. They might just go for a delay here on the Fire Orbs, and it looks like everything's going to line up pretty nicely for that.
Yep, that's great news. They're in fight for about 1 minute 30. Usually on the 15-16, teams end out the boss fight between 2 and 3 minutes, just to give you an idea. It notably is one of the boss fights that just take the longest. There's no real way to add anything on top of this boss, so it just always feels like our teams are here for a while. But they are making great headway, and you can see now that the coolies have been pressed. The boss HP is just melting in front of our eyes, and I personally am really curious where Karakol Z is going to go next as they finish out Croth.
We've only said Z and Z. Surely there's going to be another language that says that letter in a different way so we can add it in.
Nope.
We gotta figure out another one. Gotta add to our repertoire if we're gonna be talking about this team further on. Okay, another thing from SNAILZ here is they're not heading back to Overgrown Ancient now. They're gonna be doing that later. Are they gonna be adding in the extra thing we saw in this dungeon from last
look
week?
Intentional.
No, that definitely was not intentional. We have accidentally pulled this Ravager. They're trying to skip past. What's the plan going to be here? Are we going to try to skip the patrol now? That was probably going to be pulled.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure we interrupt these surges. Nope, we're double Ravager. Unlucky.
Don't have enough melts. That would be the first factor, right? If you have enough melts, you can just walk off and then figure it out that way. But what happened is they arrived, and then one of their DPS was just too close to the pack. It was also a little bit unfortunate patrolling at that moment. It was right at the edge of where that patrol goes. And then they got in fight, and it looked like, oh, hold on, we're in fight. What do we do now? Do we just let you die? Do we play this? Okay, we play this. And then they moved on, and they were like, okay, but let's skip this one. And then they also pulled that, so a little bit of a delay that's going to be coming in here for the team on the right-hand side as Create Team has just engaged the hyper boost. They're now getting the boss burn in, and look at how quickly that boss is melting.
It was significantly worse than the boss burn for SNAILZ, though. I mean, it looks like... Okay, well, now that was just the late burn. They're getting their second burn off now. Wait, they did fire first. Wait, they did it backwards. Oh! Oh, this is incredibly fast. Okay, yeah, they're doing it in the completely opposite direction we're normally used to seeing it. This is the Dragonflight strat on this boss, not the other way around. So they did Fire Burn first, and they got the boss down to about 40% in that, and now we're just finishing off with the haste buff here. There's no cooldowns active for this, but this boss is still dying incredibly fast. It was a 2-minute boss kill for SNAILZ. It's going to be about the same for Create Team, so it looks like it's about a net neutral. The thing I actually like about this is because you do the fire damage amp first, you press your cooldowns a little bit earlier, which means they're back up a little bit earlier whenever they get to Overgrown Ancient here. So it's an interesting variation from them. That's not something you would normally want to do on live, because activating the fire phase makes the boss do more damage. You want to be in that as little as possible, but it doesn't matter on the MDI on 15 when the boss dies in less than 2 minutes. You're chilling with that. So looks like that went really well for Create Team. They have Overgrown Ancient's room to clear out here, whereas SNAILZ are clearing out Veximus's trash. The problem for SNAILZ is now they've added a bunch of extra trash to their route that I don't think they intended to deal with. Good news and bad news of that is they have the comp to actually skip past a ton of trash if they want to, right? Rogue Shroud helps them a lot with that. They can skip past most of the trash in the area between Overgrown Ancient and Dorogosa. Bad news is they lose a lot of efficiency doing that, right?
Yeah.
Well, so the thing that I was thinking they'd want to do...
We did see them use the shroud on the bridge as they were walking over to just maybe save on some of it, but it looks like... I'm trying to look around the corner. Listen, I'm leaning and trying to see around the tree on the right-hand side sometimes. But it might be that they added in that purge trash just later to just make sure that it wouldn't be a problem with aggro to try and gather it. I'm not sure if it's still up. I just saw them shroud on by. But... Create Team now has to wait for the RP, so unless they're going to go down and play like their bridge trash, that's probably still up because they skipped it at the start, they will just stand around doing nothing, which is not great. Whereas Snail, they just got to go, right? They have a lot of stuff still on their plate that they need to deal with. Ancient is still up, Veximus, they're currently in fight with, and of course they also got that additional trash that you mentioned, but here's Tatik on his way, and I assume this is going to be the adding of those Mana Fiend, of those Battle Axes. Need a little bit careful, not run too fast, not pull the boss in the immediate. Warnstone is going to be used. Tatik is going to walk on back just to make sure that those mobs are not going to snap him back. That would be very bad, but they are now arriving, and I really like this. You're at least using some of that RP time. I think that's good.
Yeah, I feel like this is what I was expecting SNAILZ to do for some of their trash later on. Pull some of this bridge trash into Overgrown Ancient. It's a little awkward though, right? Because they gained probably an extra 8 or 9% count from that double Ravager pull. So maybe they'll just end up shrouding past that as well, and then doing some big pull on Dorogosa. Like, that's the problem with pulling extra trash, is you're adding a pull to the dungeon that you didn't intend to do, which is costing you time. That's why we're seeing them almost an entire boss behind right now. They'll kill Overgrown Ancient pretty quickly when they get there, but I think they're definitely just significantly behind. And it's not like they can make up time anyways, right? Because Create Team is going to be just pulling that extra trash onto Dorogosa, so they're just doing one more pull after this. Whereas SNAILZ, he just added an extra pull to the dungeon. So, yeah, definitely on the back foot here. Create Team still has to execute, though. We've already seen today how the Echo Knight pull onto Dorogosa can cause some problems for your teams if you aren't quick about cleaving down that trash.
Yeah, that's right. I also, in the meantime, found you another pronunciation. Apparently, in Schweizerdeutsch, which what they speak in Switzerland, they say SNAILZ, which is like another way to say Z or Z.
Zeta?
So there you go.
Okay,
Zeta.
Interesting. We'll have to add
Trying
that
my best. I don't speak Schweizerdeutsch, but
I don't either.
Yep.
I only speak one language. I'm boring.
All right, here is SNAILZ. So they had the Mana Fiend and the Battle Axe left there as well as they're routing up to the boss now. You can see that because they did the Lashers in the immediate, they're now able to just engage the boss straight away. But Create Team are...
Oh no, our healer,
well,
please
actually,
join the team!
Warnstone?
He doesn't have the Warnstone. Okay, there it is.
Warnstone?
Had to find
there
it in the
go.
bags. Okay, we made it work. They cost a little bit of time. That was like 20 seconds gone, which is not something you want to give up when you're so near completion of the dungeon, but able to make it work. We're in combat with Echo of Dorogosa. The remaining trash we should be in combat with. We need 13%, which is 4 Echo Knights. I believe +1 Invoker should be enough. It might be 2 Invokers that they need, actually. We'll get an accurate count. You can see that they're in combat with over 13% count. So yeah, we're good here. These 4 Echo Knights plus Invoker will be enough. Just have to make sure we don't die to those AoEs from the Echo Knights, and we should be good to go here for Create Team.
That's right. It is a little bit scary on the end of this boss. The Invoker needs to be brought under control. You can see the CC just come in at the end there, so very nicely done by the team. And the Echo Knights are slowly but surely dropping here as well. One has a little bit of extra HP, but that is not a problem at all. Once the big chunk of them goes down, that makes your life a lot easier. Of course, our tank still needs to be a little bit careful, but Graham has it under control as Create Team, with that Bloodlust, are marching towards taking this one in their favor. I have to correct myself. Apparently it wasn't Schweizerdeutsch, it was Swedish, which both starts with S and a W, and I am unable to read correctly, so we were speaking Swedish, Dave.
I mean, you could have just not said that, and I would have believed you. So props to you for owning up to it. I wouldn't have known any better. The only people who would have known were chat, but yeah, who really cares what they think.
That's okay. I like to correct myself when I get the chance.
All right, fair enough. Create Team has been lights out in this dungeon. No deaths from them. No deaths from either of the teams, so we're on pace for what I wanted, which was a deathless series. Let's see that Shroud skip here from SNAILZ. Hopefully, they're just hoping for a wipe on Create Team at this point, but that's not going to happen, though. They've dealt with their trash. Echo of Dorgosa is at 10%. Just need to make sure nobody gets hit by a Sparrow Orb, but even one death wouldn't be enough for SNAILZ to come back here. Terra Hunt dropping to half HP, quickly topped off by the healer there, and there it is. Create Team has taken the first game of this series.
They have indeed. This puts Create Team in the lead here in our best of 3, getting them 1 point on the board and giving them a little bit of an advantage as we come into our next map. But before then, let's go over what we just saw on this one. You know, we were getting a sense of these two teams before the series. So, Migs, what did they show for themselves on map 1?
I really like the routing that we saw from Create Team here. I was a little bit worried about the dead phase between Lashers and Ancient, but they pulled in that bridge strat, which is exactly what we wanted to see from them. I also liked how they dealt with Croth really, really fast there. And I think all in all, this is kind of like the winner route that we're expecting the fastest teams to maneuver, to show off here. And I think they did a really good job. It was clean, looked good, they were fast. 14 minute 23 is the fastest we've seen in the Alcathar Academy thus far, so exciting stuff.
Wow, very nice, very nice. Well, Dranos has some more insights for us. So, Dranos, what were you seeing in this map?
Yeah, this is a pretty impressive run out of Create Team. 0 deaths, nice clean Algathar. They were using more power in this map, so it's going to be pretty important for them to get the 2-0, I think. But with the way that they played here, I think there's a very good possibility of it. Create Team looked so solid in this, showed us just how they got to be one of those higher seeded teams. And you can look at the spikes here and look at that 9-minute spike, right, when they just had that really big pull go out super cleanly for them. And yeah, the strategies between the two teams. Algathar Academy contains a lot of different options for how you can pull things, but there's a couple of really important principles that you always have to keep in mind in this dungeon. The first thing that I think any good route will always do is make sure that you are not ever standing around waiting for boss RP to happen, as here you can see for Create Team. A nearly tank death, that Fiery Brand just barely saving their tank. Here's a nice little maneuver as well you can do, which is jumping off the side there. You can run around and avoid pulling that pack that lives up there just at the top of that slab, while also still taking the wind platform. You can see that's the Ravager and Mana Fiend pack that SNAILZ actually did pull, but Create Team opted to skip it as they were heading in that other direction. And yeah, the main principle in this dungeon is there's a lot of good options for what you can do. The Ravagers are pretty scary, so you can't fight too much with a Ravager, and you can't really fight anything else with 2 Ravagers. And the other important thing to do is just don't ever stand around waiting for RP on the boss, right? So if you're going to spawn Overgrown Ancient, have something good to do while you're waiting for that RP to actually trigger if possible. It's not the end of the world if your route does something really good somewhere else, but as these teams are progressing through this tournament, I think that we're going to see teams converging on making sure that they're doing something useful during that. And yeah, Create Team able to put up the 1-0 lead. Very, very speedy run in the Algathar Academy. Good use as well of that Vengeance Demon Hunter. They and Dignitas, now 2 of our top 3 seeded teams, deploying that VDH. It was buffed recently as well. I think this is a spec that has a lot of really strong use in the MDI, because that Sigil of Silence, that Sigil of Chains, they are nerfed from the, Dragonflight War Within versions that we saw, the Dragonflight versions in particular, but definitely really strong. And Here's a look at some of the Unholy DK. The Unholy DK build and gear. You can always use the little tool on our widget to find out these things as well if you'd like.
There we go. I mean, great to see from these two teams, and honestly, yeah, we got a really good performance from Create Team as well. Definitely, I think if it surprised them that they made it so high, you would hope that their practice and everything they put in to get that high in the time trials would give them some confidence, especially as we see them putting up runs like this. So I'm sure they're going to keep coming into their own. But of course, we will be looking ahead to our next dungeon, which will be Windrunner Spire as well. And we know that we have some spec bans coming in. But Zyro, I'm going to have to ask, with Windrunner Spire, what do you think made the biggest difference for the times they put up in this last map, and what do you think can kind of close that gap for them coming into Windrunner Spire, Zyro?
Well, as Dratnos highlighted and we talked about in the cast, the biggest difference in the Algathar Academy was just the extra Ravager pull that they clearly didn't intend to pull on the side of SNAILZ. The overall routing was fine from both teams. Obviously, the Overgrown Ancient was not perfect for Create Team, but they fixed that by pulling some trash from the bridge. Windrunner Spire is a dungeon where we've seen a lot of different ideas on what the best routing is for this dungeon. Even Triple Thread and Auntie's Angels last week both had different ideas on what they wanted to do, right? We saw Triple Thread do a strategy where they pulled pretty much the entirety of both the left and right wings. Maybe they skipped one Steward on the left side, but then they skipped all of the Phalanx Breakers and Archers, whereas Auntie's Angels, they skipped some of the trash on the sides, they pulled the Breakers and did a massive pull onto both of the Mystics in the third boss room. We've seen a lot of different variations of that strategy using different comps to make the skips work. We've seen Rogues for Shroud skips. We've seen a lot of off-meta stuff like Arms Warriors for like boss damage on the double boss. I think this is a really like open dungeon in terms of the different routing and comps you can use.
Absolutely. Oh, I love that mog. That's good. Excellent. Honestly, I think there's a lot of different options. Like you said, with Windrunner, I think this is one coming into that there are many places that they can look to try to consolidate this, or maybe lessen that gap between the two runs. Now, Dratnos will have spec bans coming in, and with that in mind, is there anything that you think really does well on Windrunner? Anything that you think you really don't need for Windrunner?
Yeah, Windrunner Spire, it's an interesting one because this is also a map where you need to be thinking about if this goes to a game 3, what do we want to preserve there? You can see Create Team, for instance. So we've given up the VDH and the Resto Druid and the Survival Hunter. Pretty happy about losing those specs. I think those are ones that we don't mind at all. And for SNAILZ, the Brewmaster, the Rogue, and the Paladin as well going out. So both teams are in a pretty good spot for the Windrunner Spire. They should be able to play whatever they like here. But moving into Skyreach, if they duplicate anything from Algathar here in the Windrunner, it will be not available for the Skyreach. They will have to restrict it there. So that is a really important thing for them to keep in mind.
Absolutely. You are definitely trying to play the long game and whatever the series will throw at you. Now, this will be our second game, Windrunner Spire, here between Create Team and SNAILZ. If Create Team gets the point, they get the whole series, but SNAILZ is not out of it yet, Makes.
That is correct, and we're gonna see that Guardian Druid come on in on the side of the SNAILZ, as well as the Premier Comp, as we've been kind of dubbing it, although that is not a Devour Demon Hunter, that is a Havoc that comes back here in the Windrunner Spire, whereas on the left-hand side for Create Team, you're gonna run back the Brewmaster Monk, which is, I think, a little bit of a surprising choice, knowing that you now have 2 dungeons at most to go into, defaulting into that Brewmaster together with that Mistweaver, and then the change to the meta is just bringing that Warlock in instead of that Demon Hunter.
Well, funnily enough, like the Brewmaster is just like a generally very solid pick, right? It's an extra dispel for a lot of these big pulls. It's extra stops for the big pulls, right? Another leg sweep, another Ring of Peace, very useful for AoE stops, but also useful for whatever skip you intend to do, whether it's the Phalanx Breaker Archer pull or one of these random pulls that happens on the right side of the dungeon. It's really useful for your team to run through Shadow Meld skip with a Ring of Peace to make sure the mobs don't get in range of you. Looks like neither of the teams opting to do that. These teams might have taken a look at that triple threat breakdown that was posted on the Warcraft channel this week and opted to go for a very similar strategy, because this is exactly what triple threat did. We have a first death of the dungeon, though, for Create Team on the Warlock there. Gets cleaved down by one of those Ardent Cutthroats, and they use their battle res in the first minute of the dungeon.
That's right, that is not where you would want to be. That is 15 seconds against the clock as well. And of course, the additional death is going to cost you some time to recover, maybe some cooldowns, although I think looking across the board, cooldowns should have been unaffected by that one here for now. So a little bit of a rough situation for Create Team right out of the gate. Thankfully, you know, silver lining, it happened at the start of the dungeon, so they now have the full dungeon run to just accelerate and claw back that time.
Yep, they'll definitely have to. I think they're on the back foot, though. This Havoc Demon Hunter Unholy DK comp is incredibly powerful on this dungeon. We saw it from Triple Threat. The Havoc burst damage on their Metamorphosis is absolutely massive, and they're also both saving their Bloodlust for the pull coming up. The rest of the trash in the dungeon, the Behemoth, or the Behemoth if you're Tettles, plus the Woebringer, and we are running all the way to the Derelict duo here. Look at everything they have prepped. Bloodlust ready, Metamorphosis ready, Army of the Dead ready, Augavoker ready to go with the Breath of Eons. Just going to wait a little bit for this trash to get a little bit more gathered here, and then we're off to the races for both of the teams. Derelict duo pulled for SNAILZ just a few seconds earlier than Create Team, and the Havoc Demon Hunter absolutely blasting off here, bursting for nearly 1 million damage right off the bat.
I mean, that's just the fun part about playing. I'm sorry, this is going to continue all throughout the series, but this is the fun part about playing Havoc Demon Hunter. You get that front-loaded damage in the immediate. Once you hit your Hunt, you hit your Vengeful, you charge in I-Beam into double Blade Dance, into Meta, into Blade Dance, into I-Beam, into double Blade Dance. It's so wild. It's so much damage right out of the gate, and if everything hits, you're just going to be thriving as a Demon Hunter enjoyer there, and that's exactly what you were seeing on the details. Of course, the Unholy DK with the army, and the DT does come back then and just matches that speed, but it's great fun to play and to see. Both of our teams are notably using their lust here. Create Team a little bit slower, but they were also just a couple of seconds later on the boss. But we do have an equalizer coming in. The Fetid Bile has taken down our Demon Hunter.
I feel like that's one of the trade-offs for momentum-based Demon Hunters throughout the years, right? Is you use all of your movement abilities for damage, and that sometimes can put you in a bad position where you don't have them to dodge an ability. So unfortunately, we do have a death on the Havoc. I didn't see if that was exactly what happened to them there, but we are now even on the death count. Both teams without a battle res for the next 5.5 minutes of the dungeon. And theoretically, looking at the comps available to them, this should be a better section of the dungeon for the Warlock, right? They're playing Destro in this dungeon, something we're not used to seeing a lot of, although it's the second time today we're already seeing it. 2-target cleave on this spec is at a premium. It's really only worse than, like, Frost Mage at 2-target cleave, and their AoE damage is pretty solid too. Not only that, he's playing Diabolist Destro rather than Hellcaller. Hellcaller is more the premier AoE spec, whereas Diabolist is more indexed on doing good single target damage. So we'll have to see how this plays out for them when it comes to the single target damage. I really want to take a look at the boss damage that we have on our end of dungeon damage meters now. Little unfortunate positioning as the boss goes down here for Create Team. They're a little far away, but a quick gateway solves that problem as they get right to the portal and move on to the rest of the dungeon. These teams are within 5 seconds of each other, Minx.
That's right. There is a little nick on our overlay. You can see a 1 second difference up top. That is not a fault. That is by design, because we start the clock for the team whenever they start to run. So we have the clean dungeon timer per team. So do not be confused by that. We will compare the final times of both teams. That is just going to be offset. We give them a pull timer and then they start the key, and sometimes they're just not right on the money. But it is tracked in-game. It all is correct. Nobody has to worry about that, as our teams are now on the way to the next big pull. We're in the Arachnic territory. You can see the Arachnophobia filter is on, so everything is just turned into crabs here as they go all the way. They're getting that Lynx. Are we going to go any further? Or is that where we will finally stop? It looks like Snail decides to stop here, whereas Create Team is at least going to go around the corner and utilize that line of sight to get the pack gathered around the corner here.
Yep, this is a complete mirror of the triple threat strategy. They pull the Apex Lynx, they run outside, they grab that bloated lasher. They have that lasher in this pull rather than the next pull, so they don't have to worry about the extra damage it does. Also, the enrage on the small lashlings as well is not something they'll have to worry about in the boss pull, but it does make this pull look quite a bit more dangerous. I actually really like Create Team's variation on the strategy where they pull it outside rather than leaving inside. It's less travel time after you deal with the trash. They've also got that Dragonhawk in there, casting Fire Spit, making sure they use their AoE stops to make sure that cast doesn't go on for too long, reducing the overall AoE damage. It's an incredibly clean pull for both teams, but SNAILZ dropping incredibly low there as the spores start doing massive AoE damage to the group. We end up losing 2 to this. Poison Spray killing off Proc, Spirit Bolt going off from the Steward, killing another player. It's going to be a full wipe for SNAILZ.
Yeah, tragedy has hit the board. Full team wipe is not where you would want to be. You're going to be needing to run on back and try and get this back together. But in the meantime, Create Team, they're on their way to the boss, and they're taking all of this in there. No Bloodlust available means that Bloating Lasher can cause a lot of commotion, as you just saw. They don't care. Emberdawn has been engaged, while Snail, you're still running to get back to where they left off to try and get the pack back in fight. You can see Kato is once again trying to collect all of those mobs, but they have lost so much time right now.
Spores cast goes off here. There's a lot of AoE damage. Those Lashers are enraged, but they're using a ton of AoE stuns to prevent their tank from being under too much stress. Still in red stagger here, but that's pretty standard for a pull that has about 40 mobs in it before the Lashers die off. Looks like we are at a more stable position here. That Lasher's still decently alive. A second Spore Dispersal cast will go off here and start to slowly rot away on the team. No personals available here, just the AMS being used. But we do have a lot of healing available from the Mistweaver, so everyone is going to be nice and healthy for it. As long as we don't get a third overlap of that Spore plus the intermission phase, we should be A-okay here on the side of Create Team, and it looks like we should have the cleave damage to deal with that before the energy bar of the boss gets back to 100. Oh no, we're going to get a third Spore Dispersal off. Hopefully they have the healing to counteract this. It's just the Dark Pact for the Warlock. Everyone else is completely out of buttons to press. Health Potions and Health Stones are pretty much all they have available. Looks like it's going to be enough just now, but as we head into the intermission, how tapped are they on healing here?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough fight, thankfully. Mistweaver Monk doesn't usually struggle with mana, and we're not in a situation like that here either. The Cocoon does come out on Toka to just make sure he survives that. AMS is back off of CD. I believe I saw a Lichborn there as well to just try and help the healer out to make sure they can survive that, and it's exactly how they're going to get through this. Emberdawn down to 36% for Create Team. That Steward also will be cleaved down here in the rest of the pack. They still, of course, need to play it clean. Every single one of those patches can send you from 100 to 0 real fast, so they need to be very careful about this, but thus far, Create Team are looking really good here.
Yeah, this Steward being alive for so long, placing those magic debuffs on random players in the group has been a pain for our Mistweaver here on the side of Create Team. Nearly tapped on the mana bar here, but fortunately Emberdawn dies at 5%, so they'll be out of combat here, can sit down for a drink, maybe drink some mana tea as well later on. You can see channeling that ability right now. We'll be moving on to the rest of the dungeon. One last skip that they have to deal with here, past all of these Phalanxes and Archers. We're going to see our Ogavoker head off to the right side here. No Shadow Meld available for them. Awesome POV from our observers as our team runs by. So you Ring of Peace at the end of the platform here to make sure these mobs stay at the top of the stairs while the rest of our team runs down. And in unison, all 4 Shadow Melds go out. A Wernstone will get our Evoker back with the group, and that's a great skip there from Create Team.
Yep, cleanly done. In case you're wondering, the double jump glide is essential to the skip. If you play a class with wings, you have to do that. But Graham is already on to the next pull, and that is going to be everything here. Those Mystics in particular, once you stack several of them, that is a lot of damage that's going to go out now. And then the second time, when the other one finishes the cast, Flame Nova now going out as well. And on top of that, you're of course getting axes, you're of course getting those spins, so it's a lot that the team now needs to deal with, a lot of bleeds that are being applied as well. Good thing that they do here, which is also just in the nature of the dungeon, is pulling those Mystics after one another, so just really making sure those casts are offset from each other does help in getting through this one in particular. On the right hand side, you're now seeing SNAILZ go through that same skip but it
Sky having
looks
to
like
dodge arrows.
Sky might.
They failed the Shadow Melt. They're in combat still.
Yeah, so wasn't able to get down. Somebody was stuck in fight, so they are now in more trouble than they were before, trying to fight against the death penalty timer that they racked up, and now also needing to deal with this additional trash.
I mean, they have to kill this trash, and there's not really... You could chain this if you were crazy, but, like, there's no way you chain this onto a Mystic, so the dungeon progression once again halted. It's the Ravager problem all over again here. Instead of Ravagers, it's Breakers this time. SNAILZ just adding a pull to the dungeon that wasn't intended to be there. Meanwhile, Create Team has killed off the double Mystic pack, killed off most of the Axe Throwers, only have a couple lingering mobs that they pulled in after the fact. We're already almost into the first intermission phase on this third boss. Create Team, they're just looking extremely impressive in the initial first couple dungeons this weekend.
They absolutely are. You have to give it to them. They were kind of surprised by themselves, I think, coming in on a 9 seed, given how stacked our MDI roster of this season is just in itself. Of course, a lot of players are very interested in going back to playing on the big BlizzCon stage, has led, I think, even more crazy and tough and amazing teams into the competition this time around than in the previous ones. But Create Team was able to get that 9th place, and they themselves said it was a great performance during the time trials. They believe that the French community expects a lot from them this weekend, and they will support them, and they think that might just be the difference maker. So if you're a Create Team fan, I feel like I should be hearing from you in chat right now, cheering them on as they're just showing off how well they're doing in this series, have claimed the first map already, and looking in prime position for that second one as well.
I mean, it's just the remaining intermission on this boss, a small amount of HP remaining on Commander Kroluk, and then one final boss, one single target thing that they'll have the Bloodlust prepped and ready for, that stands between Create Team and an upper bracket match tomorrow. This is extremely impressive from them. 0 deaths in their first run, just the one single death in this run. Very, very impressive gameplay from them. Commander Kroluk, not long for this world as we're through the second intermission here. SNAILZ on their way to catching up here, but they really need almost a full wipe from Create Team at this point to catch up. They had the full wipe of their own on the trash ahead of Ember Dawn. They had the extra trash pack that cost them a lot of time. It's just been too many errors from them, unfortunately, in this one.
Yeah. I have to agree with that, of course. That's just factually correct. But I also want to say that Snail, you know, a new team in the MDI coming in, maybe not knowing what exactly to expect, maybe having some of their nerves get to them as well. And the fact that despite this full team wipe, the additional death, and the fail skip, they're not too far behind Create Team. The fact that they were able to recover all of the oopsies that happened in both of those dungeons, I think speaks to the caliber of players that are in front of us, and I think that's really cool to see, and I hope we'll get to see more of them tomorrow, as we are expecting them, of course, to land in the lower bracket, and then I feel like this is a team that could take a series as well as they get more and more experience here in our group week.
Yeah, I mean, as we always talk about, and we'll cover this more tomorrow when we do get into those lower bracket matches, generally speaking in the lower bracket, the teams that are the most consistent and clean are the teams that will win those series. They just have to make sure that they don't have any of these major mistakes today, and I think any of these teams could easily make a massive run in the lower bracket and get a chance to play for those spots at the global finals still this week. And obviously nobody is eliminated just yet. We don't start doing that until tomorrow, but for the time being, a spot in the upper bracket is the prize. Create Team is off to the races here. Bloodlust was used in concordance with the cooldowns here on the Restless Heart. Boss already below 50%. Probably only one more round of mechanics they need to deal with before they've secured that spot in the upper bracket.
Yeah, this is one of those bosses that just always, to the eye, looks very, very long when you're seeing it. You can't add anything onto it, similar to Croft in the Algathar Academy. And there's just a couple of abilities that require you to step out of value range, require you to port through the room, get knocked out, that just takes some of the damage with you. Coming in right now, Bullseye Wind Blast will require the team to move on over the line once more, but you can see they all pre-positioned, making sure that they know which feather they're going to take on up. And with that, the Restless Heart has dropped to the single digits as Create Team is getting their 2-0 victory in our last series of the day.
Indeed they do. It was a very close in the first half, but Create Team took the lead and kept ahead after the deaths on SNAILZ, or Schneckizet? Is that close?
Yes.
Oh,
Perfect.
okay.
Well
hey,
done.
there we go.
So good.
Thank you. This settles our upper and lower brackets for tomorrow, where eliminations will start to come into play. Now, Create Team had a strong showing overall this series. So, Zyro, how do you think this run compared to other Windrunner Spires we've seen?
I think it was nearly a perfect recreation of what we saw from last week in Triple Threat. I think the only difference was the Bloated Lasher placement. They pulled the Bloated Lasher onto Emberdon instead of using it in the first pull, which is arguably harder than what Triple Threat did. So I'm thoroughly impressed. This is a great run. I mean, there's only one blemish, and it was instantly counteracted by Battle Res, and I don't think the Warlock even lost cooldowns for it. So, I mean, I thought Create Team was in a 2-1 this series. I need to put some more respect on their name. They're looking like a pretty strong contender this weekend.
Impressive to see, honestly, as they come in. And Dratnos, what were you seeing from this map?
Yeah, another great run from Create Team. Not as flawless as the Algathar Academy, I would say, out of them, but certainly not bad. And SNAILZ, also things looking pretty good, right? Look at the start of this graph. Look how everything was even up until the point when it wasn't. But up first, we actually had the first blood in the map drawn against Create Team, as it looked like just some of the leaps here ended up taking down the Warlock there, those Cutthroats. They just jump at you with that Shadow Rive Shadow Step, and it ended up taking down the lock. So that was the first death on the board for Create Team. So they were initially behind by a little bit compared to SNAILZ as a result. But things then quickly went the other direction. And I won't spoil it. We can watch a little bit of the Derelict Duo boss fight before we get to the part where things changed. And then here's SNAILZ, also versus Derelict Duo. There's their first death. So this one was also recoverable, also battle resable. Just low HP. You know, you've got the Flesh Behemoth in this pull as well. Very common thing to happen to players. So certainly not a surprising death for me, actually. Fighting that mob with this boss is pretty scary. Here's when things all went super wrong, though, for SNAILZ. The Spirit Bolt taking out the healer, or the Evoker at the same time as the healer going down to the Poison Spray. And once your healer is dead here, you are in a huge amount of trouble, and that is what happened to SNAILZ. Create Team looked solid the rest of the way through. They actually pulled pretty aggressively still as well, going into the boss, while Trash was still alive here at the end of the dungeon as well, into the Commander Kroluk. Pretty ambitious thing to do. It's maybe the kind of thing where, like, if you had a sixth player, you could look at SNAILZ's run and be like, oh, they wiped. Okay, we don't need to do that anymore. But I'm not sure the Create Team are gamers like that. I think that they're the kind of gamers who are like, yeah, we're gonna do our route. It's us versus the dungeon. And that was enough for them to take the series here 2-1, 2-0 even.
Hey, you know, them against the dungeon, they conquered the dungeons enough that they were able to keep going ahead here and, yes, solidify that lead. But amazing to see them come in, be surprised by their performance even in time trials, and hopefully be surprised again as they continue ahead in our upper bracket. Now, thinking of our brackets, we have all of our matches for tomorrow determined, at least the ones that we'll be starting the day with. So, Makes, can you let us know how things are looking for tomorrow's action?
Oh, absolutely. So we're actually going to be having a battle of the animals in our very first series of the day, because while you may think a horse against a duck is not a very fair matchup, we will see how that goes. Of course, the ducks are in the multiple, right? Like, how many ducks would it take to take down a horse? That's a question I will leave you with for that. And then Dignitas will go up against Create Team, and I'm actually really excited to see this matchup. Create Team already put in one of the fastest routes we've seen today, and of course Dignitas, like, I don't need to say much more about that team. They're looking fire. I'm really excited to see how they're going to show up tomorrow. And then in the lower bracket, which is where the heat is at, Elimination Station will arrive for two of the teams. You can see down there, GNOMERGANG against IMPOSIBLE are going to be going up first, and then two Depleted versus SNAILZ, and each of those winners will then play against the losers of the upper bracket. So 6 series, lots of action, elimination, crazy games, crazier problems, probably. Lower bracket. Come on, it happens. So, I'm excited. I'm really excited.
I'm also excited. And to answer your question, makes 40. I think it would take 40 ducks to take down a horse.
Okay.
And I stand by that.
What if it was
Zyro, Dratnos?
one horse-sized duck versus 40 duck-sized horses?
Oh my gosh.
How big is a horse? Great question.
Yeah. Yeah. Dratnos, do you have any thoughts on this?
I have no thoughts about this. No, it's one of the rare things where that's the case.
We found the only subject that you have zero thoughts on, and it's how many ducks would it take to take down a horse? Well, okay, I guess we'll find out tomorrow just how many it's going to take, because with how the games shook out today, Group C has set us up for an amazing day 2. Our top teams seem to be comfortably positioned right now, but there's always the chance that a single mistake could send them to the bottom, where they will have to fight it out to survive. If the teams can't make the cut, they won't just lose the series, they'll also lose their chance at BlizzCon. Tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels to find out who makes it through and how many ducks it takes to take down one horse. We'll see you there.